Mumbai, likely to be produced before court today. A big revolution in the Amravati hate-killing case. Murder conspiracies hatched on WhatsApp groups. There is massive anger over Mahua Moitra's controversial remarks on goddess Kali. Kali, the BJP says, take action or will now move court. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nfir Talwar Suri. Now, the Delhi police has registered an FIR against the MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party, Akhilesh Tripathi. The case has been registered in connection with the physical assault of two men. The injured men have been shifted to hospital. Now, the police have recorded the statement of the victims. One of the victims told the police that he met the MLA during a function and complained to him about a sewage problem in the area where he resides. Upon which we are given to understand that the MLA got angry and hit him with a broken brick. His relative, Mahesh Babu, was also assaulted during the time that he tried to mediate when the scuffle had broken out. We're first going to listen into a reaction that we are getting, but just to tell our viewers, what we understand is that an FIR has finally been filed by the Delhi police in this. Harsha is tracking the story. She has more on it. Harsha, tell us more about the latest action that's been taken by the police.
Exactly. Firstly, the investigation is going on. An FIR has been registered against MLA Akhilesh Tripathi who is Delhi Northwest. Basically, she has registered an FIR and clearly says that the investigation will be started. But firstly, they will ask the complainant, did you arrive, was pushing at the function about the entire incident, and then they will do the interrogation with MLA Akhilesh Tripathi. MLA Akhilesh Tripathi has been sent in copy also and has been asked to come to police station as well. She doesn't cooperate with the investigation and with the interrogation, then police should take a second step as well. But in the entire case, what we should understanding as that it is in a preliminary stage and questioning with both the parties, from the victim and from MLA Akhilesh Tripathi, both will be done. But this incident has come to that in Ashok Vihar. There was a function where Guddu Halwai was given the tender of catering. At that time, when Guddu Halwai saw that the MLA of this place, Akhilesh Tripathi is here in the function. At the function, he tried to get into a problem and tell him about the sewage and drainage problem in this area outside his house, because of which the local are suffering so many problems. There is so much of a smell in his area that no one is able to go out of the house and feels unconscious.
Harsha, I'm going to come back to you, but let's listen into the reaction that we got from the victim earlier.
तुमको हमको भी ले जा रहे खींच के उनका शहर 3-4 थे और शहर ले जा रहे खींच के मारी है गुलाम है नो करे SHO साला मेरा गुलाम है, देख के क्या करेगा। और लालबाग को मैं साले को बिल्कुल गंद कर दूंगा, ये कर दूंगा। लालबाग को खरीद रखा है, ऐसे बोला था गाली दे के। केवल मैंने सीवर के बारे में हमारे बहनों ने खाली कह दिया, उसने मारी। 6-7 साल हो गए, आज तक नहीं बना। अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने ईंट मारी है। देखो जी, खून निकल रहा है। करे तुमको हमको भी ले जा रहे खींच के उनका शहर 3-4 थे और शहर ले जा रहे खींच के मारी है। गुलाम है नो करे SHO साला मेरा गुलाम है, देख के क्या करेगा। और लालबाग को मैं साले को बिल्कुल गंद कर दूंगा, ये कर दूंगा। लालबाग को खरीद रखा है, ऐसे बोला था गाली दे के। केवल मैंने सीवर के बारे में हमारे बहनों ने खाली कह दिया, उसने मारी। 6-7 साल हो गए, आज तक नहीं बना। अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने ईंट मारी है। देखो जी, खून निकल रहा है।
All right, so that's the comment that we've gotten from one of the victims, going on to say that all he asked the MLA was about the sewage situation in the area that he belongs to. The police, we understand, has recorded his statement as well. Harsha is Right, Harsha is tracking the story for her. We'll be back with you, Harsha, shortly, but let's listen into that reaction again.
खींच के उनको करे तुमको जान से मारना हमको देखो हमको भी ले जा रहे खींच के उनका सेड 3-4 थे और सेड ले जा रहे खींच के हमारे मारी है
करना पड़ा कर लियो
मारने से
मेरा गुलाम है
नो करे SHO साला मेरा गुलाम है देख के क्या करेगा और लालबाग को मैं साले को बिल्कुल गंद कर दूंगा ये कर दूंगा
लालबाग को खरीद रखा है ऐसे बोला था गाली दे के
केवल मैंने सीवर के बारे में हमारे बहनों ने खाली कह दिया
उसने लालबाग 6-7 साल हो गए आज तक नहीं बना
ईंट मारी है अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने ईंट मारी है देखो जी सारे
खून निकल रहा है.
All right, so essentially detailing what happened at that function that was organized by the MLA. I'm going to go back across to Harsha. Harsha, now you were taking us to the police action that's been taken so far. Now, the MLA, of course, has been booked for assault, but has he been called for questioning yet?
Nupur, the FIR has been registered on Wednesday at 4:30 a.m. and after that it's in preliminary stage, and after registering an FIR, we have tried to be in touch with the DCP Northwest, Usha Rangnani, who is looking into this entire matter. She clearly states that an FIR has been registered and questioning will be done with MLA Akhilesh Tripathi. He will be asked to cooperate and give us the answers to all the questions. If he doesn't cooperate, then police will deal in its own manner. But first, he will be called for questioning, and a team of police officials will clearly go to his residence in Northwest Delhi area where he resides. But the entire incident clearly tells us that MLA Akhilesh Tripathi couldn't resist the reality, couldn't digest the reality of his own jurisdiction, of his own constituency, when a man, Guddu Halwai, who was at the function present, who was catering, clearly stated that there's a sewage and drainage problem. He was only praising himself, Akhilesh Tripathi, apart from understanding that sewage is a big issue in entire Delhi. As the monsoon season starts, Nupur, you can see the open sewage problem in many parts of Delhi where no development work has been done yet. Because of drainage, the people get unconscious in those areas. There is so much of a smell that no one resides. This was the only problem which was brought to the MLA Akhilesh Tripathi. But apart from listening to the complainant, who was from his own constituency, he just took the brick and hit on his head. The victim, Guddu Halwai, Nupur, has suffered a left head injury, and the other, Mahesh Babu, has not got an injury because he was trying to mediate. But yes, they are in the BJRM hospital where they are being treated against the injury for which they have been hit by MLA Akhilesh Tripathi. So this entire incident is now getting big and big because now BJP, the reaction is coming from BJP leaders as well. BJP State President Delhi Adesh Gupta has also been in touch with us, which where he clearly says that we will protest if Akhilesh Tripathi doesn't resign and if Akhilesh Tripathi doesn't say sorry to the victim, because he is responsible for the bad shape of Delhi in his jurisdiction. Yes, Nupur, back to you.
Harsha, what I wanted to ask you was that any reactions that we are getting at the moment from the Aam Aadmi Party, but we'll come back to that. Just let's listen in to the other person who was present there.
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा गुड्डू हलवाई.
गुड्डू, क्या बात हुई थी?
मैं साहब काम करने गया था. मेरा नाम है गुड्डू हलवाई. मैं काम कर रहा था, पूड़ियाँ सेकने जा रहा था. मैं लोइयाँ तोड़ रहा था. तो वहाँ पे अखिलेश त्रिपाठी आए हुए थे. तो मैंने कहा कि आपका काम तो बहुत बड़े हैं, हमारे लालबाग को तो आप सुधार नहीं पाए, आपके सीवर तो आज तक डल नहीं पाए, हमारा रोड 6 साल से बेकार पड़ा है, टट्टी बह रही हैं अभी तक. अभी उन्होंने कहा तू केजरीवाल को गाली दे रहा है. उन्होंने उठाया मुझे, उन्होंने ईंट मारी मेरे सिर पे आके, बहुत तेजी से फटा पड़ा है मेरा सिर, और उन्होंने उल्टा सीधा और गालियां दी मुझे. मेरे एक साथी थे, वर्कर मेरे साथ काम कर रहे थे, उन्होंने मुझे बचाना चाहा, उन्हें भी मारा. उन्होंने बहुत बुरी तरीका से मारा है, उसे भी कपड़े सारे फटे हुए हैं. सर देख लो आप भी. मैं आप केजरीवाल से हाथ जोड़ के प्रार्थना करता हूं कि ऐसा अखिलेश त्रिपाठी को मेरे इलाके में विधायक ना बनाए, इसकी वजह टिकट किसी और को दे, वरना अन्यथा ये जीतेंगे नहीं अगली बार.
मारने के रीजन क्या था? क्या पहले से भी कोई कहा सुनी हुई?
कोई आज तक नहीं, मेरी कोई कंप्लेन नहीं है किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में और किसी देश में और किसी दिल्ली में। आज तक मेरी कोई कंप्लेन नहीं होगी। मैं आज तक हाथ जोड़ के रहा हूँ, हाथ जोड़ के ही रहना चाहता हूँ साहब। और मैंने उनको टच तक नहीं करा है, सिर्फ मैंने मार खाई है।
उनके साथ में कितने लोग थे?
उनके साथ 4-5 लोग थे साहब।
अच्छा, 4-5 लोग।
मैं अकेला था साहब।
आपको ईंट किसने मारी थी?
अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने मारी थी साहब।
खुद को
उन्होंने मारी थी उठ के। खाना परोसे हुई थाली छोड़ के आकर के मुझे मारी थी।
खाना खा रहे थे और खाना
और मैं उसके गवाह दे सकता हूँ, वहाँ के लोग।
Right, so that is the victim who's spoken to us and telling us and detailing actually the sequence of events as it unfolded. Harsha, any reaction that we are getting from the Aam Aadmi Party yet? Because so far we've only heard from the BJP, the opposition, as well as the victim who has spoken to us about what happened.
No, but we have been trying to talk to the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs in Delhi, be it Raghav Chatta, be it Atishi, be it MLA Akhilesh Tripathi, who is responsible for this entire incident. None of them are connecting with us, and everyone is just saying it on phone that we don't want to entertain media because they are highlighting the wrong issue. The sewage in different parts of Delhi are very good. The sewage.
All right, Harsha, I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Poonawalla on the phone line with me. Good morning, Mr. Poonawalla. Now, this is an incident where it appears that an elected MLA did not only act high-handedly, but also did not want to answer questions of someone who was from his constituency. And he was asking just about development work not being carried out. And instead of getting a proper response, he's hit on his head by a brick. How do you see this?
This is the true face of the AAP and Kejriwal. AAP does not mean Aam Aadmi Party, it means anarchist, anti-people party. We have seen their anarchism in Punjab, we have seen their anarchism in Delhi. If unfulfilled promises and people's issues, when people take them up to this MLA or to their representatives, they are beaten up. This shows that Aam Aadmi Party believes in ABCD. A for advertising, B for gaming, C for corruption, and D for dadagiri. Today, the question I want to ask to your channel is, will Kejriwal sack this MLA? Or will he defend him like he defended Satyendra's death? Because this is the most disgusting action that a public representative can do. If somebody goes to complain about issues in their area, instead of welcoming them, instead of hearing them out, solving their problem, look at the arrogance of this party that they will beat up the people who come with their problem. This is a party which said we don't want Gadi, Bangla, Makan, we don't want security, we will not come into politics. And today, when people go to them with problems, they are beating them up. They have betrayed the people of Delhi, they have betrayed the people of Punjab, and because people are trying to get their problems addressed, they are getting beaten up. I want to ask Mr. Kejriwal, how much time will he take? Or he might come and tell that I have seen all the files of Mr. Akhilesh, I will not take his resignation. He said that for Satyendra's death. He might say that मैंने फाइल देख ली है कि ये बहुत ईमानदार है कि अब इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं होगी.
Well, like you, Mr. Poonawalla, we're also asking all those questions to the Aam Aadmi Party, but we've not really got any response. In fact, the MLA who we've been trying to reach, our correspondents have been trying to reach him, hasn't really answered that call. But appreciate your speaking to us, Mr. Poonawalla. Thank you for joining us. Harsha, you know, we were... All right. Harsha, I'm going to come back to you, but we are now going to play out what we understand was an eyewitness account of what happened.
आती है तो पब्लिक किसको बोलेगी? सरकार को ही ना. अगर जो हम बीमार है तो हम आपको कहते हैं, अगर हमारी जनता परेशान तो किसको कहेगी? सरकार को कहेगी. और अगर मेरे जनता ने किसी ने भी कह दिया, ऑप्शन उठा दी, तुमने जब तो कह दिया सीवर पानी ये कनेक्शन फ्री में होगा, ये होगा. अब उस सरकार ने जनता को कह दिया, जनता ने कह दिया सरकार को सीवर ऐसे हो रहा है सर, और आज तक चालू भी नहीं हुआ. और देखो हमें परेशान हो रहा है, बच्चे भी परेशान है, हम भी परेशान है. तो आप ईट उठा के मारोगे क्या? मैंने रीजन क्या हुआ? ऐसा क्या कह रहे तुमने ईट उठा के मार दिया? आम जनता बोलती है, आप लोग कहते हैं आम जनता, और आम आदमी बोलते हो तो आम आदमी को क्यों मारा आपने? और ऐसी हालत में चले भी गए, पीछे मुड़ के देखा भी नहीं वो इंसान कैसा है.
क्या लग रहा है आम आदमी पार्टी के गुंडागर्दी राज कर रखी है?
लग तो ऐसी रहा है, लग तो ऐसी रहा है. कहाँ आ रही सरकार? जीतने के बाद कौन सा विधायक आ गए यहाँ पे?
क्या कुछ पैसों के लेन देन की बात हुई?
कोई नहीं, वो इंसान बोलता भी नहीं, गरीब आदमी है वो, हलवाई का काम करता है. अगर किसी ने ऑप्शन उठा भी दिया, सर हमारा ये देखो सीवर फैला हुआ है और हमारे बच्चे परेशान, हम परेशान, तो क्या कह दिया गुना?
10,000 सामने
10,000 वो बेचारा आवाज ही नहीं निकालता, कोई आवाज ही नहीं निकालता. 10,000 की बात कर रहे हो? वो इंसान रोजी रोटी दिन रात एक करता, वो 10,000 की बात करेगा? जो आवाज नहीं निकलती, पब्लिक इकट्ठी है, पूछो इन लोगों से।
अब आप लोग का क्या मांग है कि विधायक ने इस तरह से
गलत किया?
विधायक को जेल होनी चाहिए।
हम कैसे विश्वास करें? जो केजरीवाल बोलते हैं सरकार दिल्ली में आनी चाहिए, तो केजरीवाल विधायक को भी सही करिए। केजरीवाल और विधायक पब्लिक से जीत रही है और पब्लिक को मारोगे क्या?
Well, that of course was a reaction that we are getting from this area where this person belonged to. I'm going to go back across to Harsha now. Harsha, you were taking us through the Aam Aadmi Party's reaction so far, or hasn't there been any?
No, but we have tried talking to all the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who are in Delhi, who resides in Delhi, be it Saurabh Bhardwaj, be it Raghav Chadha, be it Atishi. None of them are ready to talk or comment on this issue. They clearly say the police investigating, but media for sure is highlighting the wrong issue. They are not seeing in the right direction. They are saying they are seeing in the wrong direction. Now, when we are on the side of victim, now when we are questioning from the common man's side, asking that how can an MLA who takes oath of the constitution, who clearly is responsible for the development of his jurisdiction, how can he take a brick and hit in the head of a common man who complains for the problem of his jurisdiction, of his properly constituency? But on those all questions, Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are quiet and they are not commenting. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi has kept his phone switched off and is not reachable since yesterday, since the time FIR has been registered, and this issue is getting on big and big, Nupur, because now BJP is in no mood to let Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi rest, sleep in peace or be quiet now, because they will be planning a protest outside Kejriwal's residence and also asking the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi to resign and say sorry to the victim and take the responsibility of the honors of the thing which he has done. We have been talking to BJP State President Adesh Gupta, who clearly states now BJP will go on streets if Aam Aadmi Party Akhilesh Tripathi will not resign, because this won't be accepted in Delhi. When people are asking for development, when people are asking for their own safety, security, they're asking that because of the open sewage and the problem in sewage, locals are being in problem. Now on all these things, MLA Akhilesh Tripathi, the way he has responded is clearly not accepted. And one thing also, people in his jurisdiction, in his constituency, who resides in Ashok Vihar and Jahangirpur area, they clearly are very much angry, Nupur, very, very much angry. We have heard the voices of the locals who live near Guddu Halwai's house, and they clearly are saying that they won't tolerate this. And now there will be many locals also who will not take their complaint.
All right, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Akhilesh Tripathi is on the phone line with us. Mr. Tripathi, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. To begin with, can you give us your version of what happened?
देखिए, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो व्यक्ति आपने वीडियो देखा होगा
जी, Mr. Tripathi, that's a very poor audio connection.
एक व्यक्ति जिसका नाम आप ले रही हैं, वो व्यक्ति इतना नशे में धुत है कि वो अपने पैरों पे भी खड़ा नहीं हो पा रहा है। Are you getting me? Hello?
Yes, please carry on.
हाँ, खड़ा भी नहीं हो पा रहा है और उस पर धोखा नहीं देगा।
Mr. Tripathi, that's a poor audio connection we have with you.
वो गलत आरोप लगता है और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी
Or I think, Mr. Tripathi, we're going to redial that connection to you, because that's a very poor audio connection. I can hardly hear what you're saying. But what I wanted to ask you, Mr. Tripathi, is that he says that you assaulted him with a brick. Well, we seem to have lost that audio connection. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But the justification that he gives us doesn't seem quite right, because he says he was drunk. Now, he did not answer the question whether he assaulted him or not. We're going to wait and watch for whether we can get that audio connection back. But if I could come back to you, Harsha. Harsha, you were saying that local residents of that area are now planning a protest against what happened. Give us more details.
Exactly, Nupur. We have been talking to the locals who live in that area near Guddu Halwai's house, and all of the residents who reside there are clearly stating that they will protest against MLA Akhilesh Tripathi because no one gives him the right to beat or assault a common man so badly, who will come with this complaint, because they people have voted for this MLA. They voted that the development would be done in their area, in their constituency. But since these years, no development has been done, and when asked about the development, such behavior from an MLA won't be justified, and they clearly are staging protests. Now they are in their own area and they are planning. The many BJP leaders are also arriving in their residential area. I'm talking to Guddu Halwai and Mahesh Babu. Guddu Halwai's left hand has got severe injury, and now he has gone to home from BJRM hospital. But yes, the locals are very angry. They are very agitated and very aggressive, and they are in mood that if the AAP MLA Akhilesh Tripathi or anyone from Aam Aadmi Party will come to that area to meet the victim, they will not entertain, and they will clearly protest against the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. Nupur, what we have heard just now, what MLA Akhilesh Tripathi was saying, clearly now he is saying that the victim was drunk, and he was there in saying ki nashe mein dhut tha. But if even he was drunk and he was giving a justified complaint of his constituency that there is a sewage problem, because as Ashok Goyal also stated that in that particular area, sewage is a big issue, sewage is a big problem. Since years, sewage or drainage system have not been looked into yet, and there's so much of a smell that anyone can get unconscious.
हेलो जी सर मैं अभिषेक यादव बोल रहा हूँ रिपब्लिक टीवी से। सर गुड्डू हलवाई का कहना है कि आपने उस पर जानलेवा हमला किया, उसके सर पर बहुत ही घातक वार हुआ है। तो सर, अगर वो अपनी कंप्लेंट बताने आपके पास आया था तो आपने उस पर हमला क्यों किया?
अच्छा बताइए, कंप्लेंट बताने का जगह क्या होता है?
सर वो कह रहा था कि वो आपसे मिलने गया था, बस डिस्कस करने गया था अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स, और आपने और आपके समर्थकों ने उस पर हमला कर दिया।
अच्छा, आपकी बातें बड़ी अच्छी लग रही हैं। वो पहले तो ये आ रहा है कि वो मिलने आया था। ये जो घटनास्थल बता रहे हैं वो तो मेरा दफ्तर है नहीं, ऑफिस नहीं है। पहली बात, जहाँ पे कंप्लेंट में बैठ के सुनता हूँ। दूसरी बात, वो व्यक्ति इतना नशे में धुत है जो है, लेकिन वो खुद ही नहीं।
लेकिन सर, अगर कोई इंसान अपनी तकलीफ लेकर आपके ऑफिस पे नहीं आता, अगर कोई इंसान तकलीफ लेकर आपके ऑफिस पे नहीं किसी और जगह आ जाता है, तो क्या आप उस पर हमला कर देंगे या आपके समर्थक उस पर हमला कर देंगे?
आप सुनेंगे तभी बता पाऊंगा।
जी मैं सुन रहा हूँ, आप कहिए। मैं सुन रहा हूँ, कहिए।
अभी जब वो व्यक्ति खुद ही नशे में इतना धुत है, खड़ा नहीं हो पा रहा है। वीडियो आपके पास आई होगी, नहीं आई है तो मैं भेज देता हूँ।
लेकिन किसी का नशे में होना हमें उस पर हमला करने का अधिकार नहीं देता सर, और आप एक पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं।
अरे सुन तो लीजिए भाई,
कहिए।
किस तरीके की भाषा का प्रयोग वो कर रहा है, मतलब एक किसी इंसान के लिए उस भाषा को प्रयोग नहीं किया जा सकता। एक दूसरी बात, इनके नेता अशोक गोयल कह रहे हैं कि सीवर का प्रॉब्लम है। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि सीवर आज तक वहाँ पर हमने पहली बार हमारी सरकार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के नेतृत्व में आई, और तब हमने सीवर डाला है, और सीवर का अभी कनेक्शन किसी को मिला नहीं है। अभी वो सीवर चालू नहीं हुआ है। जो चीज कभी कमीशन नहीं हुआ है, उसके खराब काम करने में या उसको ठीक से काम करने में नहीं, या खराब होने में कोई सवाल नहीं उठता। अभी चूंकि वो कमीशन ही नहीं किया गया सरकार की तरफ से सीवर, बस चंद 5 तारीख को, यानी कि कल के डेट में अभी 10 लोगों का पहला कनेक्शन लगाने के लिए 2000 रुपए का बिल जनरेट किया गया। उस 2000 का बिल जब जमा करेंगे तो वो 10 लोगों को कनेक्शन मिलेगा, वहाँ के लोगों को सीवर का। तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी वालों को ये भी नहीं पता कि आरोप क्या लगा रहे हैं वहाँ पर। जो सीवर फंक्शन भी नहीं है, कमीशन भी नहीं है सरकार की तरफ से, उसमें भी कमियां ढूंढ रहे हैं। तो अभी तो निर्माण की प्रक्रिया में है वो। तो ये इतने घटिया स्तर तक जा सकते हैं। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कल कह दिया था परसों विधानसभा में कि किसी भी तरीके से सरकारी मशीनरी का प्रयोग करके आम आदमी पार्टी को फंसाने की कोशिश करेंगे, और वो कर रहे हैं। हम देख रहे हैं कितना राजनीति का स्तर गिर गया है। आप ये देखिए, वो व्यक्ति जो होश में नहीं है, उसके बयान पर कोई चीज कानूनी कार्रवाई करना मुझे लगता है कि हास्यास्पद है। और अगर वो व्यक्ति होश में आ जाए, हो सकता है कि वो सही अपना वर्जन दे पाए। आप वीडियो भी चलाइए, जो वीडियो जोर जोर से गाली दे रहा है वो, उस वीडियो में मैं निवेदन करूंगा रिपब्लिक भारत से कि किस तरीके की भाषा का प्रयोग वहां चल रहा है, और वो झूठ है ऐसा व्यक्ति। तो एक पॉलिटिकल एजेंडे के लिए और राजनीति में आम आदमी पार्टी को विकास की राजनीति, ईमानदार राजनीति को कुचलने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है। ये बहुत निंदा का विषय।
क्या आपने मारा? क्या आपने गुड्डू हलवाई पर हमला किया? क्या आपने उसे ईंटे से मारा जैसा कि उसका आरोप है, जैसा कि गुड्डू हलवाई आरोप लगा रहा है?
मैं इतना हिंसक हूँ कि 8 साल से जो है मैं यहाँ MLA हूँ
जी,
और मैं आए दिन रोज मारता रहता हूँ लोगों को। ये वो कहना चाहता है।
लेकिन एक वीडियो गुड्डू
में ये है कि ये लोग वो लोग हैं जो लोग जोर से किसी को डांटना भी नहीं जानते।
नहीं, लेकिन एक वीडियो जारी किया गया है गुड्डू हलवाई की तरफ से, जिसमें साफ दिख रहा है कि उसका सर फटा हुआ है और खून निकल रहा है। तो क्या आपने गुड्डू हलवाई पर हमला किया, और क्या आपने पत्थर का, क्या आपने ब्रिक का, ईंटे का इस्तेमाल किया उस अटैक में?
मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा रिपब्लिक भारत से, आपकी टीवी चैनल से
जी, कि
आप वो वीडियो देख लीजिए जिसमें वो नशे में धुत है। वो खड़ा भी नहीं हो पा रहा, 2 लोग उसको खड़ा किए हुए हैं। वो आदमी अपने,
लेकिन सर आप कह रहे हैं कि वो नशे में डूबते, पर सवाल आप पर उठ रहे हैं, हमले के लिए सवाल आप पर उठ रहे हैं। तो इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? इस पर क्या सफाई?
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी द्वारा मैनिफेस्टेड ये पूरा है, और व्यक्ति खुद ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी में है। आप वो वीडियो जरूर चलाएं, मेरा निवेदन है, जिसमें जिस भाषा का प्रयोग एक ऐसे हम लोगों को लिए किया जा रहा है।
सर ये अभी फिलहाल आरोप और प्रत्यारोप का दौर, ये आरोप और प्रत्यारोप का दौर चल रहा है, लेकिन आप ये सफाई नहीं दे पा रहे हैं कि आपने हमला किया या नहीं। आपने अभी तक जवाब नहीं दिया कि आपने हमला किया है कि नहीं उस पर।
मैं तो ये मानता हूँ कि हम लोग 8 साल से मैं MLA हूँ, यहाँ तीसरी बार जीता हुआ हूँ। किसी एक व्यक्ति के खिलाफ तो कुछ ना कुछ अगर
सर, लेकिन अगर वो पीकर, अगर आपका जैसा आरोप है, जैसा कि आपका आरोप है कि अगर वो नशे में धुत थे, वो नशे में धुत होकर आए थे, तो आप उन्हें भेज सकते थे, आप उनसे बात नहीं कर सकते थे। लेकिन फिर ये मसला क्या हुआ, ये झगड़ा क्या हो गया, ये मारामारी क्या हो गई वहाँ पर?
भाई वो तो गलत आरोप है उसका बिल्कुल भी। और
लेकिन एक वीडियो, जिस वीडियो में वो गुहार लगा रहे हैं, आप चाहें तो हम आपको उनका वीडियो भी सुना सकते हैं, जिसमें वो हाथ जोड़कर गुहार लगा रहे हैं, और उससे दिख रहा है कि खून निकल रहा है, पट्टी बंधी हुई है, चोटिल वो दिख रहे हैं। तो ये चोट कहाँ से लगी होगी, और कैसे, फिर आप इस पर कैसे समझेंगे इस बात पर?
मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि मैं एक हमारे बहुत
जी कहिए।
पासवान जी, उनकी पत्नी का डेथ हुआ, उनको सांत्वना देने हम लोग 13वीं थी गए थे, और वहां पर तमाम CCTV कैमरे लगे हैं, उसकी भी पड़ताल हो जानी चाहिए। उसी मैं तो कहता हूँ कि मतलब बेबुनियाद आप किसी चीज पर कोई आरोप लगा दे, उस पर मैं इसीलिए कह रहा हूँ।
नहीं तो क्या आप क्या कह रहे हैं, ये कोई आपसी रंजिश का सवाल है? क्या आपने उन पर हमला किया किसी और कारण की वजह से, क्या आपको प्रोवोक किया गया? आप क्या कहना क्या चाह रहे हैं? आपने हमला किया उन पर, इसका कोई साफ जवाब है?
आपको क्या लगता है कि एक सीधा साधा इंसान किसी व्यक्ति को किसी बात के लिए मारने लगेगा?
नहीं, पर उनका आरोप तो यही है। आप इस आरोप पर क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं कि आपने हमला किया?
राजनीतिक रूप से राजनीति के रंग में रंगा हुआ है, और उसको आपको 1-2 दिन में पता चल जाएगा। आप ये भी चलाइए कि जो वीडियो में नशे में धुत है, उस व्यक्ति के बयान पर कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई करना या मेरे जैसे व्यक्ति को कोई बयान देना, मुझे लगता है ख्यातास्पद होगा।
देखिए, उनका नशे में होना तो एक अलग मसला है, लेकिन आपने जो आप पे आरोप लग रहे हैं एज अ पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव कि आपने हमला किया, इस पर आप इस पे सफाई कैसे दे रहे हैं? आप कैसे इनकार कर सकते हैं? क्या आप एक वीडियो रिलीज करेंगे? आप जो कह रहे हैं आपके पास रिकॉर्डिंग, क्या आप वो वीडियो डालेंगे ट्विटर पे?
सफाई देना है, लोग इन सब लोगों के बारे में जानते हैं, इसके बारे में, और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के परिवार के लोग हैं। यहाँ पर तो आदेश गुप्ता जी और ये तमाम इनके नेता।
सर आपकी सफाई पूरी समझ में आ रही है, लेकिन ये बात हाथापाई तक कैसे आ गई ये पता नहीं चल रहा है कि क्या आपकी तरफ से हमला हुआ, और अगर हुआ तो क्यों हुआ, कैसे हुआ। ये हाथापाई की जो बात इसमें आई है, इस पर सफाई नहीं मिल पा रही। आप पूरी कड़ियां जोड़ रहे हैं, आप पूरा का पूरा इवेंट बता रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मनगढ़ंत। और
लेकिन सर वो खून मनगढ़ंत नहीं हो सकता ना, जो खून के धब्बे उसके शर्ट पे लगे हैं, जो चोट उसके सर पे आई है, जो पट्टी उसके सर पर है, हम ये जानना चाहते हैं कि फिर आखिर ये चोट आई कहाँ।
राजनीति के राह पर चलते रहेंगे, हम इनसे डरने वाले नहीं है। सब तरीके के
हम आपसे फिर से एक सीधा सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि आपने हमला किया।
घूमते हैं, मिलते हैं लोगों से, मिलेंगे
जी। आप एक पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं, आपको जानते हैं लोग, इसीलिए हम पूछ रहे हैं कि क्या आपकी तरफ से हमला हुआ, क्या आपके समर्थकों ने हाथ उठाया, यही जानना चाहते हैं हम।
क्षेत्र के लोग ये भी जानते हैं कि ये लोग आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक इतने किस तरीके के सीधे निहायत लोग, सरल लोग हैं। वो कहते हैं यार इतने सरल लोग तो हमने देखे नहीं राजनीति में। तो
लेकिन सर हमारा सवाल घूम फिर कर फिर इसी मुद्दे पर आएगा कि क्या अगर आपकी तरफ से नहीं तो क्या आपके समर्थकों की तरफ से हाथ उठाया गया, क्या वहां हाथापाई हुई, क्या वहां पे किसी मुद्दे पर बहस हो गई, जैसा कि आप बार बार कह रहे हैं कि वो पी कर आए थे, वो नशे में थे, तो क्या इस बात पे आपको गुस्सा था कि वो नशे में थे? या
चाहता हूँ कि इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है, वो व्यक्ति अपने से गिरा या क्या हुआ उसका अच्छे से हो सकता होश में आए तो बता पाए। लेकिन मेरा यही कहना है कि इस तरीके की कुत्सित राजनीति जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के ईमानदार और विकासपरक राजनीति को कुचलने के लिए वो
आपकी तरफ से जो डिफेंस डाला जा रहा है वो ये है कि वो नशे में थे, वो बीजेपी के आदमी हैं। लेकिन ये सारी चीजें मायने नहीं रखती, किसी पर हमला करने का अधिकार नहीं दे सकती कि चाहे वो पिया हुआ हो, चाहे वो भाजपा का हो,
किसी को नहीं होना चाहिए। और अगर
तो क्या आपकी तरफ से हमला हुआ सर? हम फिर से यही पूछ रहे हैं, आखिर ये हमला हुआ किसकी तरफ से? फिर आपको इतनी जानकारी है, आपको अगर इतनी जानकारी है सारे के सारे मुद्दों की,
4 बार मैंने बता दिया कि आपको कि इस सब चीजों में कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। एक व्यक्ति जो है 8 साल से MLA है, जिसने आज तक किसी को कभी गाली नहीं दिया। व्यक्तिगत कोई मुकदमे नहीं है मेरे पास।
नहीं तो ये आरोप जो आप पे लग रहे हैं आखिर ये हमले के, और ये जो हम खून देख सकते हैं, वो आदमी का सर फटा हुआ है, वो सुना रहा है, और वो आप ही को क्यों कोस रहा है फिर? और
मार ले कोई आपने आपको
तो क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि ये हमला उसने खुद अपने आप पर किया? आप कह रहे हैं कि हमला क्या उसने खुद अपने आप पर किया? ये हमला, ये आपका ये कहना है कि उसने खुद पे हमला किया?
कहना चाहता हूँ कि उसको अब नशे से बाहर आने के बाद उसका बयान आने दीजिए। हो सकता है उसको एहसास हो कि गलत बोल गया है, तो
नहीं गलत नहीं सर। आप चाहें तो हम उसका बयान सुना दें आपको। मुझे लग रहा है आप अगर चाहें तो हम उसका पूरा डिटेल में आपको बयान सुना सकते हैं। शायद ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे आपकी बातों से कि आपने बयान सुना नहीं है वो, क्योंकि खुद पर हमला करना ये थोड़ा हास्यास्पद लग रहा है।
मुझे जो भरोसा है कि जब हम लोगों ने इस तरीके का कोई किसी व्यक्ति ने और वहाँ CCTV,
लेकिन सर आपकी उनसे मुलाकात तो हुई थी रात में, ये तो तय है।
पड़ताल करना चाहिए।
क्या ये बात तय है कि आपकी मुलाकात हुई थी उनकी? रात में आप लोगों की मुलाकात हुई?
मैं कह रहा हूँ CCTV कैमरे लगे हुए वहाँ, उसकी पड़ताल होनी चाहिए।
तो क्या आप कोई CCTV फुटेज शेयर करेंगे ट्विटर पे? क्या
सरकार ने लगाया है?
क्या आप अपना साइट पेश करने के लिए कोई CCTV फुटेज शेयर करेंगे ट्विटर पे अपनी तरफ?
मैं तो ये पेश कर रहा हूँ कि वो व्यक्ति नशे में किस तरीके से हम लोगों को गाली दे रहा है।
सर वो नशे में हो सकता है, वो भाजपा का आदमी हो सकता है, जैसे कि आप एलेज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो किसी को ये हक नहीं देता कि उस पर अटैक हो।
कानूनी कार्रवाई के दायरे में नहीं आता।
आप बार बार एक ही बात कह रहे हैं कि वो नशे में था, तो क्या उसने आपको गाली दी और उसके लोगों को क्या आपने अटैक किया? आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं? क्या आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि आपके समर्थकों ने प्रोवोक होकर उसके गाली गलौज से आप पर, क्या आप लोगों ने इसलिए अटैक किया उस पर?
ये बताइए, आप ये बताइए। एक मैं कह रहा हूँ इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है, गलत आप ये जो आप कह रहे हैं बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरी बात यह एक चीज मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि वहाँ पर CCTV है, निकलवाइए, वहीं से निकला हुआ है कि वो जोर जोर से गाली दे रहा है।
तो सर आपने तो उस व्यक्ति पर नशे में होने का, किसी पार्टी के होने का, गाली गलौज करने का आरोप लगा दिया, लेकिन इस बात पर अभी तक क्लैरिटी नहीं आई है कि क्या आपने या आपके समर्थकों ने उस व्यक्ति पर हाथ उठाया? और ये दिख रहा है कि उसका सर फटा है, खून बह रहा है, वो आवाज लगा रहा है, वो हाथ जोड़कर भी कह रहा है, तो आखिर हमला हुआ कैसे?
आपने नहीं दिया? बिल्कुल नहीं, वो उसको वो
और आपने तो ये तक किया अपने बयान में कि उस व्यक्ति ने खुद पर हमला करवाया, तो क्या फिर इस आरोप को कैसे बैकअप करेंगे?
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ इसमें सच्चाई नहीं है कि हमारे द्वारा या हमारे समर्थकों द्वारा कुछ किया गया। अंत में वो बोल रहा है कि इतना चोट लगा हुआ है कि खून लगा हुआ है
जी,
और वहाँ
जी।
डॉक्टर की एमएलसी और पुलिस की एमएलसी कहती है
सर वो
कि
पूरा
वो
पूरा
मामूली
हॉस्पिटल का
सा
रिकॉर्ड है,
खरोच है।
हॉस्पिटल का पेपर है हमारे पास जिसमें कि चोट की पूरी डिस्क्रिप्शन दी हुई है। और आप कहें तो हम दिखा सकते हैं, वो जो जिस अस्पताल में वो भर्ती हुआ था उसमें उस चोट के पूरा जिक्र भी है कि क्या चोट लगी और कैसी चोट है, चोट का नेचर। आप कहें तो वो भी हम
बिल्कुल आप बता सकते हैं, बिल्कुल बता सकते हैं।
तो फिर ये हुआ, ये हम यही जानना चाह रहे हैं कि सिलसिला हुआ क्या, कि वो पहुंचा आपके पास और जैसा कि आपका कहना है कि गाली गलौज शुरू हुई, क्या उसके बाद क्या मारपीट गाली के बाद हुई, क्या मारपीट गाली के बाद हुई, क्या प्रोवोक किया गया आपको या आपके समर्थकों को, ऐसा कहना चाह रहे हैं आप? क्या आप मारपीट से इंकार नहीं कर रहे हैं? क्या आप गाली गलौज और मारपीट से इंकार नहीं कर रहे हैं?
घटनाएं बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण होती हैं और इसको कानून अपना जांच कर रहा है। और
तो क्या आप कानून का सहयोग करेंगे? क्या जांच में पूरी तरह से सहयोग करेंगे आप? तो क्या आप जांच में पूरी तरह से सहयोग करेंगे? क्या आप जांच में पूरी तरह से सहयोग करेंगे?
देखिए, हाँ बिल्कुल, और मनगढ़ंत और बेबुनियाद और बिना सिर पैर का आरोप है। एक, मैंने आपकी बातों का पहला जवाब दे दिया। दूसरा जवाब ये कि क्या कोई व्यक्ति अगर किसी को नशे में धुत होकर या किसी भी हालत में गाली गलौज और गलत तरीके की भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहा है, वो कानून के दायरे में नहीं आता क्या?
लेकिन गाली गलौज करने के लिए कोई किसी को मार नहीं सकता। अगर कोई मुझे गाली दे तो मुझे कोई हक नहीं कि मैं उस पर हाथ उठाऊं। हाँ, मैं उसकी जरूर शिकायत करा।
कौन इसका समर्थन कर रहा है कि किसी को मारना चाहिए?
जी,
कौन कह रहा है? लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ एक चीज जब आ गया है कि वो कर रहा है तो भी कानून के दायरे में आता है। और जो अगर उसमें कानून पुलिस जांच कर रही है
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि उसका आपको अप्रोच करने का तरीका ठीक नहीं था। क्या आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से वो अपनी समस्या आपके पास लेकर आया वो तरीका सही नहीं था? आप ये कह रहे हैं? आप ये कह रहे हैं?
बात मेरा कहना यह कि समस्या ही नहीं है वो जो कह रहा है। तो पहला लाइन बेबुनियाद हो जाता है। इससे लगता है कि सब चीज मैनिफेस्टेड है।
लेकिन सर हमला आपकी तरफ से हुआ या नहीं? हमला आपकी तरफ या आपके समर्थकों की तरफ से हुआ या नहीं?
आप कह रहे शिकायत करने आया था। अब शिकायत ही उस बात की नहीं है कि फीवर में कोई दिक्कत है। जब फीवर वहाँ पर कमीशन नहीं हुआ सरकार की तरफ से, मैं आपको अभी व्हाट्सएप कर देता हूँ।
तो आप उन्हें ये कह सकते थे, आप गुड्डू, आप उन्हें ये बात कह सकते थे कि अभी तक ये कमीशन नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन फिर ये आखिर गाली गलौज तक बात कैसे आ गई?
क्या चाहते हैं कि आप क्या साबित करना चाहते हैं, बताइए।
नहीं, मैं कुछ साबित नहीं करना चाहता। मैं आपसे सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ। आप कड़ियाँ जोड़ रहे हैं तो उसी कड़ियों, आप जो कड़ियाँ जोड़ रहे हैं उसी कड़ियों से यहाँ पर जी कहिए
देखने की जरूरत है कि फीवर का जो मैटर उठाया गया है वहाँ पर वो कमीशन ही नहीं है।
लेकिन सर आप पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं, अगर आपके पास कोई समस्या नहीं लेकर आएगा तो किसके पास आएगा?
अरे भाई, जब वो अभी फंक्शनल नहीं हुआ सरकार की तरफ से तो उसकी शिकायत कैसे बन गई कि फीवर पर आया है?
तो ये वो आम जनता
नहीं जोड़ा गया उसमें।
तो कोई चीज यदि कमीशन नहीं हुई तो क्या आम जनता उससे सवाल नहीं पूछ सकती सर? वो हो सकता है कि वो पूछने आया हो।
यही तो बात है। लेकिन वो सवाल क्या है, आप सवाल तो देखिए। सवाल मैनिफेस्टेड है। सवाल
तो क्या आप ये कह रहे हैं कि उसके सवाल करने का तरीका ठीक नहीं था और इसलिए मारपीट हो गई? क्या यही हम समझना चाह रहे हैं कि आखिर बहस किस बात पे हुई?
आप चैनल वाले हैं, आपको मैं रोक नहीं सकता, लेकिन मैं ये कह सकता हूँ ये मनगढ़ंत तो बेबुनियाद है। लेकिन ये जो मुद्दा फीवर का लिया गया है, फीवर पहला कनेक्शन अभी 4 से 5 दिनों बाद पहला होगा, तब जाके उसमें पानी आएगा और वो उसमें से बहना शुरू होगा। अब जब उसमें पानी नहीं आ रहा तो ऊपर से ओवरफ्लो कहाँ से हो गया? मतलब एक बच्चा है नहीं और उसके बच्चे का नामकरण कर दे, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता ना।
ठीक है सर, आपने बड़ी डिटेल में अपनी पूरी बात रखी है। आपने बड़ी डिटेल में अपनी पूरी बात रखी है। आपने पूरी सफाई से अपनी बात रखी। तो मैं इसी बात से फिर से खत्म करूंगा कि आप कह रहे हैं कि हमला आपकी तरफ से नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जो जिस पर हमला हुआ है वो साफ साफ आप पे आरोप लगा रहा है। तो अब ओनस आप पर है कि आप प्रूफ करें कि हमला आपकी तरफ से नहीं हुआ। अब आप ये कैसे करते हैं, ये आपके ऊपर है। आप एक पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं।
ये जनता भी इस बात को साबित करेगी और आप लोग जानते हैं कि राजनीति से प्रेरित घटना है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सबसे निम्नतम स्तर पर पहुंच गई है। आम आदमी पार्टी के अरविंद केजरीवाल के ईमानदार और विकास की राजनीति से भयभीत।
लेकिन आपको ये प्रूफ करना पड़ेगा कि हमला आपकी तरफ से नहीं हुआ। मैं फिर से रिपीट कर रहा हूँ कि आपको ये फिर से प्रूफ करना पड़ेगा कि आपकी तरफ से या आपके समर्थकों की तरफ से अटैक नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि आरोप आप पर है और ये गंभीर आरोप
वहाँ पर
और इसके ऊपर रिएक्शन।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपके चैनल पे
जी ठीक है सर, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क से बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने अपनी बात रखी है सामने, अब जनता देखेगी क्या है। जी धन्यवाद।
All right, you just heard Republic TV confronting Akhilesh Tripathi, Aam Aadmi Party MLA. Remember, Delhi police has registered an FIR against Tripathi. The case has been registered in connection with the physical assault of two men. He, in that conversation with Republic TV, dodged questions, denied charges, and has called them false allegations, and even going on to say that the victim attacked himself. I want to go across to Harsha, who's tracking this story for us from ground. Harsha, we just heard Akhilesh Tripathi there speaking to Republic TV. He gave his version of events. Tell us what's happening right now and how can we expect this investigation now to go forward from here?
Now an FIR has been registered. A thorough investigation will take place. According to the DCP Northwest, Usha Rangnani, she clearly stated that investigation will start from today onwards, and MLA Akhilesh Tripathi will be sent someone as well. A team of Delhi police official will visit his residence and start the interrogation as well in this entire investigation. As the investigation is preliminary, more details could not be given by her. But one thing with the entire confrontation, which was done by Akhilesh Yadav, one thing is very clear, that in this entire confrontation, he never accepted that he assaulted, and he didn't had any words on the question of being of assaulting the victim. This clearly states that he was involved. The victim met him at the function. There was anger. He was, because he said everything about political, the issue being politically diverted, the issue being something else. The sewage is something else. The sewage issue is not. So this is a big news, big breaking, which Republic is carrying on. The story is going on, and we are bringing more live updates and more story updates on this story. Stay tuned. Keep watching Republic TV.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Good evening and welcome viewers. It's great to see you again. As they say in Sanskrit, Alpa Vidya Bhayankari, or little knowledge is dangerous. And that is the problem when a politician with little or no knowledge begins to go into detail about matters of spirituality and religion. Then they start assuming, these politicians, that their word is the last word on the subject. And that's why after Nupur, now Mahua Maitra is in trouble. And in the Mahua case, it is the social media inspired desperation in her to seek a headline that made her utter what she said about Kali, Ma Kali. But she's irrelevant. She's irrelevant. But the issue is not. And the issue is this. How is it that Nupur's comments spark complete outrage, but Mahua's becomes freedom of expression? Both are wrong. How is it that the Haridwar hate speech sparks tremendous outrage, but a call for beheadings in a public forum is okay? Both are wrong. And how is it, viewers, that insults to Ma Kali in the way that she is depicted are deemed by some as artistic, but if it is any other religion, it is deemed as absolutely blasphemous, unacceptable? How is it, viewers? Just how is it? Let's think about this tonight. Now, I can give example after example, but let's also think, how is it that the video of Kanhaiya Lal's killer Riaz giving an open threat for mass beheadings generates only perfunctory Twitter outrage? The perfunctory tweet, so that people putting out the tweet ensure that nobody questions them for not putting out a tweet. That's what I call a perfunctory tweet. But Yati Narsimanan's comments generate a tsunami of genuine outrage, unstoppable outrage. Both are wrong. And that is the point tonight, viewers. And some people are advising on Twitter now to take it easy, they are saying. They say, take it easy. These superficial elements. Also, politicians say, lighten up about comments on the depiction of Goddess Kali. Fact is, viewers, I didn't hear them say, lighten up, take it easy in an earlier context. Did you? Did you, viewers? I didn't. Did you? And that is why these people.
We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. We're getting some more breaking news coming in at this point of time, viewers. Police have arrested a Malayalam actor, Srijit Ravi, for allegedly indecent conduct toward two minor girls in public on July 4th. Case registered under the POCSO Act, Thrissur West Police. So this is big news coming in. Malayalam actor Srijit Ravi has been arrested by the Kerala police. This is a case pertaining to the act there, the act or the POCSO Act there. This is the big news coming in at this point of time. The incident, we believe, is reported to have taken place on July 4th in the Thrissur district. Joining me is Ashwin. Ashwin, take us to the details of this case, which has been registered under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act.
Srijit Ravi, who plays some roles minor roles in movies, have been taken into custody after he has been alleged to have done exhibitionism in front of young minors. Now, the police has picked up, the Thrissur West police has picked up Srijit Ravi after two children who were aged 9 and 14 had complained, about a certain person in a black car had come and flashed before them. And further to which the police accessed the CCTV visual to realize that it was an actor, Srijit, who had done it. He has been taken to custody. Earlier also, there has been similar cases which has been registered against Srijit, but earlier cases had went cold. But now he has been confirmed arrested by the Thrissur police under the POCSO case. He has been taken into custody. Now he'll also reportedly the actor has also confessed that he's also undergoing some behavioral disorder as well, and that is the reason he has done this act, is what he has claimed to the Thrissur West police also. Now, the parents of the schoolgirl had also raised this complaint, and because of which he has now been taken into custody. Now, in a short while, he'll also be produced in front of the magistrate as well.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Ashwin, on this latest development that we're getting, a pretty serious case there too, viewers. The police have arrested a Malayalam actor, Srijit Ravi, for the alleged indecent conduct toward two minor girls in public. This incident had happened on July 4th. The case has been registered under the POCSO Act. That's what the Thrissur West Police has told us. This is the big news coming in. Now, this incident of indecency had happened in public, which is more shocking, in fact. And as of now, the police has arrested the actor. All right, we're getting some more developments coming in this morning. Clashes have been reported in Kerur. 18 people have been arrested from both the communities. A gang war in Kerur, Section 144 has been imposed. This is the latest breaking development in the morning. As we get more inputs, we'll be telling you the details. For now, what we know is that a clash has been reported in Kerur. This is after a gang war happened there. Section 144 has been imposed as well. A couple of more inputs are coming in. In fact, let's take you through them. What we know so far is that a local person was allegedly involved in eve teasing of Hindu women. I'm being joined by Sagay, who will get us more details on this breaking development. Sagay, tell us what's happening and what is the reason behind Section 144 being imposed there.
gang war which was being reported between two communities, and few people try to give communal angle to that particular gang war. And today, 18 people were arrested who had involved in that gang war. What we get to learn was these were the petty issues where the communities have blamed each other that the youngsters were teasing the girls near the bus stop, which have resulted a gang war between the two groups. And now everything seems to be peaceful. 144 section has been imposed in Bagalkot district, and schools and colleges have been declared holiday. And people who were involved in this particular violence have already been arrested by the cops, and 3 of them also faced who suffered minor injuries in a stabbing incident. They're also shifted to the hospital, and even they are stable. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for joining us there, Sergey, with all those details. We'll be tracking the story very closely, and much more is coming up on the other side of this very short break. Fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case has been accessed. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder?
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai, and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is
Top national updates. A Sessions Court on Wednesday has issued a notice to the Gujarat government while hearing regular bail play filed by activist Teesta Setalwar, who is one of the 2 persons arrested by Ahmedabad Crime Branch recently on the charge of conspiring to falsely implicate innocent persons in connection with the 2002 communal riots. Well, much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. After a massive row, Kali director Leena Manimekalai remains unapologetic post another controversial picture.
The Agnipath recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street. Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support us.
Top sports update. Bangladesh has been fined 20% of their match fee for maintaining a slow over rate against the West Indies in the second T20I in Dominica. Bangladesh captain pleaded guilty to the offence and accepted the proposed sanction. Well, much more coming up on the other side after a massive row. Kali director Leena Manimekalai remains unapologetic post another controversial picture. Stay tuned.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street. Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
Citizens confront MLA over the sewage problem, but the Aam Aadmi Party MLA allegedly responds with a brick. Republic confronts Aam Aadmi Party's MLA Unapologetic Tripathi, blames the victim, says he was drunk. Furor over the Aam Aadmi Party MLA's actions, and FIR is filed, but will Kejriwal take action? After a massive row, Kali director Leena Manimekalai remains unapologetic, posts another controversial picture. Fresh footage of the Udaipur beheading case is accessed. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder? There is massive anger over Mahua Moitra's controversial remarks on Goddess Kali. The BJP says, take action or we will move court. Good morning and welcome. This is the Republic Media Network. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, even as the controversy over the smoking Kali poster continues, the filmmaker Leena Manimekalai, whose film poster created this massive furore, has remained unapologetic. Instead, she has posted yet another picture. This time, a man dressed as Shiva is seen smoking in the picture. We're going to just get that picture out for you, but there is a furore, of course, over her poster of her film Kali, which she had posted on Twitter. Now, she has, of course, remained unapologetic about it. She's not withdrawn it either. Instead, she's posted this new picture on Twitter again. I think we've got Harsha reporting on this. Harsha, what we are seeing right now is another picture that was posted by her on Twitter. Now, in this particular photograph, she says elsewhere ... and then there is this picture of a man who's dressed as Shiva smoking. So, what is the reaction that this is now getting?
Now, one thing is very clear that on one side, when Twitter is getting told, she's being told on Twitter to arrest Leena, and now one way she seems completely unapologetic. Apart from saying sorry, because there are many state governments who have registered FIR against this director Leena and have clearly said that if the film will be released in India, the movie will be banned and her arrest should happen as soon as possible. The movie will not be let to go on the screens and the huge protection will happen. But
Harsha, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. I'll come back to you in just a bit. Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla on the phone line with me. Mr. Poonawalla, you know, one was expecting an apology to come from this filmmaker, but that's not happened. Instead, she seems to be provoking yet again. These pictures that you see on your screen right now are of a man who's dressed as Shiva, who appears to be smoking. Your reactions to this?
This is not creative expression, this is deliberate provocation, and this deliberate provocation is done, Nupur, because they know they have an ecosystem backing them. The ecosystem of the left, of the Congress, the Trinamool Congress. What action has Trinamool Congress actually taken against Mahua Moitra? Nothing. Except for putting out a lousy tweet, they have taken no action on her. And therefore, these elements like Leena are emboldened because for a long time they have felt that abusing Hindus is secularism. Mocking Hindu Astha is progressivism, and therefore this ecosystem which is in support of the likes of Leena emboldens the likes of Leena to go ahead and put this deliberate provocation. The attempt seems to be to incite passions, to incite feelings, to provoke, and this is their modus operandi. I asked the ecosystem today from your channel, the likes of Mamata Banerjee, the likes of the Congress Party, what action will they take on Shagita Roop and on Mahua Moitra? Action, not tweets, not cosmetic words. What action will they do?
Right, absolutely. Mr. Poonawalla, you know, there is a thin line between freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and trying to hurt someone's religious sentiments. Do you think that this thin line has now been crossed, you know, in a wider sense of things, not just by this particular poster, but also comments that were made earlier by Ms. Moitra?
You see, Ms. Mahua Moitra is a serial offender. She had mocked the Shivling. She had called Brahmins Chotiwala Rakshas. Sayoni Ghosh of Trinamool Congress had tweeted a very objectionable picture, but she was given a ticket. Kunal Ghosh had said something about Ma Sita. So this is continuous deliberate provocation done for the sake of vote bank politics. And the question is that is freedom of expression only for one religion? Abusing one religion is freedom of expression. And if you say anything about other religion, that's tanse juda. So this kind of double standard, the so-called freedom of speech lobby will tell you that in other religions cases don't say a word. Otherwise, tanse juda is also fine. It's kosher. But in this particular case, if the person keeps abusing and mocking Hindu Astha, the same freedom of speech gang will come out and justify it, defend it. So this double standards also reflects the mindset of that ecosystem, and this ecosystem needs to be called out today.
All right, Mr. Poonawalla, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Harsha, I'm going to come back to you. Harsha, any reactions that we are getting to this tweet? Now, obviously, this is not the first time she's doing something like this, and there are 2 FIRs which have been lodged against her. One of them, of course, is in Uttar Pradesh. The other is in Delhi.
Exactly, Nupur. One in Delhi, one in Uttar Pradesh, and as well as in Madhya Pradesh also. The Home Minister Narottam Mishra has clearly stated that if arrest will not be made sooner, then a FIR will be registered in Madhya Pradesh as well. And now continuous reactions are coming in, Nupur, because as Shehzad Poonawalla stated, a charade of mocking religious Hindu sentiments by all these. If we talk about Mahua Mitra, if we talk about Sora Bhaskar, if we talk about Kunal Ghosh, that is being done. And hurting religious sentiment, Hindu religious sentiment, is very common amongst them, and now no action has been taken against Mahua Mitra as well. BJP leaders, if we talk about Tarun Chugh, if we talk about Ram Kadam, have been clearly stating that now banning the movie will not happen. Now arresting Leena will only solve the situation, because she have been mocking Hinduism since long. First the entire nation was accepting an apology from director Leena, but now she has again posted a photo on Twitter where a man dressed in costume of Shiva is seen smoking, which clearly states her freedom of speech and her mindset, what she thinks about Hinduism. And on one side, when Sora Bhaskar comments that there is a deep diversity in Hindu religion, a freedom of speech is intact and it should happen, they are clearly mocking it, and they are clearly stating it that what they are saying is clearly right. If they are showing Goddess Kali smoking cigarette, that is right. A man dressed in Shiva costume is smoking cigarette is right. It is his freedom of speech. But clearly that is not being acceptable in our country, because there are many leaders, many Hindu religious organizations, be it Hindu Sarv Samaj, be it VHP, be it RSS, be it many political leaders who are coming in front and asking for the arrest of Leena as soon as possible. And now she has again incited rage and anger amongst Hindus after posting one more post on Twitter. She is clearly unapologetic, not giving any apology, and apart from saying sorry in the Twitter, she is saying one should make a hashtag love Leena Manik Malai. So this is her mindset, which clearly makes understand that no FIR has made an impact on her. She has clearly got summons, she has clearly got mail from Delhi IFSO unit and UP police as well. She is in Toronto right now, not in Madras as well, but yes, she has no fear of law, and therefore continuous posts like that is inciting rage and anger amongst Hindu people as well, Nupur.
But just to tell our viewers that Twitter had in fact pulled down her earlier tweet, but we are waiting to see if this one is acted upon against the TMs. What we are given to understand is that even as there are multiple FIRs registered against her, we haven't really heard from her yet. Now, Harsha, I wanted to come back to you on this one. Now, Harsha, she of course is in Toronto. She posted the first picture from there, and the second one we assume is coming from there as well. Now, the Indian High Commission had reached out to the government over there, asking them to even remove the film that she had put out at the Aga Khan Museum. But what more action has the Indian government asked for to be taken in Toronto?
No, but she have been given few days time, because according to the procedure, Delhi IFSO unit when first registered an FIR against her, a formal mail was sent to the Toronto-based filmmaker to reach the police station as soon as possible, to come to Delhi and start and come and cooperate with the interrogation and with the investigation. The Delhi IFSO unit contacted the General Consulate of India in Toronto as well, and they approached Canada government to take down the poster which was placed in Aga Khan Museum in Canada, because a huge population of Hindu resides in Canada as well, which was seen protesting outside Aga Khan Museum. And till now, we have been trying to talk to Toronto-based filmmaker and even Delhi police official, be it the GCP of IFSO unit. They have not been in touch with Toronto-based filmmaker Leena Manik Malai. Her PR agency is yet not responded to any mail which police officers have sent. The investigation is in the preliminary stage, but yes, in further days, her problem are going to rise more and more, because if she will not respond in coming 1 or 2 days, a Delhi police official will send a court summon to Leena Manik Malai. Even a team could reach to Canada, Toronto as well, along with the General Consulate of India officers as well. An arrest could be made in further days if she will not appear as soon as possible. So problem for her are going to arise in coming days if she goes on posting such posts and if she goes on not responding to Delhi police like this. So it clearly seems that her problem and distress will rise, because Consulate of India, which is in Toronto, is in touch with the Canada government to let her come to Delhi as soon as possible, because she's a Madras based, her house is in Madras, and whatever the PR agency, they have been contacted and they have not sent any statement from her side yet.
All right, as you're pointing out, of course, this is seen as perhaps as deliberate provocation. It is seen perhaps as someone who's not willing to apologize, but who's not willing to keep quiet either. Harsha, what are the political reactions that we are getting to this now?
We are continuously talking Nfir, to many political leaders. We have been in touch with Chakrapani, we have been in touch with Vinod Bansal from VHP, Alok Jain from VHP, and along with it, we just had word from Shehzad Poonawalla as well. So even the Congress, even the other TMC leaders, and even many celebrities and BJP political leaders are not happy with her continuous provocation and remarks.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute. Stay with us. This is what Mahua Moitra has tweeted. This is a poem, I understand, that she's written. She's penned it, and it's on your screens right now. She says, "Be careful, Mahua. Be careful." They said to her, "You'll end up getting jailed. Thank you for your concern," she said, "but I think that ship has sailed. What does being careful actually mean? What does it entail? You mean be quiet, don't make a sound, while our freedom they assail. Be careful is what got us here. Being careful sealed our fate. Too many of us too scared to speak against the march of hate. The universities were the first to go. Then it was the journos' turn. Then the farmers and the activists, and now our country burns. Perhaps if we had spoken up when we all had the chance, the devil wouldn't have had gotten as far as he has in his deadly dance." So that's what she has said in this. So this again being seen perhaps as provocation coming in from Mahua Moitra. I'm going to come back to you on this one, Harsha. As far as Mahua Moitra is concerned, the TMC hasn't taken any action against her, but they have publicly criticized her for what she said so far.
After she's receiving so much backlashes from the Twitter, from the TMC as well. Yesterday we saw how she unfollowed TMC after TMC party made themselves away from Mahua Moitra's statement. And we also saw how Saugata Rao, the TMC senior leader, clearly stated that he doesn't stand with Mahua Moitra's statement. Now she pens it down. But Nupur, we have seen Mahua Moitra previous statements also when Gyanvapi Masjid matter was going on, and how she commented on Shivling. So this is not the first time when Mahua Moitra also has said something which doesn't go along well with the Hindu community. And now after yesterday, when she first commented on Kali poster, she was supported by celebrity Swara Bhaskar as well and Kunal Ghosh as well. Now all these people are not being taken very seriously, and it is clearly being said that they have been provocating and giving provocation marks against Hindu community since long. And when Swara Bhaskar and Mahua Moitra say that this freedom of speech is something else and it is being wrongly judged by the Indian community, by the Hindu community, now it clearly suggests that now after receiving so much backlash, she is being continuously criticized, but doesn't feel like she is still sorry about the statement which she mentioned yesterday, Nupur.
Absolutely. We haven't really seen the TMC act against her so far, but other political parties, of course, asking for action to be taken against Mahua Moitra, I beg your pardon, of the TMC. Harsha, now these are two separate incidents that, of course, we understand that several FIRs have been filed against Mahua Moitra as well.
Exactly, one FIR from the constituency she stands for. The Krishna Nagar constituency, the BJP has made an FIR, lodged an FIR against her, and FIR has been lodged in Krishna Nagar constituency as well to arrest Moya Mitra for her statement which she made yesterday. And Nupur, we in fact saw a huge protest by BJP female organization and by BJP leaders over there in Kolkata, how they were protesting outside police station.
I'm going to come back to you, Harsha. Mr. Ghosh on the phone line with me. Mr. Ghosh, good morning. Mr. Ghosh, we have another tweet that's coming in from Mahua Moitra, where she seems to suggest that freedom of speech has been assaulted. But the point, Mr. Moitra, is that there's a very thin line really between freedom of speech and hurting someone's religious sentiments. And it would appear to many rather, that line is now being breached.
देखिए, चाहे वो कुछ भी क्लैरिफिकेशन दे, लेकिन जिस सिचुएशन से आज देश गुजर रहा है, जो घटना हुई है, जो पोस्टर आया है, उस पोस्टर के ऊपर लोगों का भावना भड़का है। जब सिगरेट पीना कोर्ट ने मना किया है, गैर कानूनी है, और आप माँ काली को इस ढंग से पेश करेंगे तो स्वाभाविक लोग भड़केंगे, और उस समय उसका समर्थन में आप स्टेटमेंट देना, ये दोनों बहुत गलत काम है। इसका हम कंडेम करते हैं। इतना ही, एक जिम्मेदार पॉलिटिशियन के रूप में आपसे लोग इस प्रकार आशा नहीं करते हैं। देश जब नाजुक स्थिति से गुजर रही है, उस समय आप उसमें चोट कर रहे हैं, और तो स्वाभाविक लोग प्रतिक्रिया देंगे, प्रतिकार होगा, प्रतिवाद होगा और अनरेस्ट होगा। ये नहीं होना चाहिए। बाकी जो हो गया उसका ऊपर कार्रवाई हो रही, कोर्ट है, कानून है, करेगा। इसके पहले भी जो घटना हुई उसका ऊपर भी कार्रवाई हुई है, लेकिन उसको आगे बढ़ा करके आप इस प्रकार उत्तेजना फैला रहे हैं, इसका हम भी विरोध करते हैं और एक पॉलिटिशियन को इस प्रकार शोभा नहीं है।
जी मिस्टर दिलीप घोष, क्या आपको लगता है कि टीएमसी को महua मोइत्रा के खिलाफ कार्यवाही करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी उन्होंने पब्लिकली उनके कमेंट को कंडेम किया है, बट बियॉन्ड दैट वी हैव नॉट सीन एक्शन टेकन।
जो लोग रास्ता में उतर करके नुपुर शर्मा का फांसी मांग रहे हैं, डिमांड कर रहे थे, वो केवल कंडेम करने से जिम्मेदारी पूरी हो जाती है क्या? अगर भाजपा और उन पर कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं, नुपुर शर्मा को बहिष्कार कर सकता है, उस पर एफआईआर हो सकता है, तो क्यों नहीं होगा महua मोइत्रा का साथ होना चाहिए। पार्टी हिम्मत दिखाए कि हम कंडेम करते हैं, मतलब कुछ कार्रवाई करना चाहिए ना। नहीं तो महua मोइत्रा पहली बार नहीं बोल रही है, पार्लियामेंट में भी इस प्रकार कई बार कमेंट किए जिसका ऊपर उनको भर्त्सना किया गया, स्पीकर ने खुद किए हैं, और फिर दोबारा ऐसा काम करते हैं तो नेचुरली लोग डिमांड करेंगे तो आप कुछ कार्रवाई करके दिखाए, नहीं तो आगे कुछ और भी कर सकते हैं।
All right, Mr. Dilip Ghosh, the BJP's National Vice President, thank you very much for joining us over there, saying that Mahua Moitra has hurt people's religious sentiments by making those comments and the TMC needs to act against her. I'm going to go back to Harsha on the ground, who's bringing us the latest in terms of political reactions as well. Harsha, so far we've seen the TMC come out and voice their opposition to the statement that was made by Mahua Moitra. But beyond that, we haven't really seen action being taken. What are you hearing from your sources? Is action against her from within the party likely to be taken at all?
थैंक यू। और इसलिए हम सबको अपनी जिम्मेदारी भी जो है वो ईमानदारी के साथ पूरी भी करनी चाहिए, महसूस भी करनी चाहिए। इसलिए हर वक्त जो है सितारों के आगे जहाँ और भी है, अभी वक्त के इम्तहान और भी है, और हर इम्तहान में आप अव्वल दर्जे से पास हों और पूरी मेहनत के साथ, पूरे परिश्रम के साथ, पूरे कमिटमेंट के साथ आगे बढ़ते रहें, यही सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Well, that was, of course, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi speaking to the media after his resignation. All right, I'm going to go back across, and now we're going to play out those reactions that we've got from politicians over the furor.
The fresh tweet by alleged filmmaker Leena shows that this is not creative expression. It is in fact deliberate provocation. Is abusing Hindu gods equals to secularism? Is insulting Hindu Astha equal to liberalism and progressivism? The likes of Leena, who has tweeted again in this particular manner, are emboldened because she knows she has the backing of an entire ecosystem. The ecosystem which includes Congress Party, Trinamool Congress, left, who always think that abusing Hindu Astha is necessary for getting vote bank support and is equal to pseudo-secularism. Therefore, no action has been taken by TMC even now on Mahua Moitra. They have only tweeted against her. but they haven't really taken any action against her. And this ecosystem is emboldening the likes of Veena and is encouraging her to continue to abuse, insult and mock Hindu Astha on a daily basis. This is not about creative expression, it is about deliberate provocation.
All right, so that's the BJP that's reacting to this new tweet that has come in from the director of the film Kali. It's a documentary film which has been showcased at the Aga Khan Museum in Toronto. The director, of course, had earlier also tweeted a poster, the one that's on the left-hand side. Thereafter, she's posted another picture again with the remark elsewhere. Now, these pictures, of course, continue to come even as there are FIRs that have been filed against this particular director. There are FIRs in 3 states. And here's a look at some news in brief now. Within a week of the security breach of the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's residence, the West Bengal Home Department has announced the transfer of 15 IPS officers Wednesday. Notably, the director Vivek Sahai has been replaced by the ADG and IGP Piyush Pandey. One person has died in a landslide caused by incessant rains that took place at the Panjikal village in Dakshin Kannada district, according to Dr. Rajendra KV, the Deputy Commissioner there. 3 people have been rescued, out of which 1 is in critical condition and has been admitted to hospital. The Reserve Bank of India on Wednesday said that it had decided to engage Mumbai-based Hansa Research Group to conduct field work for the July 2022 round of Consumer Confidence and Inflation Expectation Service. Now, the Reserve Bank of India has been regularly conducting inflation expectation surveys of households. The survey aims at capturing subjective assessments of households on price movements and inflation. Madhya Pradesh's Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has said that when Kamal Nath was the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, he used to threaten the police and administration and continues to do so amid the Madhya Pradesh local body elections. The Chief Minister even said that the Saffron Party is using police, money and administration in local body elections. After a clash broke out between the BJP and Congress workers in Madhya Pradesh's Indore, the former's election office in the city was vandalized. The incident took place on the 5th of July. The incident came a day ahead of urban local body elections covering 11 municipal corporations in Madhya Pradesh. Even during polling that took place yesterday, incidents of violence and clashes were reported. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting Varanasi on the 7th of July to celebrate the completion of 100 days of Uttar Pradesh government's second term. During the visit, Prime Minister Modi will lay the foundation stone worth about 1,300 crore rupees and inaugurate 33 projects in the state. While the hunt for the 8th accused, Shamim Ahmed, is still on, all 7 accused arrested by the NIA have now reached Mumbai. They might be produced before an NIA court today. The transit remand for these accused is in place till the 8th of July. A new CCTV footage has now surfaced in the Kanhaiya Lal murder case, and it has come to light that Mohammed Gauss and Riaz initially created a video in SK Engineering Workshop and then spread it widely when they made their getaway after killing Kanhaiya Lal. Along with checking the CCTV and moving forward with its investigation, the NIA team has also arrived and investigated at the petrol station. The wife and the son of Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to testify in an ongoing money laundering investigation against him. According to officials, Abdullah Azam Khan and his wife Fazeen Fatma, both MLAs from the Suwar constituency in Uttar Pradesh, have been asked to depose separately before the ED's regional office. While braving the odds, the rescuers of the 2nd Battalion of the ITBP reached out to wreckage of a car for 2 missing persons at a strong midstream of the Bias River. Now, the car with 3 passengers fell into the river near Hanuman Mandir on National Highway 3 on the Chandigarh-Manali highway at around 1:30 in the morning on the 6th of July. 1 person was rescued.
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. It's great to see you again. As they say in Sanskrit, Alpa Vidya Bhayankari, or little knowledge is dangerous. And that is the problem when a politician with little or no knowledge begins to go into detail about matters of spirituality and religion. Then they start assuming, these politicians, that their word is the last word on the subject. And that's why after Nupur, now Mahua Moitra is in trouble. And in the Mahua case, it is the social media inspired desperation in her to seek a headline that made her utter what she said about Kali, Ma Kali. But she's irrelevant. She's irrelevant. But the issue is not. And the issue is this. How is it that Nupur's comments spark complete outrage, but Mahua's becomes freedom of expression? Both are wrong. How is it that the Haridwar hate speech sparks tremendous outrage, but a call for beheadings in a public forum is okay? Both are wrong. And how is it, viewers, that insults to Ma Kali in the way that she is depicted are deemed by some as artistic, but if it is any other religion, it is deemed as absolutely blasphemous, unacceptable? How is it, viewers? Just how is it? Let's think about this tonight. Now I can give example after example, but let's also think, how is it that the video of Kanhaiya Lal's killer Riaz giving an open threat for mass beheadings generates
The headlines at 10:30. After smoking Kali Rao, director provokes again. Ignites smoking Shiva Rao now. It's provocation encore, but Mahua Moitra swings into poetry mode, even as Kali 2.0 sparks massive debate. Citizens confront MLA over sewage problem, but AAP MLA allegedly responds with a brick.
जीवन 6-7 साल हो गए, आज तक नहीं बना। अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने ईंट मारी है।
Republic confronts AAP MLA. Unapologetic Tripathi blames victim, says he was drunk.
आदमी बोलते हो तो आम आदमी को क्यों मारा आपने और ऐसी हालत में चले भी गए?
Furor over AAP MLA's actions. FIR filed, but will Kejriwal take action? Fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case accessed. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder? You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic TV. I'm Rukma with you, and in the top story of the hour, breaking news now, Delhi police have registered an FIR against MLA Akhilesh Tripathi. This is the MLA who hit one of the members of his constituencies with a brick when he complained about the sewage system in the area. So FIR registered against MLA Akhilesh Tripathi. The case has been registered in connection with the physical assault of two men.
The injured have been shifted to hospital. Let's listen in to know more about the issue at this point of time.
ऐसा जो था ना, हमको गुलाम है, हमको भी ले जा रहे खींच के, उनका शैडो 3-4 थे और शैडो ले जा रहे खींच के, मेरा जो मारी है करना पड़ा कर लियो, ऐसा जो मेरा गुलाम है, नो करे ऐसा जो गुलाम है, देख के क्या करेगा, और लालबाग को मैं बिल्कुल गंद कर दूंगा, ये कर दूंगा, लालबाग वो खरीद रखा है, ऐसे बोला था गाली दे के, केवल मैंने सीवर के बारे में हमारे बहनों ने कहे खाली कह दी, मेरे से भी ये बोला कि लालबाग का सीवर 6-7 साल हो गए, आज तक नहीं बना। ईंट मारी है अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने, अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने ईंट मारी है, देखो जी सामने पड़ते हैं, खून निकल रहा है।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा गुड्डू हलवाई।
गुड्डू, क्या बात हुई थी?
मैं साहब काम करने गया था, मेरा नाम है गुड्डू हलवाई। मैं काम कर रहा था, पूड़ियाँ सेकने जा रहा था, मैं लोइयाँ तोड़ रहा था, तो वहाँ पे अखिलेश त्रिपाठी आए हुए थे, तो मैंने कहा कि आपका काम तो बहुत बड़े हैं, हमारे लालबाग को तो आप सुधार नहीं पाए, आपके सीवर तो आज तक डल नहीं पाए, हमारा रोड 6 साल से बेकार पड़ा है, टट्टी बह रही है अभी तक। अभी उन्होंने कहा तू केजरीवाल को गाली दे रहा है, उन्होंने उठाया मुझे, उन्होंने ईंट मारी मेरे सिर पे आके, बहुत तेजी से फटा पड़ा है मेरा सिर, और उन्होंने उल्टा सीधा और गालियां दी मुझे। मेरे एक साथी थे वर्कर, मेरे साथ काम कर रहे थे, उन्होंने मुझे बचाना चाहा, उन्हें भी मारा, उन्होंने बहुत बुरी तरीका से मारा है, उसे भी कपड़े सारे फटे हुए हैं, सर देख लो आप भी। मैं आप केजरीवाल से हाथ जोड़ के प्रार्थना करता हूं कि ऐसा अखिलेश त्रिपाठी को मेरे इलाके में विधायक ना बनाए, इसकी वजह टिकट किसी और को दे, वरना अन्यथा ये जीतेंगे नहीं अगली बार।
मारने के रीजन क्या था? क्या पहले से भी कोई कहा सुनी हुई?
कोई आज तक नहीं, मेरी कोई कंप्लेन नहीं है किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में और किसी देश में और किसी दिल्ली में, आज तक मेरी कोई कंप्लेन नहीं होगी। मैं आज तक हाथ जोड़ के रहा हूँ, हाथ जोड़ के ही रहना चाहता हूँ साहब, और मैंने उनको टच तक नहीं करा है, सिर्फ मैंने मार खाई है।
उनके साथ में कितने लोग थे?
उनके साथ 4-5 लोग थे साहब।
अच्छा, 4-5 लोग? मैं
अकेला था साहब।
आपको ईंट किसने मारी थी?
अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने मारी थी साहब।
खुद को उन्होंने
मारी थी, उठ के खाना परोसे हुई थाली छोड़ के आकर के मुझे मारी थी,
खा रहे थे और खाना,
और मैं उसके गवाह दे सकता हूँ, वहाँ के लोग।
Hallwai speaks out against AAP MLA Akhilesh Tripathi, who he alleges hit him with a brick. Now, police have registered an FIR against Tripathi, and of course, we'll be keeping track of that. Harsha, reporter on the ground, to tell us all the latest updates as they happen. Meanwhile, there's other breaking news coming in now from down south in Karnataka. An update from Bidar in Karnataka, dramatic visuals of a train colliding with a truck. And these are the visuals that Republic TV has accessed. And there you can see the train smashing that truck out of the way. Of course, the train stops immediately after the accident takes place.
रुकास्ता रुकास्ता
So those are the visuals there of a train accident as the train collides with a truck that stands on its way. Of course, the train stops immediately after it hits the truck just a short while later. But there you can see in those visuals Well, we do not know more details about the accident as of yet, whether there was anyone in the truck, what damage, if there is any, has been caused. But as of now, those visuals tell their own story. And moving on to news and latest updates on the Smoking Kali controversy. Even as the controversy over the Smoking Kali poster continues, filmmaker Leena Manimekalai, whose film poster created such a furor, remains unapologetic and has posted yet another picture. So filmmaker Leena Manimekalai, unapologetic after having stoked a row. Could it be correct, as some of her critics have said, that this was just a means to gain publicity? Now she has posted another picture, this time depicting Shiva. Well, two people rather, dressed as Shiva and the other in the garb of a goddess, even as a row has been stoked over her having depicted a woman dressed as Kali and smoking. And even as some states have lodged FIRs and the allegation against her, the uproar has been caused by the fact that she seems to, not mind offending sentiments of the Hindu community at all, considering that she is totally unapologetic. Now there's a new twist in the story. She has posted another picture. And the Kali controversy escalating once again. Harsha, we are seeing another picture. Now Leena Manimekalai, totally unashamed, totally unapologetic. Even as there is this furor, this uproar across the country, the call is that she should be brought to book. Give us your perspective.
Yes, on one side we are seeing there's a huge demand amongst their communities in India and in Canada as well to arrest director Leena Manimekalai. She is right now only taking it to Twitter and not available for investigation and interrogation with Delhi Police IFCO unit or to the UP Police unit also, who have registered FIR against director Leena Manimekalai. Now she has taken to Twitter and said that she is afraid. She's not feeling safe she's not feeling safe. She feels distressed because this whole country, which is the nation of democracy, has become a nation of hate speech. Now the hate machine, this she has sent this statement she has posted on Twitter. Now, apart from giving apology for the things she had posted earlier, be it the Kali smoking cigarette, the Kali poster in which goddess Kali shown smoking cigarette, or the next post which she had posted where a man dressed is shown as a Shiva smoking cigarette. No, in both for both the posts, she's not apologetic. She has not sent any sort of apology, but now she says she doesn't feel safe anywhere, be it Toronto, be it India. She's not safe anywhere. Now she's talking about her safety concerns, but on the other side, the entire nation is saying that she should be sorry for her deeds, for her post, for her Twitter statement. On one side, IFCO units are directly in touch with Twitter handles the Twitter official for taking down her tweets and to officially for some time suspend her Twitter account as well. Her initial post on Kali has been taken down by Twitter, but now again back-to-back two tweets she has done. Now the further investigation will take on her matter, but right now the filmmaker is in Toronto, not ready to speak to any of the Delhi Police unit or the General Consulate of India unit who is in Toronto and have approached Canada government to hand her over to Indian government for further interrogation. Clearly, she is being supported by so many forces, so many people who are backing her up. We have seen several tweets of Mahua Moitra as well, Surabhaskar also, Kunal Ghosh also. There's a section of people who are supporting her, but yet in the political area where we are seeing the TMC has not supported, they have conducted Mahua Moitra's statement. We are also seeing how Congress government has also said, Congress leaders have also said that the post of director Leena cannot be supported, and her movie should be banned as well if it gets released in India. So these are the situations right now for director Leena. Tweet on tweet, she's continuously sending tweets on tweet.
Right, Harsha, we'll be coming back to you. Stay with us. But right now we have on the phone BJP leader and spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla. Mr. Poonawalla, we are seeing that Leena Manimekkalai, that's the director of the film Kali, and well, she remains unapologetic. What would you say about a young filmmaker who has perhaps a lot of talent and who could be using it for, to communicate with the masses, clearly having the allegation that, she's offending the sentiments of an entire community, clearly having no effect on her?
But she is a deliberate provocateur, and she is deliberately provoking in the name of creative expression. And secondly, if you see her latest tweet, doesn't it read exactly like the script of Rahul Gandhi on international soil? Please read the words. She has now started abusing India itself. First, it started with Hindu bashing. It started with god and goddesses of Hindu religion. Abusing them was secularism, and now abusing entire country, calling India the largest hate machine. India is the largest hate machine. Who else said this? Who said kerosene छिड़क दिया है पूरे देश में? Who is using this language on foreign soil? It is Rahul Gandhi. So she has now started enunciating and articulating the script of the ecosystem that is backing her continuously. And therefore, even in the first phono reaction I've given you, the ecosystem of left Congress, Trinamool Congress must come out and tell us, do they A, categorically condemn this? B, what action will Congress take on Tharoor, and what action will TMC take on Mahua Mitra? Because they have not taken any action. They have only tweeted. And therefore, this emboldens the entire likes of Leena to come out and provoke deliberately, and now she's using as if she's quoting from the script of Rahul Gandhi. This is exactly the script of Rahul Gandhi in foreign soil. You can put two windows and see the comparison. Rahul Gandhi says Indian institutions have gone away. There's no democracy left. Their democracy is on fire here. Kerosene छिड़क दिया है. And now Miss Leena, who perhaps got the same script as Rahul, is saying that the largest democracy has become the largest hate machine. This is all a ploy to defame India at an international platform, to make India look intolerant, to make India look undemocratic. This is a sabotage. This is a sarjish. This is a toolkit that is operating. And the orchestrators of this toolkit, well, their hands are visible today.
Right. Mr. Poonawalla, as you're saying, if I would say that there's a deliberate attempt to malign India's image, even as well, they are just voicing one side of the story. On the other hand, we have people here, a large chunk of our population who revere Kali as a goddess and who believe in her wholeheartedly. Their sentiments have been hurt, but there's nobody to speak out on their behalf. So you see this, would you agree if I said there's a deliberate attempt by an ecosystem to malign India's name? Well, Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla there on the phone line speaking about the latest in the Kali's Smoking Kali poster controversy, where director Leena Manimekkalai has tweeted another picture. And moving on to other breaking news stories. Here on Live and Breaking, 66 corporators from Thane have joined Eknath Shinde. So more leaders, originally under Uddhav Thackeray, are now leaving him to join Eknath Shinde. That's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde of Maharashtra, Shiv Sena leader, and now 66 corporators leave Uddhav Thackeray to join Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Alisha, tell us more about this latest development. 66 corporators now dump Uddhav for Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
Well, yes, it's another toll to Uddhav Thackeray because 66 corporators from Thane have joined Eknath Shinde camp. They met Eknath Shinde in the presence of Thane Mayor, and of course I showed the support to Eknath Shinde. We even remember that Uddhav Thackeray held a meeting with the corporator itself, asking them to be prepared for the local election. But this is now, I find, something
a major jolt to Uddhav Thackeray, clearly stating that the corporators from Thane, and even Rukma, if you remember, Republic was the first to break the story that there are corporators from Thane, because Thane is the constituency of Eknath Shinde, and they have been showing the support to Eknath Shinde as well. But right after he been swearing as the chief minister, there were many of the posters, the banners that were put forth in Thane district, and they were showing support to Eknath Shinde. But now we know that yesterday there are 66 corporators from Thane who has showed their support to Eknath Shinde, which is clearly a jolt for Uddhav Thackeray, because we have been also told that there are many members of parliament who have been in touch with Eknath Shinde, and they wanted to join and support Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
Right, earlier to Alisha, we had heard about ex-MP Anand Rao Atsal resigning. That is considered to be another major blow for Uddhav Thackeray. But the picture is getting more clearer about, well, who, even as the question of who will succeed Balasaheb Thackeray, who inherits Balasaheb's legacy, it's still unclear. Level 2 fire reported in Powai Hiranandani Haiko Mall. No casualty reported so far. Fire tenders have rushed to the spot. So breaking news, level 2 fire rages at Powai Mall at Hiranandani. And we're trying to get you visuals of that. Well, there they are on your screens. Republic accesses those visuals of the fire at the Powai Mall in Hiranandani. It's a stage 2 fire, and fire tenders are at the spot, as you can see in those visuals. It's still not known what caused the fire or what happened, but no casualties have been reported so far. These are the first visuals of the fire at the Mumbai Mall. This is Powai here. And Alisha, another piece of breaking news for which we have to come to you. Well, a fire in a Powai Mall. Tell us more about it. We believe that it is under control now. Is it?
Well, yes, the information that we are getting from Mumbai Fire Brigade team, that level 2 fire that is reported in Powai Hiranandani Haiko Mall. 8 fire brigade team is at the location, and they've been trying to rouse the fire. But yes, the situation is under control, where there is no casualties that has been reported so far, is what information that we are getting in from MFB, that it was a level 2 fire that was reported in a mall in Hiranandani, Powai. After which the fire brigade team rushed to the spot. They're trying to rouse the fire. The situation is known to be under control. The fire is need to be to be under control is what we have been said, but we'll wait for a detailed information about it. But yes, all we can say that no casualty has been reported so far in the incident. As the time fire was reported, it was given an information to the fire brigade team as well, and at that point of time, 8 fire brigade tenders has reached to the spot to rouse the fire.
Right, Alisha, and when we talk about when it began, of course, details about how it happened will only be available after it's investigated. Any information about when the fire actually started?
Well, it's said to be this morning, but we'll wait for detailed information that we're going. Okay, Rukma, it has been said that the fire that was reported by around 7:45 a.m. It was a second level fire that was reported in Haiko Supermarket, which is a main street in Hiranandani, Powai. It was a fire in supermarket. The time Mumbai Fire Brigade team reached there, they declared it the second level 2 fire, after which 8 fire engines, 5 jumbo tankers, ambulance has reached to the spot. But yes, there is no injuries that has been reported so far.
Right, Alisha, we'll have to leave it at that for now. Many thanks for joining us with those details.
Booking a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
In Amravati, breaking news coming in right now. Even as we speak, new leads emerging in the probe into the Amravati killing. Sources tell us that there was international funding. An international funding angle has been determined in the Amravati investigation, in the Amravati hate killing case. Earlier too, we had been informing our viewers about how the police was investigating that angle as well. The mastermind who owns Rehbar Helpline NGO has received funds from countries, which has raised red flags in the matter. There are details of financial transactions that police are investigating even as we speak. And Priyanka to tell us about this latest development into the Amravati investigation. Priyanka, new leads emerging in the Amravati hate killing case, and well, it has emerged that there's an international funding angle. It's over to you to take us through this latest development.
So far, we are looking at new pieces of information coming to light when it comes to the investigation that is being carried out by the NIA. And now NIA sources, in fact, have also confirmed that they are looking at all of the funding angles, the financial transactions that the mastermind, that is Irfan Sheikh, who owns Rehbar Helpline, he had been having. The international angle as well that has now emerged in this entire investigation is that there were several financial transactions that were made to the bank accounts of Irfan Sheikh that have been red flagged by the authorities because they have reason to believe that, in fact, that is the those are some countries where the funding usually comes from for these kind of anti-India activities. So, which is why we are seeing more and more evidences coming to light when it comes to the investigation being carried out by the NIA, and now more accused also that are being taken into their custody to understand who else, in fact, had been involved in this entire conspiracy to murder Unmesh Kole. And now, of course, the authority is also looking at the bank transaction details of the rest of the accused as well.
Right, so the financial angle could be a major part of the controversy, could be a major part of the planning, Priyanka, because, well, there were certain media reports suggesting that the killers of Unmesh Kole, they could have been paid There was talk about motorcycles. Time now for a short break. Our reporters on the ground bring you all the updates. Coming up after this in a short while, latest updates in the Kali poster controversy. Kali director is at it again, tweets more pictures.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the streets. Sadhu Samaj also.
After the smoking Kali row, director provokes again, ignites smoking Shiva row now. It's provocation encore, but Mahua Moitra swings into poetry mode even as Kali 2.0 sparks a massive debate. Citizen confronts MLA over a sewage problem, but the Aam Aadmi Party MLA allegedly responds with a brick. Republic TV confronts the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. Unapologetic Tripathi blames victim, says he was drunk. Furor over Aam Aadmi Party MLA's actions. FIR is filed, but will Kejriwal take action? Fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case is accessed. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder? Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We're now just getting news that the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, met with his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, in Indonesia and discussed outstanding issues. Joining me on the phone line is our Senior Executive Editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, what do outstanding issues entail? Was the border row discussed?
Well, clearly the only outstanding issue worth serious deliberation as of now, Nupur, is the standoff that still exists between Indian and Chinese forces in Ladakh along the line of actual control. And this is a fourth meeting that has taken place between the two foreign ministers since the Galwan standoff began in April 2020. And last was in March when Wang Yi had travelled to New Delhi to sort of broker some peace. But India has always made it amply clear that whatever has happened in Ladakh is outcome of China violating agreements and protocols for border management by massing those large number of troops, which in fact led to the clash in Galwan. And that was the first time in almost 40 plus years that Indian and Chinese forces came to blows in that manner, leading to loss of life. I think this conversation that has taken place for almost an hour in Bali, Indonesia, which is hosting G20 Foreign Ministers Summit as of now as we speak, essentially brought together the two leaders, and we are told that the two sides discussed all the outstanding issues, specifically, in fact, the border standoff, because going by the tweet of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, he says that began my day in Bali by meeting FM Wang Yi of China. Discussion lasted 1 hour, focused on specific outstanding issues in our bilateral relationship pertaining to the border situation. Also spoke about other matters, including students and flights, shared perspectives on international situation as well. So I think the fact that the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, in its tweet itself is making it clear that the specific issue of our standoff in Ladakh and the border talks were held clearly shows that India continues to maintain that a normalization of relationship with China is only incumbent upon they agreeing that on the border at least movement has to happen.
All right, Abhishek, thank you very much.
After the fourth round.
All right, Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us with those details of the meeting that took place on the sidelines of the G20 Ministers Summit that took place in Bali in Indonesia. Well, we are now cutting across to news that's just coming in that 4 people are missing in the flood debris in the Choj village, and NDRF and SDRF are both on the site and rescue operations are currently underway. Now, do remember that there was a landslide in this area yesterday after inclement weather, of course, has hit North India. In these particular visuals, you can see how rescue workers are trying to get people out. Amandeep, I think, is on the phone line with us. He's live, in fact. Amandeep, take us through what's happening from where you're reporting. Now, we understand that rescue workers from the SDRF as well as the NDRF are still trying to get out those trapped people.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. The point is that cloud burst happened yesterday in Choj Valley in Kullu district, and in fact since then several people are missing, and now the villagers informed administration that 4 people are still missing from the village after the cloud burst, just because the valley was completely vanished in the flash floods. And in fact NDRF and SDRF both have pressed into the services for the rescue operation, just because, Nupur, the most important point is there was a footbridge that connected Kasol town to Choj village, and that footbridge was on the Parvati river, and in fact in that floods that footbridge was completely damaged and washed away in the Parvati river, and that is the reason NDRF and SDRF now pressed into the services to launch the rescue operation to find out those 4 missing people, just because villagers have reported the administration that their family members, friends and their closed ones remain missing, and they have been washed away in the flash floods. And now the information has been floated till Pandor Dam, that was in the Kullu district itself. So in any case, the bodies have been travelled in the Parvati river that might be stopped at the Pandor Dam. So now the rescue operation on the spot, and in fact at the dam also both ways are going on, just to recover the bodies or to get the people.
So as you are pointing out, rescue work is still going on. Thank you, Amandeep, for joining us. Now, moving on, Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has announced during the 100 Days of Action program in Panjim that religious conversion of Hindus in the state will be stopped within the next 100 days of his government assuming office.
कौन सी भी डिसीजन लेने के लिए हमेशा यानी देयर इज एन सपोर्ट रिक्वायर्ड फ्रॉम माय कैबिनेट कलीग्स एंड आल्सो फ्रॉम माय पार्टी. इसीलिए जो मैंने यहाँ का कन्वर्जन जो हो रहा था, सालों से हो रहा था, जो यानी किसी पैसे की लालच देखे, बाकी कुछ उसकी पॉवर्टी वगैरह बाकी सब कुछ मायने रख के यहाँ के हिंदू लोगों को जिस तरह से धर्मांतरण कर रहे थे, वो धर्मांतरण मैंने पूरा बंद कर दिया, उसको बिहाइंड बार भेज दिया। द सेकेंड इज एन SIT ऑफ द लैंड ग्रैबिंग। सालों से जो लोग यानी यहाँ से माइग्रेट फॉरेन कंट्रीज में हो गए हैं या अभी फॉरेन कंट्रीज में रह रहे हैं, नो मैन लैंड जो थी वो लैंड यानी पूरा रैकेट करके कुछ इवन दो फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस, गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के कुछ लोग भी उनके साथ में इन्वॉल्व थे, तो नई SIT फॉर्म करके मैंने कम से कम 6 लोगों को बिहाइंड द बार भेज दिया।
Well, going across to reactions that we are getting now, a complaint has been filed against Leena Manikele, and it has been sent to the CP Delhi Police Special Cell along with Twitter India to take legal action and suspend her Twitter account, as an FIR has already been registered upon complaints that were made against her. Do remember that the filmmaker, who's currently based in Toronto, is continuing to post tweets. The latest one, of course, is a picture in which objections have been raised to the depiction of Lord Shiva. We have, of course, seen legal action being taken against her. There are 3 FIRs in 3 separate states over the original poster that was of the film Kali that was put out by her on Twitter. But reactions also coming into her defiant tweet that came in this morning. I think we've got Sambhav live with us. He's reporting on this. Sambhav, give us the latest that you're hearing in terms... All right. In terms of what you're hearing, just to tell our viewers that this is the complaint letter that has been filed against her. It talks about the FIRs, but apart from that, it also talks about the fact that FIR has been lodged, and Twitter also must act against her. Do remember that the earlier tweet, of course, had been removed by Twitter. Now there are complaints against her where they're asking Twitter essentially to suspend her Twitter account. I'm going to go across to Sambhav now. Sambhav, share with us more details of the action that is being sought against the filmmaker.
So in a latest coming in, Vineet Jindal, who is an advocate, he has filed a complaint to the Commissioner of Police, Delhi Police, to take away his demanding permanent account suspension of as according to him it's an insult of a Hindu god and goddesses. So this is the basically the complaint to the Commissioner of Police by Vineet Jindal, who is an advocate. And apart from it, as we saw this morning also, even after Twitter struck down a tweet of Leena, she again tweeted this morning, which is allegedly derogatory to Hindu god and goddesses, wherein God Shiva is seen smoking in that picture, which she tweeted this morning on Twitter. Apart from it, she also somewhere trying to condemn the way the Indian democracy is performing in an article written abroad. So this is the case somewhere when already FIRs have been registered against her in different states under section 153A and 295A. Forget about the FIR, she is again tweeting the tweets which are allegedly derogatory to a particular religion. That's the controversy. It seems prima facie as if she is not at all apologetic to what she is doing.
All right.
And somewhere it is clear to her mind what she is doing. And she, yes. So now it's again a complaint by advocate Vineet Jindal.
All right, stay with us, Sambhav. Mr. Vineet Jindal on the phone line with us. Mr. Jindal, we understand that you filed a complaint. Can you take us through what your demands are?
Yes, I have filed a complaint previously on the previous tweet of Leena Manikele, by which an FIR has been lodged by Special Cell and Special Cell of Delhi. But even after specific action has been taken by the authorities, Government of India, Delhi Police and several state police, still this lady has been again tweeted derogatory and defamatory photos today itself, in which Lord Shiva and Lord Parvati has been shown by her, and she is trying to justify her by posting that photograph. But the intent is to, again, the same act which has been done by previously this lady, to outrage the religious feeling of Hindus. So for that particular tweet, I have been filed and complained with City Delhi Police by mentioning my previous FIR to take a strict illegal action against her, and also Twitter to suspend her account permanently, because she is continuously in after specific direction by the government of India. She is doing the same act. Even the Canadian authorities have also initiated and suspend the promo of her picture of her movie. But again, she is doing the same act. So her intention is very much clear to hurt the religious sentiment of Hindus, nothing else.
All right, so Mr. Jindal, what kind of action do you want taken against? You did mention that you would like her Twitter account to be suspended, but apart from that, what is it that you're expecting?
First of all, the notice should be issued to her to at least join the investigation, because what I have been learned from the media houses, that she has been saying that I am ready to face the legal consequences. So just come to India and face the legal consequences. Don't put this thing in other manner, and by sitting in Canada and you are again and again tweeting some derogatory pictures and photos of Hindu ghosts. So I am asking City Delhi Police to issue a notice to join the investigation, and further action should be taken again by help of the Interpol if she is not joining the investigation.
All right, Mr. Jindal, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. So that's Vineet Jindal. He's the complainant in this case. So that's the latest that we are getting right now on the story. And here's a look at some more news in brief. A Sessions Court on Wednesday issued a notice to the Gujarat government while hearing the regular bail plea that's been filed by activist Teesta Setalvad, who is one of the two persons arrested by the Ahmedabad crime branch recently on charges of conspiring to falsely implicate innocent people in connection with the 2002 communal riots. Well, we're now going back to the story that we've been covering since the morning. The Delhi police, of course, has registered an FIR against MLA from the Aam Aadmi Party, Akhilesh Tripathi. The case has been registered in connection with a physical assault of two men. The injured men have now been shifted to hospital. Now, the police have recorded the statement of the victims. One of the victims, of course, told the police that he met the MLA during a function and complained to him regarding sewage system in his area, upon which the MLA got angry, had hit him on his head with a brick. Harsha has been reporting on this. Harsha, we are now learning that the Delhi police have registered an FIR and they will be probing this incident further. But has the MLA been called in for questioning yet?
Exactly, Nupur. The FIR has been registered and MLA Akhilesh Tripathi will clearly will be interrogated. The preliminary investigation has started and MLA Akhilesh Tripathi will be called to the Northwest Police Station, the Jahangirpuri Police Station, Ashok Vihar, where exactly this entire incident happened. But Nupur, I will show you the visuals of exactly the place where Guddu Halwai resides, and we'll speak to Guddu Halwai himself on the entire incident. Guddu Halwai is along with us. He has joined us and we are in the Lal Bagh area where Guddu Halwai lives in. गुड्डू जी, आप हमें पूरा मामला बताइए, क्योंकि आज सुबह जब हमने एमएलए अखिलेश त्रिपाठी से बातचीत की तो उन्होंने कहा आप नशे में धुत थे, आपकी भाषा ठीक नहीं थी और उन्होंने असॉल्ट या आपको मारने जैसी कोई भी बात नहीं कबूली।
देखो जी, बहुत गवाह हैं मेरे पास यहाँ पे, और वहाँ भी जाकर के पता करिए आप कि मैं बैठा हुआ था अपनी टेबल पे जहाँ मैं पूड़ियों की लोइयाँ काट रहा था। वो उठे वहाँ से, हमारे प्रमोद हैं मेरे सामने पड़ोसी, वो भी वहाँ थे। उनसे जाके कहा कि सीवर लाइन हमारी बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब है और ये रोड 5 साल से नहीं बन रहे हैं हमारे। तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि ये नहीं बनाएंगे कुछ। इन्होंने हमारे बोर्ड ले लिए और आगे से बोर्ड लेना नहीं चाहते। उन्होंने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया, 1-2 बातें और बोली तो वो सीधे उठे, उन्होंने मेरे सीधे सर पे ईंट मारी है।
इस पूरे मैटर पे पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुंची? क्या पुलिस ने आप लोग कोई बुलाया है कि एमएलए के सामने बैठ करके पूछताछ होगी? क्या ऐसा कोई दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से आपको भी कोई जानकारी मिली है?
नहीं जी, ऐसी कोई जानकारी अभी तक नहीं मिली, ना ही किसी पुलिस वाले का फ़ोन आया है अभी।
एक बात और है गुड्डू जी कि अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ये कहते हुए नजर आ रहे थे कि इस एरिया का जो सीवर है उसका वो प्रोसेस में है, अभी पूरी तरह से बना नहीं है, सीवर का काम नहीं हुआ है। ऐसे में आप ये कैसे कह रहे हैं कि सीवर का काम हुआ नहीं है, सीवर खुला पड़ा है या फिर बहुत 6 साल से काम नहीं हुआ? वो तो कह रहे हैं कि इस इलाके में काम होना बाकी है, जो काम अभी शुरू ही नहीं हुआ उस पर आप क्यों उसको लेके क्यों बात कर रहे हैं?
सुनिए मैम, हर 5 साल के अंदर पास होता है हमारे रोड का। आज उनको 15 साल हो गए विधायक बने हुए। 15 साल में हमारा एक भी बार रोड बन गया हो या हमारे कोई नाली का काम हुआ हो, हमें ऐसा कोई सबूत दीजिए, और नहीं तो आप अपने आप सबूत लीजिए पूरे रोड का। 15 साल हो गए इन्हें विधायक बने हुए, होने जा रहे हैं, अभी तीसरी बार जीते हैं ये। इन्होंने क्या कर दिया है? देखो आप, गली देखो, नाली देखो, सीवर देखो, आप पूरे देखो पूरे रोड पे।
गुड्डू जी, आपने अपनी केवल शिकायत उनको बताई थी, उनको क्या इतना गुस्सा आ गया कि सामने जो ईंट रखी थी उससे आपके सर पे दे मारा? क्या पहले से ही गुस्से में थे? वो कह रहे हैं आप नशे में धुत थे।
उनने
कैमरे पे देख के बताइए।
देखो जी, ना तो मैंने ड्रिंक कर रखी, उन्होंने कैसे कह दिया कि मैंने ड्रिंक करी है? उन्होंने कैसे कह दिया कि मैंने ड्रिंक कर रखी है? यानी कि शिकायत करना गुनाह है, हमारे विधायक बनना गुनाह नहीं है। यानी कि जनता हमारी पागल है और हम पागल हैं, जो हम शिकायत करना भी गुनाह समझो। यानी कि वो हमारे लिए तो कुछ है ही नहीं। हमारे विधायक बन गए हैं लेकिन हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं है। शिकायत करना गुनाह है तो आज के बाद हम शिकायत भी नहीं करेंगे किसी से, ना दिल्ली सरकार से, ना केजरीवाल से। केजरीवाल ने इतनी बढ़िया सरकार चलाई, ये बात मानती है दुनिया दिल्ली में, और उन्होंने बढ़िया काम किए। लेकिन ये विधायक जी ने हमारे लिए क्या किया है ये बताइए आप। ये दिखाओ यहाँ पे लाल बाग में किसी भी कोने पे ये चीज़ लगवाई है या उनका कोई बोर्ड लगा हुआ है, ये काम करवाया है हमने कहीं भी, या कहीं पत्थर लगा हो उनका, कोई भी ये चीज़ हमने बनवा दी है यहाँ, तब आप विश्वास करिए, वैसे मत करिए बिल्कुल।
We would like to show you the whole locality exactly because the sewer thing is getting along. That again and again it's being said that sewer work is not being done. We'd like to show you the entire locality. The exactly the place the sewer complaint is being brought up. We'll talk to Mukesh Babu as well because he was the mediator while Akhilesh Tripathi was getting angry on Guddu Halwai. Mukesh जी, आप वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, आपने बीच में मीडिएट करने की कोशिश की, हुआ क्या था कि गुड्डू जी कह रहे वो नशे में धुत नहीं है, अखिलेश जी कह रहे नशे में धुत थे? ये पूरी
वो अपने बचाव के लिए कह रहे हैं, बचाव के लिए इसलिए कह रहे हैं, वो खुद गुंडा हैं। जब वो गुंडा नहीं होते तो वो क्यों ईंट मारते? इनसे केवल इतनी बात हुई थी कि इन्होंने कहा था कि सर हम दिन और रात बदबू सूंघते हैं और लेटरिन उसमें से ऊपर आती हैं, सीवर ऊपर आ रहे हैं, हम तो 24 घंटा रह रहे हैं और वहीं पे रह रहे हैं, वहीं पे रोटी खा रहे हैं, वहीं खाना खा रहे हैं, वहीं पे निकल रहे हैं, बैठ रहे हैं। आप ज़्यादा नहीं, तुम 10 मिनट के लिए जाके ये देखो। इन्होंने कहा, हमारे गुड्डू जी ने ये कहा था कि आप 10 मिनट के लिए जाके ये देखो कि हमारे लालबाग की सी ब्लॉक में डिस्पेंसरी गली में क्या स्थिति है।
Got to know. So the entire incidents of Seaver and Guddu Halwai and the Mukesh Babu who were there at the time of the function where they came and told Akhilesh Tripathi about the entire problem of the Seaver. He got angry and he did assault Guddu Halwai by brick. Then Guddu Halwai clearly says that assault was done by
All right. Harsha was reporting on that, but we are now getting more news on the Kali controversy. Of course, Leena, who was the director of this film, has tweeted once again now after the smoking Kali row and provocation 2.0. It's India insult for Leena right now. So pictures on your screen, of course, are of two posts which have been made by this controversial film director. There are 3 FIRs which have been registered in various police stations, but she seems to be digging in her heels and has tweeted again this morning with a picture that appears to be of Shiva smoking. So these are reactions that we have got from her. So far, of course, remember that there are 3 FIRs that have been filed against her. Now, there was earlier a complainant who we spoke to who said that he believes that Twitter India also needs to act. The earlier post, of course, had been removed by Twitter, but in a new complaint, one that has been filed against her, Vineet Jindal has asked for a Twitter account to be suspended. That's what he wants Twitter India to do. I'm going to try and go back to Harsha, who's also reporting on this. Harsha, so the director, of course, continues to remain defiant. She's posted another tweet this morning, not apologetic, but digging in her heels. All right, I don't think we've got Harsha on this yet, but as I was saying, it does appear at the moment that the director of the film has decided to tweet again. Now, this morning, of course, we just saw the tweet that came in from Lena, the Toronto-based filmmaker, who's in the eye of the storm over a poster of her film Kali, showing the goddess smoking and holding an LGBTQ flag. Now, all right, so we're going to try and get you that tweet in just a bit. But she is now facing separate FIRs in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. I understand that she's also got an FIR that's been filed against her in Madhya Pradesh. Now, she's also tweeted again. She says that it feels like the whole nation that has now deteriorated from the largest democracy to the largest. We'll just play out that next part of that graphic for you. To the largest hate machine wants to censor me. I do not feel safe anywhere at this moment. So that's the tweet that's coming in from Lena. Do remember that a controversy swirled over the poster of a film. The film, of course, is yet to be seen by most people. The filmmaker has termed Twitter's decision to pull out her tweet as hilarious. Harsha is reporting on this. Harsha, we are now seeing another tweet. This is the second tweet, I think, that's come in from Lena Manimekela on this.
Exactly, Nupur. There's a second tweet after this morning. We saw a tweet where she tweeted about a man dressed in a man dressed as she was smoking cigarette. After that, there's another tweet where she says that she doesn't feel safe anywhere, and by anywhere she clearly means that the where she's living in Toronto and as well as India, because in India a charade of political reactions can be seen which is against Lena, and clearly she has heard the religious sentiments of Hindus so much that now arrest Lena Malik Milai is being trending on social media, on Twitter, and people are clearly stating that she should be arrested. On one side, she's not giving any sort of apology. Not once she said that she's apologetic for the statement she has given. And we will also see the place. We yesterday saw in Kolkata also. We saw huge protests by BJP leaders at Krishna Nagar police station where they were demanding arrest of Moitra also, who have commented in support of Lena Manik Milai. Because if we talk about Kolkata, it's a place where goddess Kali is prayed in a big manner. So this is the entire thing which is coming on Lena Manik Milai back-to-back tweets. So stay tuned, keep watching Republic TV for more updates on this story.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuanced critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Time now to take a look at the top stories we are tracking after smoking Kali Rao. Director provokes again, ignites smoking Shiva Rao. Now, smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0, then and now India, insult, anger over shameful provocation for publicity. Amravati hate killing probe gets bigger, international funding angle now under the scanner. Citizens confront MLA over sewage problem, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA allegedly responds with a brick. Republic confronts Aam Aadmi Party MLA. Unapologetic Tripathi blames victim, says he was drunk. Fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case accessed. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder? And we start off with the latest updates on the Amravati killing case. Even as the cops continue to probe the case, sources say an international funding angle has been determined in the investigation. The mastermind who owns the Rehbar Helpline NGO has received funds from countries, which has raised red flags in the matter. Financial transactions are now being scrutinized to determine other links internationally. And Priyanka, our correspondent who's been covering the story ever since it broke, to take us through this latest development. Priyanka, an international funding angle emerging now. Tell us more.
Well, that's right, Rukma. We have seen how they were, even in the initial inquiry that was being carried out by the local police, they had said that they have reason to believe that there is some kind of dubious financial transactions that have been carried out by the mastermind, that is Irfan Sheikh, who owns the Rehbar Helpline. Now, out of this Rehbar Helpline, which is a non-profit that he used to run, the authorities have reason to believe that he was using this non-profit as a front. to carry out these kind of financial transactions from other countries, from international countries, which interestingly have raised a red flag for the NIA, and that is why they're going to be investigating into that part as well, as to where these people had been getting money from and who the other party had been that had been sending money to push these kind of activities on Indian soil. So those angles is what the NIA is going to now look into, investigate into, interrogate the mastermind with. And also the bank account details of Irfan Sheikh are going to be scrutinized even further, and not just Irfan Sheikh but the other accused as well. Their bank details will be taken into consideration. They will be scrutinized to look at the financial activities. Now that being said, this had always been under the purview of the investigation by the local police, and now with the NIA as well. This has been mentioned in the remand copy for the mastermind Irfan Sheikh, because they from the very first day had reason to believe that this is not just a spur of the moment attack that was done on Unmesh Kole, but it was a pre-planned conspiracy, a well thought out of conspiracy, and that is why the NIA had been looking at how there could have been a deeper nexus, a larger nexus at play. And we have been on the ground, as you mentioned, we had been carrying out our investigations as well, and that has also determined that this was not just a one-off incident of 21st of June when Unmesh Kole had been brutally murdered in front of his son and his daughter-in-law as well, but it was something that had been brewing here on the ground in Amravati since 7th of June. That is a good 2 weeks before this entire matter, this entire murder had taken place of Unmesh Kole. And on 7th of June, we had seen that death threats had been given to several such people like Unmesh Kole, who had been posting pro-Nupur Sharma posts on WhatsApp groups, and that is why those groups are also under the scrutiny of the NIA. In fact, earlier we had also gotten to know that the NIA will be calling the admin and the group members as well, one by one, interrogating them and trying to understand where really, who really had been circulating these kind of, organized way that these messages were being circulated, insightful messages that were being circulated. So all of that is now being investigated by the authorities, namely the NIA and the local police, also looking at how there might be other parties also involved in carrying out these threats.
Right, Priyanka, the Rehbar helpline, Rehbar NGO helpline. What kind of a role did this particular NGO play in this entire conspiracy? We believe that it did play a very important and crucial role in building up this network to carry out this conspiracy.
Well, that is, of course, also something that is being investigated as we speak, Rukma, because the authorities are taking all the details as far as the bank accounts are concerned of the Master Sheikh, Irfan Sheikh, and also the other accused that had been on the ground who had actually, murdered Unmesh Kole on the say-so of Irfan Sheikh. Now, they are also doing a lot of people tracing as far as the investigation is concerned to understand who really did Irfan Sheikh get in contact with, and via that interrogation, the authorities had learned that there was a group called Black Freedom, in which Unmesh Kole was a group member, and also along with him was his friend Dr. Yusuf as well, who was a member, who in fact had taken the screenshot of the post that was made by Unmesh Kole, and Dr. Yusuf is the one who then circulated in other groups, post which they had learned that Irfan Sheikh, the mastermind, had gotten in touch with Dr. Yusuf to get details of Unmesh Kole. So now this is the network that the authorities have looked at, and if this is another aspect of the investigation as to who else did Irfan Sheikh get in touch with, because this was not just about Unmesh Kole, this was also about sending a message. It was also about sending these insightful messages on WhatsApp groups. It was also a level of radicalization that was being done via the social media, via the WhatsApp groups as well. So all of that is being looked into by the authorities. It is being investigated, but mainly they are looking at Irfan Sheikh and who else did Irfan Sheikh get in contact with, and who else was in contact with Rehbar helpline, to come to your question, about the Rehbar helpline and how it was being used as a front to carry out these kind of activities, to carry out these kind of conspiracies. Rukma.
Right, Priyanka. Well, many thanks for joining us there. So fresh updates, fresh leads as far as authorities are concerned in the Amravati brutal killing of chemist Unmesh Kole is concerned. And yesterday we had shown you that post-mortem report which showed how vicious his stabbing was. And more breaking news now. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. And fresh updates on the Kali controversy. After insulting Kali and India, director of the documentary now says trolls are after my artistic freedom. Unapologetic about tweeting back-to-back pictures which many in India are saying have hurt their sentiments, their religious sentiments. The director refuses to back down. Now she says that trolls are after my artistic freedom. And that's the tweet in which she clearly says about how her artistic freedom is being threatened. These trolls are after my artistic freedom. If I give, well, her artistic freedom, she says, is under threat. That's Leena Manimekkalai. In a tweet, these trolls, she says, are after my artistic freedom. If I give away my freedom, fearing this mindless right-wing mob mafia, I will give away everyone's freedom. So I will keep it, come what may. And Harsha, to tell us more about this, about these latest developments. Harsha, Leena Manimekkalai, who earlier too, it was said, had published that poster in order to acquire some easy publicity for her documentary. She continues to be at it. Now she tweets about her artistic freedom being under threat.
She says that she's in no mood to give away her freedom, and with the lines where she has said that I will give, if I get fair by all those threats, I will give away everyone's freedom. That means she's fighting for everyone's freedom, and she says that so I will keep it and come what may. Then whatever the threats she's talking about, then whatever is happening, she's not afraid by any of it, and what she has mentioned, it is her artistic freedom. So this young filmmaker has taken one-on-one with the trolls, which is already saying arrest Leena, and it clearly says after one-on-one tweet, because this is her third tweet in the entire day. Firstly, she said that she doesn't feel safe. She said that she said that the country who was a biggest country of largest democracy, now it has become a hate machine. And after saying this, she says that she won't give away her freedom, nor because that will be a subject to everyone's freedom. Which clearly says that she is not going to apologize in a long time. She's not going to apologize. She's going to stand with her post, which she has earlier mentioned of Goddess Kali, as well as of the man
related to the Kali controversy are the comments that are coming in from different quarters. Among them, the comments made by Mahua Moitra of the TMC. But the TMC itself has distanced itself from her comments. Now, Mahua, it appears, is getting support from the PFI, which has its headquarters in Kerala, which has been in the news for its many hate campaigns that it carries out. Now, Mahua Moitra, TMC MLA, is getting the support of the PFI. Mahua Moitra had been in the heat of this entire matter earlier because of her comments about the goddess. Now, the PFI has come out in her support. Mahua is originally a TMC MLA. PFI General Secretary, it appears, is backing her controversial comments now. Even as the TMC itself, the party to which she belongs, has distanced itself from whatever she's been saying as far as the Goddess Kali is concerned. The PFI General Secretary now backing her statements. The radical group is backing Mahua's insult of the goddess. The PFI saying it takes a lot of courage to be firm on our stand. So that's the tweet, viewers. You see on your screens the tweet of the PFI, the radical group that has been in the news lately for having carried out various hate campaigns. And moving on now to some other top national stories. A Sessions Court on Wednesday issued a notice to the Gujarat government while hearing the regular bail plea filed by activist Teesta Setalvad, who is one of the two arrested by the Ahmedabad crime branch on charges of conspiring to falsely implicate innocent persons in connection with the 2002 communal riots. To garner support for his candidature, the presidential candidate of the opposition, Yashwant Sinha, is to visit Jammu and Kashmir on Saturday. According to sources, Sinha is likely to meet leaders of different political parties, including the National Conference, to seek support for his candidature during the visit. RSS begins three-day meet in Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan. During the meeting, the organization will brainstorm maintaining communal harmony in the aftermath of Hindu killings in Udaipur and Amravati as a backlash to BJP leader Nupur Sharma's comments on Prophet Muhammad. The Bombay High Court on Wednesday granted bail to Yug Tuli, the co-owner of Mojo's Bistro, where a fire had broken out on the 29th of December in 2017. The incident had killed 14 people and injured more than 50 others. Congress files complaint with the News Broadcasting and Digital Standards Authority against Zee News and one of its anchors for airing a video clip of Rahul Gandhi's comments in Kerala with a distorted and malicious interpretation, seeking action against them. More breaking news coming in now. This time news related to Salman Chishti. Salman Chishti, who's been in the news regarding the Nupur Sharma case now, it appears has been nabbed. Even when he was produced before the court, Salman showed his attitude and was smiling throughout. After the appearance, Salman was seen showing the thumbs up sign. The video is from yesterday while presenting it at the judge's residence. Yesterday, Ajmer police also tried to protect Salman Chishti. Remember, Salman Chishti had called for Nupur Sharma's beheading. So those are visuals of a video that Republic TV has accessed. Salman Chishti, one of those involved in various conspiracies as in response to Nupur Sharma's comments. Niranjan will be joining us for more information on this. Niranjan, we are seeing those visuals of Salman Chishti, one of those accused of calling for Nupur Sharma's beheading after her comments on the Prophet Muhammad. We are seeing his visuals, totally unashamed, being clearly seen there. And the Ajmer police too. The Ajmer police conduct in Niranjan.
Now doing the rounds, and this man, this hate monger, who wanted Nupur Sharma to be murdered. He said, "Whoever brings me Nupur's head will get his house." And this man was being tutored by the police. There was a video yesterday as well. Let's put out the video from yesterday, where police were seen tutoring him, and we have that video as well. And it's interesting because he's in police custody. And it was clear that the police in Rajasthan was trying to, somebody was trying to pass on instructions. Even the BJP had claimed that he was being tutored. And this video is very interesting because he's seen with the police. He's seen with the police, seated in a police van, and this is as he was being produced. And he's flashing a victory sign. He was tutored by the police. Let's put out the video, in fact, on surface. You can see that video where he was tutored by the police, and they seem to be telling him to say that that he was perhaps under the influence of either drugs or alcohol. Now, that's the claim being made by the BJP. They claim that this is a video that showed, the clear sort of shield, police shield for him by the Rajasthan police. In fact, let's show you the visuals. Let's show you the visuals on the left of your screen that is on surface right now. That's the video that shows you how he got the police shield, and the police clearly seen tutoring him. On the left of your screen, there is a video. There is a video on the surface, and in that video, the BJP has also tweeted that video claiming that he can be seen being tutored by the police. Let's take that in. Let's show you the contrast. The contrast is that he was being tutored by the police and he's seated next to the police. And in both these cases, I think tells you a larger story. On the left of your screen, clearly there is an audio layer in which the police can be heard passing on some instructions to him. And the BJP claims that he, the police basically was trying to give him instructions on what needs to be done, etc. And as we get you these pictures, he's flashing the victory sign. Tells you he's not repenting. He's not repenting, and neither is he, feeling any remorse. He's smiling. He can't contain his smile almost. The police is sitting there embarrassed because they don't know what to do, because he feels very, very safe and perhaps very, very happy being in their presence. That's what it seems like. So I think it tells you the story also about how this man wanted Nupur's head, wanted her murdered, wanted her beheaded, wanted her head, and he said that he would give his house to anybody who brings Nupur's head to him. And he's seen here all smiles. And in one video, the BJP claims that the police is seen tutoring him. And in another video that is just emerged today, he can be seen smiling. He's smiling, he's brimming, he's holding his face. Amardeep is live, I think. Let me go across to Amardeep. Amardeep has more details of the video. Amardeep.
देखिए, जिस तरीके से सलमान चिश्ती के वीडियो आए थे, जिस तरीके से नुपुर शर्मा को उन्होंने धमकी दी थी, उसके बाद में कल जब कोर्ट में पेशी के दौरान उनको लेके जा रहा था, जब उनको बैठाया गया तो उन्होंने थम्सअप का इशारा किया। थम्सअप का इशारा यानी कि बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस हमें मिली हो, इस तरीके का इशारा उन्होंने किया। दोनों हाथों से थम्सअप का इशारा इंसान तब करता है जब एक सक्सेस मिलती है, उसका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल हाई होता है। उसके इशारे में कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि संभावनाएं नजर आ रही थी कि वो बहुत खुश है इस चीज़ से। जो चीज़ वो करना चाहता था उसमें उसको सक्सेस मिल गई। ये कहीं ना कहीं वो बताने की कोशिश वीडियो में करता नजर आया। और जिस तरीके का वीडियो मौजूद था, जिस तरीके से वो बैठा हुआ नजर आ रहा था, मुस्कुराता, पहले जब उसे पकड़ा गया था तब वो मुस्कुराता हुआ नजर आया था। उसके बाद जब उसे पेशी पे ले जाया गया तो उसके बाद गाड़ी में उसका थम्सअप का इशारा ये बताता है कि उसका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल इस घटना के बाद कितना हाई है, और वो जो चाहता था उसमें कहीं ना कहीं वो सक्सेस हो गया। इसीलिए उसने थम्सअप का जो निशान होता है दोनों हाथों से वो दिखाया। तो कह सकते हैं कि उसे किसी भी बात का, किसी भी चीज़ का ये मलाल नहीं है कि वो किस तरीके का काम कर रहा था, किस तरीके से उसने धमकी दी। दूसरी तरफ पुलिस का ये कहना कि वो नशे में था या इस तरीके की बातें करना, तो समझ में आता है कि उसकी प्री प्लानिंग थी और प्लानिंग जो है वो उसकी सक्सेस हो गई। तो उसके बाद उसने थम्सअप का इशारा किया और एक मैसेज जो है वो देने की कोशिश की कि मुझे इस बात से कोई भी मलाल, इस बात का कोई भी गलती का एहसास नहीं है।
But putting it into some perspective, Salman Chishti there, that video shows him being escorted by the police. Earlier we had pointed out to you, and as our correspondent Amardeep had also said, as well as Niranjan, it's clearly visible how protective the police are about him. He is the person, a history sheeter, allegedly having offered to give away his house and property to anyone who beheaded suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma. And moving on to a short break, Republic confronts Aam Aadmi Party MLA. Unapologetic Tripathi blames victim, says he was drunk. Also coming up, fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case. Axis, was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder?
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy.
You're watching Live and Breaking. More breaking news coming in now, getting you updates on the Amravati killing case, where the chemist Umesh Kolhe was stabbed to death. 6 NIA teams are actively conducting raids. So far, 4 SIM cards, 3 mobile phones have been recovered from the main accused Irfan's home. 3 knives have also been recovered from another of those accused. So these are what the items that have been recovered from Irfan's home. And as we're telling you, cops are hard at the probe. Already a financial angle and international funding angle is emerging, and police are getting to the bottom of that. The 6 teams of the NIA are active in this case. And slipping into another short break right now. More up ahead. Coming up, provocation for publicity. Is that what the Kali smoking poster row is all about? Provocation 2.0, and now an India insult. Anger over shameful provocation for publicity.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuanced critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street. Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसके ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuanced critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street. Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF.
Some sports news now. Bangladesh have been fined 20% of their match fee for maintaining a slow over rate against the West Indies in the second T20 in Dominica. Bangladesh captain Mahmudullah has pleaded guilty to the offence and accepted the proposed sanction.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street. Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
After the smoking Kali Rao, the director provokes yet again, ignites a smoking Shiva Rao now. Smoking Kali, first provocation 2.0 then and now insult India. Amravati hate-killing probe is getting wider. International funding angle is now under the scanner. Citizens confront MLA over a sewage problem, but the Aam Aadmi Party MLA allegedly responds with a brick. Republic TV confronts the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, who remains unapologetic, blames the victim, says he was drunk. And fresh footage of the Udaipur beheading case is accessed by Republic TV. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya Lal's murder? Well, news just coming in and we are cutting right across to this. The SGPC on Wednesday has decided to display the portrait of the slain Babbar Khalsa International or BKI militant Balwinder Singh Jatana, who in the 1990s had killed two government officials who were supervising the construction of the disputed Satluj-Jamuna link known as the SYL Canal at the Central Sikh Museum at the Golden Temple complex. Days after, of course, Sidhu Moosewala had glorified him, posthumously released song SYL. Do remember that the song SYL has been banned in India. Let me go across to Amandeep, who has more details on this. Amandeep, tell us why the SGPC has decided to install this picture of the BKI militant Balwinder Singh Jatana.
In fact, marathon meeting by SGPC, and in fact they have discussed the entire role of Balwinder Singh Jatana, and even SGPC President Harjinder Singh Dhami claimed that this was just because the contribution of Balwinder Singh Jatana for not constructing this SYL in 1990, and not only this, he has also considered it as a contribution of Balwinder Singh Jatana that he have saved the water of Punjab so that at least Punjab's land can survive. It should not turn into the dry. And in fact, the history of Balwinder Singh Jatana is that in 1990 he killed the government officials who were supervising the SYL construction, and in fact in 1991 he was eliminated by the Punjab police in an encounter, and in fact he was declared as a militant of Babbar Khalsa International Group. And this Babbar Khalsa International Group was the same which was the organization which was basically belongs to Jarnail Singh Bhindranwala, who was eliminated in Operation Blue Star in 1984. So basically he was the follower. But now when SGPC has decided to install his portrait at Golden Temple's museum, that turned to be the controversial remark, just because this is not the first time that SGPC has taken such kind of decision. Nupur, we remember before this SGPC has also decided to install the portraits of assassins of former CM Byan Singh's assassins of Byan Singh, and who had been convicted, and in fact their portraits was also decided to install in the Museum of Golden Temple by SGPC, and now Balwinder Singh Jatana is the next one whose portrait will be installed at Museum in Golden Temple, just because Shromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee is the body which took decisions regarding the Gurdwaras of Punjab, which is a head body of Gurdwaras who is actually taking care of everything.
Yes.
And in fact, SGPC's decision has been followed by all the Sikh community as well as the Gurdwaras. So that is the
yes,
reason.
Absolutely.
But yes,
you're
this
pointing
is
out, this is not the first time it's been done. Byan Singh's assassins were also glorified. Thank you for joining us. Well, in what is being seen as another blow for Uddhav Thakere's camp, the former Shiv Sena MP Anand Rao Atsul has resigned from the organisational post of the Shiv Sena leader. As per sources, he is now likely to join Eknath Shinde-led camp. Here's more.
In another blow for ex-Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, former Lok Sabha MP Anand Rao Atsul resigned from the organisational post of Shiv Sena leader. Anand Rao Atsul served as a leader of the lower house several times between 1996 and 2014. In the 2019 Lok Sabha polls, he suffered a shock defeat to Navneet Kaur Rana, an independent candidate backed by NCP and Congress. He also served as a Minister of State for Finance and Atal Bihari Vajpayee-led government in 2002 to 2004. Atsul was in the news last year as he faced an enforcement directorate inquiry in the City Cooperative Bank case. Sources close to him said that he was upset that the party did not support him when needed. After Atsul's resignation, the number of Uddhav camp has been reduced to just 10. As per sources, he is likely to join the Eknath Shinde-led camp soon. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In fact, more news that's just coming in. We are now learning that 3 TMC workers have been killed in the South 24 Parganas in Canning. Now, they were going to organize the 21st July meeting, which is observed as Martyrs' Day for the TMC. This, of course, is the latest round of violence that we are seeing in the South 24 Parganas, which have been in the past also being politically very volatile as well as politically violent. So what we're learning right now, of course, is that 3 TMC workers have been hacked to death in the South 24 Parganas. Now, they were on their way to organize a meeting which is observed as Martyrs' Day for the TMC. Now, this meeting, of course, takes place on the 21st of July. We understand that the TMC had big plans for this day, and these TMC workers were part of the committee that was organizing this meeting on Martyrs' Day. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us more details as to what has happened over here. But the latest news that we are getting right now, of course, is that 3 TMC workers have been hacked to death in the South 24 Parganas. We are also awaiting comments to come in from the TMC or what really happened. But just to tell all right, Kishale is with us from the Bangla news route. Now, Kishale, good afternoon. Give us more details of what really happened.
Exactly, we are getting these horrific details of 3 murders, and all of these 3 murders, the 3 Trinamool Congress workers who were going for arranging some official works of 21st July meeting that is going to happen in this month. 21st July, let me remind you, that is one of the most important days in Trinamool Congress whole year, because what they do in that day is that they organize a meeting called Martyrs' Day, because some Congress workers, when Mamata Banerjee was in Congress, died at that time, and Trinamool Congress still now commemorates that day. And these 3 Trinamool workers of South 24 Pargana Canning area, they were going to their own party office, and they were supposed to do some official work for that particular day, and they were supposed to organize people from that district who would come to Kolkata for this important day meeting, Martyrs' Day meeting on 21st July. Now, when they were on their way to their party office, to Trinamool party office, what happened was they were shot dead. They were first shot and then they were hacked, and the bodies were later on found in an open area. And the local Trinamool Congress is alleging that BJP is involved, goons of BJP is involved in this murder. However, BJP is again saying that this murder has happened due to Trinamool Congress infighting, which we have been getting several news of Trinamool Congress infighting from this area. Anyways, this area, Canning, South 24 Pargana, is a known area for these kind of murders, political violence, etc. This is not new, and this is the latest case what we are getting to know.
Now, Kishale, any comments that we are getting from the TMC over this hacking?
The local Trinamool Congress MLA has informed us, he has told us that this is committed by the BJP. Local BJP goons have committed this murder, committed this crime. They have shot their leaders to death. However, the BJP is also saying that this is because of local infighting, local clash, local infighting among the Trinamool Congress workers and leaders. And we know that there has been a history of Trinamool Congress infighting in South 24 Parganas, especially in this Canning area. There have been a history of violence in this area. We know Shaukat Molla, he is not exactly from this area, but from the same district and nearby Canning, Canning Eastern side, and this is Canning Western side. So we have been getting news of political infights in this area. We have to get more details as time comes.
All right, Kishale reporting on that from our Bangla newsroom. Thank you for joining us. And here's a look at what else is making news this afternoon. The Aam Aadmi Party's MLA Akhilesh Tripathi allegedly assaulted two men, Guddu Halwai and his relative Mukesh Babu, in Delhi's Ashok Vihar area. Now, the MLA hit Guddu Halwai with a brick, allegedly hit him with a brick when he complained about a sewage problem. And when Bablu tried to mediate between the two, he was allegedly assaulted as well. Guddu sustained injuries on the left side of his head and was taken to hospital. The Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi was booked for allegedly assaulting two men in the Ashok Vihar area of northwest Delhi after one of them complained about a sewage problem. The Deputy Commissioner of Police, Usha Ranganani, has said that a PCR call was received at the Ashok Vihar police station regarding the physical assault near Lal Bagh, after which the police reached the spot.
उन्होंने कैसे कह दिया कि मैंने ड्रिंक कर रखी है, यानी कि शिकायत करना गुनाह है, हमारे विधायक बनना गुनाह नहीं है। यानी कि जनता हमारी पागल है और हम पागल हैं, जो हम शिकायत करना भी गुनाह समझो। यानी कि वो हमारे लिए तो कुछ है ही नहीं, हमारे विधायक बन गए हैं लेकिन हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं है।
Of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Now, Guddu Halwai, one of the men who was allegedly assaulted by the Aam Aadmi Party, has pleaded to Kejriwal to remove such indecent MLAs from his district. Otherwise, the Aam Aadmi Party will not win the next election.
This is the true face of the Aam Aadmi Party. It is not Aam Aadmi Party, but in fact, it is anarchist anti-people party AAP, whose ABCD is A for advertising, B for blaming others, C for corruption, and D for dadagiri.
Well, the BJP spokesperson Praveen Kapoor has said that, shocking as this news was for him, he even asserted that the Aam Aadmi Party has a tendency to physically assault anyone who complains, and the Delhi police should take strict action. An FIR has been Kali director Leena Manimekalai has tweeted again, and this time she insults India and tweeted that India has deteriorated from the largest democracy to the largest hate machine, and she feels unsafe to live here. A level 2 fire broke out in a shopping mall at Hiranandani Pawai. As we speak, no reports of any injuries or casualties have come in yet. At least 12 fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the flames. The cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained. A special ambush party of the BSF Bhuj arrested 4 Pakistan fishermen and seized about 10 Pakistan fishing boats when they were sneaking into Indian territories through a Nalla that is there on the Indo-Pak border in the Kutch district of Gujarat. The BSF observed movements between that area and cordoned off the area. The search of the area is underway, though nothing suspicious has been recovered from the fishing boats. And actor Srijit Ravi has been arrested over a POSCO case. The Thrissur West police recorded his arrest for allegedly exhibiting indecent conduct before 2 minor girls in public on the 4th of July. A case has been registered under the POSCO Act against him, and the police have said that a detailed investigation is being carried out. Well, the Samajwadi Party MP Shafiqur Rahman has warned the Electricity Department officials about any tampering being done on Bakrid on the pretext of electricity being checked. The consequences will not be good. Now, that's a warning that's coming in from the Sambhal SP MP Shafiqur Rahman. He's warned officers of the Electricity Department in Uttar Pradesh. Now, he says, and I'm quoting what he said, on occasion of Bakrid, if tampering is done in the name of electricity checking, then the result will not be good. So that's the reaction that we are getting. Let me go across to Vivek Rai, our correspondent on the ground, who's getting us more details. Vivek, good afternoon. Tell us what happened.
देखिए, शफीकुर रहमान संभल के सांसद हैं और उनसे क्योंकि आने वाले दिनों में 4-5 दिनों में बकरीद का त्योहार है, इसको लेकर के जब उनसे बिजली व्यवस्था को लेकर के सवाल किया गया क्योंकि इस वक्त उत्तर प्रदेश में बिजली व्यवस्था में कई बार कटौती जैसी स्थिति आ रही है, उसको लेकर के उन्होंने कहा कि जो ये कटौती जैसी स्थिति है उसको त्योहारों के समय ध्यान रखा जाए और ये कोशिश की जाए कि त्योहारों के समय बिजली ना कटे। साथ साथ उन्होंने बिजली विभाग के कर्मचारियों को चेतावनी भी दी है कि अगर किसी भी तरीके से इसमें छेड़छाड़ की गई तो अंजाम अच्छा नहीं होगा। और उन्होंने साथ साथ बिजली विभाग के ऊपर एक बड़ा आरोप लगाया। उन्होंने कहा कि बिजली विभाग के जो अधिकारी हैं, जो कर्मचारी हैं, वो जनता से पैसे लूटने के लिए लगातार उन पर अलग अलग तरीके से उनसे जाकर तमाम चीजों को कमियां बता करके और उनसे पैसे लेने की कवायद करते हैं। तो ये तमाम चीजें न की जाए, जो जनता है जनता को परेशान न किया जाए।
Right, Vivek, just stay on the line with us. Let's actually play out that reaction that we've got from the MP.
लिहाजा मेरी मांग ये है कि बिजली वालों से रोज चेकिंग कोई हर बार 24 घंटे थोड़ी हो, रोज चेकिंग हैरेसमेंट फैला रहे हैं और चेकिंग करके पैसा कमा रहे हैं। उनका चेकिंग करने का मकसद ये नहीं है कि गवर्नमेंट की ये चोरी कर रहे हैं, बल्कि उनका मकसद ये है कि उसको किसी आदमी के यहाँ पहुँचे, उनका साथ उससे पैसे का सौदा हो गया, ला 10,000, ला 20,000, ला 50,000, ला 1 लाख। तो इस तरीके से ये पैसा मुस्तकिल पैसा पुलिस के कर्मचारी कमा रहे हैं।
एचोला कम्बो में
जो मामला हुआ चक्की के वहाँ पर, तो उससे वो मांगने लगे, पैसा मांगने लगे 2 लाख रुपया कितना, तो उसका हार्ट फेल हो गया। आप समझिए, बताइए, हर चीज़ में इनको पैसा चाहिए। इनका चेकिंग करने का मकसद पैसा कमाना है, इनका मकसद कोई सुधार करना नहीं है। और 12 महीने थोड़ी चेकिंग होगा, 24 घंटे थोड़ी होगा। भाई आदमियों को फुर्सत लेने दो। और इस वक्त आ रही है बकरीद, इस वक्त ये छेड़छाड़ बिल्कुल ना करें, वरना कोई हालात बिगाड़ने की जो लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं तो उसका बहरहाल अंजाम अच्छा नहीं होगा। इसलिए हम संभल को किसी भी कीमत पर मैं हालात बिगड़ने नहीं दूंगा, चाहे मुझे अपने खून की कुर्बानी देनी पड़े।
इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई को माहौल खराब,
लेकिन मैं संभल के हालात किसी भी कीमत पर, जो लोग इसकी फ़िक्र में है कि संभल के हालात बिगाड़े, तो बहरहाल ये इधर बकरीद आ रही है, बकरीद का मौका है, वैसे ही नाजुक वक्त होता है, तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूँ कि सबको होशियार रहने की ज़रूरत है। तो लिहाजा मेरी मांग ये।
All right, I think we've got Vivek on the phone line with us still. So Vivek, we were listening in to his comments over there. Now he also goes on to say that check-in is actually a means of corruption.
देखिए, उन्होंने जो बिजली विभाग के कर्मचारियों के ऊपर आरोप लगाए हैं, उसमें उनके जो आरोप हैं उसमें यह है कि जो अगर 12 महीने चीजों को लेकर के चेकिंग नहीं हो सकती, त्योहारों के समय बिजली की व्यवस्था सुचारू रूप से चलाई जाए। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कर्मचारियों के ऊपर जो आरोप लगाया है कि कर्मचारी बिजली चेकिंग के नाम पर उगाही का काम करते हैं। अब ये हालांकि एक तरीके से चेकिंग का विषय है कि क्या उनकी जो बातें हैं वो कितनी सही है कितनी गलत है, लेकिन उन्होंने बिजली विभाग के कर्मचारियों के ऊपर एक बड़ा आरोप लगाया। उन्होंने कहा कि चेकिंग के नाम पर सिर्फ और सिर्फ उगाही हो रही है। उन्होंने एक एग्जाम्पल भी दिया कि एक आदमी जिसकी चेकिंग हो रही थी उसकी किस तरीके से हार्ट अटैक हो गया। तो ये कुछ चीजें उन्होंने कही हैं। अब हालांकि ये चेकिंग की बात है कि इन तमाम चीजों को, तथ्यों की जानकारी करने की बात है कि उनके तथ्य कितने सही कितने गलत है, लेकिन फिलहाल उन्होंने अपने संबल की जनता को लेकर के और बकरीद के त्यौहार को लेकर के अपनी जो वक्तव्य है वो दिए हैं कि बकरीद के त्यौहार में लोगों को समस्याएं ना हो और चीजें बिजली व्यवस्था सुचारू रूप से चलती रहे।
All right. Vivek bringing us the details on that comment that's coming in from the Samajwadi Party MP. Thank you for joining us. Well, 4 people have been injured in Karnataka's Kerur as arguments between 2 groups belonging to 2 different communities led to violence. Now, as the situation is now under control, large gatherings have been banned until Friday as a precautionary measure.
A gang war broke out between 2 group community youths in Kerur Taluk of Bagalkot district in Karnataka. There was a gang war between Hindu and Muslim in that particular region when youths have alleged each other that they have teased their community girls. What we get to learn is one Arun, who was an Hindu activist, had attacked the other community boys, which has flared up more anger amongst the group, where the gang broke out in a clash and 144 section has been imposed. So far, 18 people arrested in connection with the case and 4 FIR registered. And what we also get to learn is police is investigating further and trying to ascertain whether any more people involved in this particular violence. Schools and colleges have been declared holiday as a precautionary measures. With you, Sadanand Sagairaj, reporting for Republic TV, Bengaluru.
And here's a look at some more news in brief now. The BJP's national spokesperson, Shehzad Poonawalla, reacting to the Kali filmmaker Leena Manimekalai's latest tweets, has said that her tweets show that this is not creative expression but deliberate provocation. Further, the BJP spokesperson also said that the filmmaker is backed by Congress and TMC. In developments in Udaipur's brutal killing, the National Investigation Agency will be carrying out a crime scene recreation in Udaipur. The NIA will investigate the spot and is likely to interrogate more suspects today. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, met with his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi in Bali as the two focused on specific outstanding issues in the bilateral relationship pertaining to the border situation. The discussions between the two lasted for over 1 hour. The Delhi High Court has issued notices to the CBI on the appeal moved by Om Prakash Chautala against conviction and in a disproportionate assets case. He has challenged the order of the special CBI court and has also sought the suspension of the 4-year jail term. Amid incessant and heavy rainfall, landslides occurred on a highway in Karnataka's Kodagu district. Soon after, officials rushed to the spot to clear the landslide. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come on Live and Breaking, Republic TV confronts the Aam Aadmi Party's MLA. Unapologetic Tripathi blames the victim, says he was drunk. And fresh footage has emerged of the Udaipur case. It's been accessed by Republic TV. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya Lal's murder?
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they're
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. The headlines we are tracking at 12:30 after smoking Kali poster row. Director provokes again, ignites smoking Shiva row now. Smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0 then, and now India insults. Anger over shameful provocation for publicity. Amravati hate-killing probe gets bigger. International funding angle now under the scanner. Citizens confront MLA over sewage problem, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA allegedly responds with a brick. Republic confronts AAP MLA. Unapologetic Tripathi blames victim, says he was drunk. Fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case accessed. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder? And the top story at this hour, breaking news about the Kali poster controversy. Smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0 then, and now India insults. Anger over shameful provocation for publicity. Won't apologize but justifies, saying it's her artistic expression. So back-to-back comments, back-to-back tweets also, with visuals coming in, with pictures coming in from Leena Manimekkalai, filmmaker who is in the eye of a storm over her film Kali, and various pictures that are depicting the documentary which has been released in Canada. The Hindu community in India considers it to be an insult, offending sensibilities. And Sambhav joining us with the latest on this story. Sambhav, what can you tell us? We do know that Leena Manimekkalai, well, she is not backing down at all. Now she's quoting her need for artistic freedom.
Yes, so when it comes to the artistic freedom, okay, people have their artistic freedom, but that is not absolute in nature according to the Constitution of India. According to Article 19 of Indian Constitution, one Indian citizen has artistic freedom, but that is not absolute, that is subjective. And again, considering the law and order situation, that ought to be the law and order situation and other factors ought to be kept in mind. And the way Leena is tweeting again and again since morning, after the Twitter backed down one of her tweets, she is saying that her artistic freedom is at stake. She is putting her finger toward the trolls. She is saying, as per her tweet, I am quoting her, "These trolls are after my artistic freedom. If I give away my freedom fearing this mindless right-wing mob mafia, I will give away everyone's freedom. So I will keep it come what may." This is what she is saying in her recent tweet today. And again, the artistic freedom she is quoting is subjective. It is not absolute in nature according to the Constitution of India. Apart from it, when there are already FIRs in different states in India under 153A of IPC and 295A, these are the sections levied against her over her tweet of somewhere defaming, allegedly defaming Hindu god and goddesses. So here she'll have, on one hand when there are FIRs, on other hand it seems prima facie that she is not apologetic about what she is doing. She is again and again tweeting similar kinds of images, similar kinds of in morning she in one of her tweets she put an image of Hindu god Shiva smoking, So this shows somewhere she is not apologetic. And when it comes to rule of law in India, any of the citizens of the country will have to follow the rule of the land. The rule of the land is sacrosanct. Everybody will have to fall in line as per the law of the land. And law of the land doesn't give absolute right to anybody, in the name of freedom of speech and expression, that whatever comes to one's mind, one can put in a social media platform. When already different, yes.
Right. So freedom of expression is not absolute. That's what the Constitution says. Many thanks, Sambhav, for joining us there, and you keep your eyes on that story. Meanwhile, in other news, a clash broke out between the BJP and Congress workers in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. The election office of the Bharatiya Janata Party was vandalized by Congress workers during the clash. Here's more.
A big scuffle broke out between BJP and Congress workers in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. Reportedly, BJP's election office in Indore was vandalized by Congress workers. Meanwhile, a CCTV footage of the incident is going viral. The incident came a day ahead of urban local body elections covering 11 municipal corporations in Madhya Pradesh. Meanwhile, the police has now registered a case and action is being taken against the workers.
ये कल की घटना है, खातीपुरा मेन रोड की घटना है ये, और इसमें बीजेपी का चुनाव कार्यालय था और वहाँ पर कुछ कांग्रेस के लोगों द्वारा जाकर वहाँ तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये वीडियो उसका है और वो रिपोर्ट करने आए तो उनकी रिपोर्ट लिखी गई है, तोड़फोड़ की कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
And breaking news, going back to the Kali poster controversy. In a latest tweet by director of the documentary, the BJP payroll troll army have no idea about how folk theatre artists chill post their performances. This is the explanation that Leena, the director of the documentary, gives for the many pictures that have offended religious sentiments across the country. This is the explanation that she is coming up with. She said, "This is not from my film. This is from everyday rural India that these Sangh Parivars want to destroy with their relentless hate and religious bigotry. Hindutva can never become India." Well, the latest tweet, even as we are seeing ever since this morning, Leena Manimekkalai tweeting her side of the story as she sees it. However, she's insulted India and she's attacked Hindutva. She says that these are just images from everyday life. They have nothing to do with her film, that she's not after any publicity as her critics have slammed her for. Instead, she says the BJP payroll troll army have no idea about how folk theatre artists chill post their performances. So she says these pictures are of folk theatre artists, of artists who are dressed and who are playing the parts of Shiva or Kali, the goddess. And she said these pictures are not from my film, this is from everyday rural India that these Sangh Parivars want to destroy with their relentless hate and religious bigotry. Hindutva can never become India. So from far away in Canada, Leena Manimekkalai speaking about Hindutva and religious bigotry as it exists, as she sees it existing in present day India. She says that these Sangh Parivars want to destroy with their relentless hate. Niranjan, our senior executive editor, joining us now to put some more perspective into this story. Niranjan, we are getting tweets after tweets since this morning. Leena Manimekkalai giving various explanations of her point of view. Now she's talking about artistic expression while also saying that these are not images from her film. They are a depiction of everyday life in rural India.
Well, publicity stunt after publicity stunt, insult after insult. She continues to sort of goes on to repeat her insults. First, she posted, after the smoking Kali, she put a, poster of smoking Shiva, and she's trying to now defend the insult to Hindu gods. Now, back-to-back tweets that have come in because she seems to have completely lost the plot. Her videos were also blocked. And she's completely in a fix right now because she knows that it's completely backfired. The attempt to insult Hindu gods has backfired. And, going by the kind of tweets that she's putting out, I think it's very clear that, now she's making it about... this morning she put out that video about 5 hours back where she showed a smoking Shiva and another goddess smoking what looks like a cigarette or a BD, and she's trying to basically run down. And I shudder to think whether these people, these so-called filmmakers, would ever have the courage to even put out such images of any other god of across any other religion. It's just shameful that they would take one religion for granted as if sentiments of Hindus don't matter. And the same people will give you, lessons. They will preach about how you can't insult other gods. I mean, is there some sort of a extra buffer for Hindu sentiments? I don't understand. I think Abhishek is also joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, it's kind of getting, from bizarre, it's becoming worse. This publicity stunt is sort of backfiring for this filmmaker. I don't know where she is. We're trying to track her down, but wherever she is, she seems to have lost the plot, putting out one video, one tweet after another, one picture after another.
Right, Abhishek, if you can hear me, Niranjan putting that question to you.
I missed the question of Niranjan, but Rukma, this is essentially brazenness. This is cockiness of a next level. This is insult, I would say, adding insult to injury. And given the fact that there are sensitivities involved, more importantly, given the backdrop of events in which this is happening, this is provocative, this is incendiary. And it is not just about Leena Manimekalai. I think at some level it is about an entire gang. It is about an entire ecosystem. I think they are putting a match to a situation which is incendiary, which is volatile. It's an act of irresponsibility. Having said that, legal processes have been set in motion. Remember, there are multiple FIRs already against Leena Manimekalai, and this is how it should be. So what is important and what is the saving grace in this entire situation is, Rukma, that there is no threat given to Leena Manimekalai. There is no beheading threat. There is no sar tan se juda. So I think at least one side is acting irresponsibly. One side is showing restraint despite an attempt to provoke. And I think I would say all lessons, if not learned, should be learned from the entire Nupur Sharma saga, that there would be provocations, there would be even an element of conspiracy. Remember how it is emerging in the light of the Udaipur beheading case, that there was an element of Pakistan in it, there was an element of possibly Pakistani DP state planning it, conspiring it, and activating a sleeper cell. So I think in this entire backdrop, if India's best interests were in the minds of Leena Manimekalai, I think she has really betrayed that, and hopefully, we don't know how it works out, because remember, even the organizers have pulled back the movie, and they have realized that Leena Manimekalai was adding fuel to fire, and the Aga Khan Museum there, they have pulled back from the event. Even the Canadian authorities have shown sensitivity uncharacteristically, because we have typically seen, for example, the Canadian state indulging with the Khalistani sentiment there in Canada because of their own local political reasons. But in this case, at least, they have been responsible. So I think Leena Manimekalai, her entire ecosystem, those who are backing her, and the likes of Mahua Moitra, who jump into the controversy without realizing the consequences of their actions, they should be seeing through this kind of irresponsible conduct and act accordingly. Hopefully, the legal processes would take over from here. As I said, we don't know how it goes from here because Leena Moneymaker is not in India, but at least a legal process has been set in motion.
Right, Abhishek. Well, now she says that these are images of local folk theatre artists chilling after their performances. It's interesting how this explanation comes so late in the day when such a huge controversy and so much misunderstanding, so much provocation has gone around.
No, it's not. Rukma, please understand. It is not about folk artists indulging in their, daily activities beyond their role. I think that's okay. That's understandable. But the intent of tweeting, that is under question. That is under doubt. The conduct of Leena Moneymaker is under doubt, and the intent is under doubt, and that is why this entire controversy and the backdrop, as I mentioned. Why would, for example, PFI, back the likes of Leena Moneymaker and Mahua Moitra? Obviously, they have an axe to grind.
Yes. Right. And now she comes up with an explanation after there has been so much offense taken. And even as she's refused to back down after so many days after publishing that picture. So the question is about her intent. Niranjan, if you are still there with us. Well, so breaking news coming in now. In the latest tweet, Moneymaker, filmmaker behind the entire Smoking Kali poster, Rao, comes up with more, says that BJP payrolled trolls have misled people, and that that they are killing the rural life of India, and that these were just images that she had put forward. They are not of gods or goddesses. They are of folk artists in rural India. And well, now she comes up with an explanation. But as Abhishek, our senior executive editor, said, the question is about intent. The question is about the PFI coming in and backing the likes of Mahua Moitra, the likes of Leena Moneymaker. And of course, we'll have to wait and watch how the legal process proceeds from now on. FIRs have been lodged against Leena. She is not in India, she is in Canada. And even as an apology has been issued by the Aga Khan Museum, where the movie was released, and it has been withdrawn. Her tweets continue. Time now for a short break here on Live and Breaking. But coming up on the other side, Republic confronts Aam Aadmi Party MLA. Unapologetic Tripathi blames victim, says he was drunk. And also coming up, fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case accessed. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder?
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है. बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
The Agnipath recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuanced critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
Some top national stories now. An FIR has been lodged against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi after he allegedly assaulted two men in the Ashok Vihar area of northwest Delhi when one of them complained about a sewage problem in the area. Praveen Kapoor has very sternly said that strict action is necessary, but with that, SEC Section 308 should also be filed against the AAP MLA.
साथी थे वर्कर मेरे साथ काम कर रहे थे, उन्होंने मुझे बचाना चाहा, उन्हें भी मारा उन्होंने, बहुत बुरी तरीके से मारा है, उसे भी कपड़े सारे फटे हुए हैं सर, देख लो।
Case of the Aam Aadmi Party. It is not Aam Aadmi Party, but in fact, it is anarchist anti-people party AAP, whose ABCD is A for advertising, B for blaming others, C for corruption, and D for dadagiri.
মেয়েদের স্কুলে যত মেয়েরা গভর্নমেন্ট স্কুলে ছাত্রী একেবারে ইউনিভার্সিটি পর্যন্ত কন্যাশ্রী 1 কন্যাশ্রী 2 কন্যাশ্রী 3 স্কলারশিপ বাবা মার মাথা থেকে অনেকটা চিন্তা লাঘব হয়েছে তপশিলি আদিবাসী তাদের জন্য শিক্ষাশ্রী আছে স্কলারশিপ সংখ্যালঘু তাদের জন্য ঐক্যশ্রী আছে ইকোনমিক ব্যাকওয়ার্ড ক্লাস জেনারেল ক্লাস যাদের জন্য সুযোগ সুবিধা অনেক কম তাদের জন্য আমরা স্বামী বিবেকানন্দ স্কলারশিপ করে দিয়েছি এবং আগে এটা প্রায় 85% এর মতো ছিল আমরা এখন 60% করে দিয়েছি যাতে আরো স্টুডেন্ট ভালো করে পড়তে পারে আগে আপনারা লক্ষ্য করে থাকবেন সিবিএসসি আইসিএসসি এর সাথে আমাদের ছেলেমেয়েদের পড়াশোনার অনেক নাম্বারের ডিফারেন্স থাকতো ফলে বিভিন্ন উচ্চশিক্ষায় তারা ভালোমতো চান্স পেত না কিন্তু আজকে আমাদের ছেলেমেয়েরা 80 90 99 সব পায় ফলে স্ট্যান্ডার্ডটা কিন্তু এক হয়ে গেছে এবং বরঞ্চ আরো আমাদেরটা আরো এগিয়ে আছে
Mamata Banerjee is speaking, addressing the public life in West Bengal. Those are visuals there, even as the Kali poster controversy continues to rage as tweets after tweets come in from the director, Leena Manimekkalai.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi in Bali, Indonesia. According to sources, both the leaders discussed the border issue between India and China. India and China have been locked in a years-long border row in eastern Ladakh, where Chinese have maintained heavy deployment of troops. The ongoing conflict began after the Chinese side advanced in 2020 in areas claimed by India. Both the sides have held 15 rounds of talks to resolve the stalemate, which has now been going on for over 2 years. Jaishankar is visiting Bali to participate in the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia is holding the meeting within the framework of Indonesia G20 presidency. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You're watching Republic TV and it's live and breaking. Coming up in a short while, latest tweet by Kali director provokes more provocation for publicity. Is that what Leena Manimekkala's aim was through the publication of the Kali smoking poster? Also coming up in a short while, foreign cash under the lens in the Amravati case. Details emerge of foreign funding as far as the NGO implicated in the case is concerned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
The Agnipath recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India.
Again posted a photo on Twitter where a man dressed in costume of Shiva is seen smoking. She has again incited rage and anger amongst Hindus. She is clearly unapologetic. BJP leaders have been clearly stating that now banning the movie will not happen. Now arresting Leena will only solve the situation.
You're watching live and breaking news coming in now. Pakistan is using social media to foment trouble in Jammu and Kashmir. Latest reports suggest terrorists in Pakistan are using social media to radicalize youth and to join terror ranks. Social media handles are being used to spread propaganda in Kathua, and a new terror module of Pakistan agencies is being used to defame our forces. Police have registered a case under Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, that's the UAPA, FIR number 12, at Malhar Police Station in Kathua under sections 153A, 506, 13, 16, 18 and 39 UAPA. So a new Pakistan terror module out. Gursimran to tell us more about this. Gursimran, could you tell us more, put this into perspective, the discovery of how Pakistan is using social media now to foment terror in the valley, to increase terrorist recruitment?
Yes, this is a plot of Pakistan and its agencies to foment trouble in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and this new module has been busted by Jammu and Kashmir police. See how this works is that the terrorists who are from Jammu and Kashmir, who are active in Pakistan, they are trying to revive terrorism, and for that matter, they are using social media. They are using social media not only to recruit and radicalize youth, but also to defend the security forces. The latest incident has come into force in the Malhar area of Kathua district, and the police in Kathua has taken the cognizance of the same. They have registered the FIR under the Unlawful Activity Prevention Act, and an FIR number 12 has been registered in the Malhar police station. See, now what the police is going to do is police is going to ask the social media handlers owners, that is the companies that provide access to the social media, including Facebook and Telegram, to share details of these persons who are operating from across the border to foment the trouble. We are told that the Jammu and Kashmir police will be writing to Facebook and other social media platforms to provide the information about these people who are trying to foment trouble. So this was a big terror module that was being planted by the Pakistan so that they can foment trouble in the areas which have already been terror infested in the past, and the security forces have worked round the clock to wipe out terrorism from those areas. But Pakistan, using the social media, is once again trying to revive terrorism, and this was one such example. Now the police has taken cognizance, the FIR stand registered, and now they are in touch with the social media platforms.
Right. So Gursimran there, a reporter on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir, telling us about this latest update on a new Pakistan terror module that our security forces have discovered being used to stir trouble in the Kashmir Valley. Time now for a short break, but coming up after that, all the details on how it was smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0 then, and now India insult, anger over shameful provocation for publicity. Also, latest details on the Amravati hate-killing probe, which is continuing to get bigger. International funding angle now under the lens.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai, and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been
After smoking, Kali Rao, director provokes again, ignites smoking. Shiva Rao now. Smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0, then and now India insult. anger over shameful provocation for publicity. Amravati hate killing probe gets bigger. International funding angle now under scanner.
से ये बोल रहा है कि लाल बाग का जीवन 6-7 साल हो गए, आज तक नहीं बना। अखिलेश त्रिपाठी ने ईंट मारी है।
Citizens confront MLA over sewage problem, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA allegedly responds with a brick. Republic confirms Aam Aadmi Party MLA unapologetic. Tripathi blames victim, says he was drunk. Fresh footage of Udaipur beheading case access. Was there a larger conspiracy behind Kanhaiya's murder? We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's see what is happening this afternoon. Now, we're getting in updates in the Amravati hate killing probe, viewers. Sources have now informed that NIA teams had conducted raids in multiple locations. They have also traced and are looking further for Shamim. Shamim has been absconding since 22nd of June, just a day after Kole's murder. He was also present there during the time of murder. NIA has reason to believe that Shamim and his family have gone out of Maharashtra after his calls have been traced. This is big news coming in. More developments in the Amravati hate killing probe. We're getting some inputs from our sources right now that the NIA teams have conducted raids in multiple locations. We have got 3 knives, 4 SIM cards have been recovered, some phones have been recovered, and the NIA team is active. The NIA team is active right now. They have traced and are looking for Shamim. Shamim has been absconding since 22nd of June, and this just after Kole's murder. He was present during the time of the murder as well. And Priyanka has been tracking all developments from Amravati. Priyanka, take us to the latest when it comes to the investigation.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. You have spoken about what has really been the latest development, basically about how the NIA had conducted several raids across Amravati and at the houses of the accused as well, specifically on Shamim's house as well, where the NIA had gone and collected evidences when it comes to the digital evidence as well that had been taken into their own custody, and they are scrutinizing that digital evidence as we speak. And this is in the form of mobile phones, this is in the form of WhatsApp chats, this is in the form of WhatsApp groups as well. Who really was in contact with whom. So this is the kind of investigation as of now that we are seeing that is being carried out by the NIA as well, because they are also now claiming that they had been in fact looking at the 8th accused, that is Shamim, and he was the one who had been absconding since 22nd. In fact, 22nd of June itself is when he had gone off the radar, and since then the authorities have also been looking for him. But it was on 27th that Shamim had also approached the local court here in Amravati, where he had in fact appealed for an anticipatory bail as well. So that is also being traced right now, and that anticipatory bail hearing is all set to take place tomorrow. So authorities are hoping that they will be able to get some more details when it comes to what's going to happen with Shamim. And also they had been tracing all of his phone calls as well. Since that, because of that, they have found out that Shamim, along with his entire family, had gone missing and had fled Amravati on 22nd of June itself. But now they have reason to believe that they have fled from Maharashtra itself, and that is why it is taking some time to track him down and to take him into custody as well, because Irfan Sheikh had also been absconding, but he had been taken into custody by the local authorities from Nagpur itself, and he had been taken refuge taking refuge in one of his family members. Along with this, now we are seeing that the parallel investigation into who really was conducting this kind of a conspiracy, how really was this kind of a conspiracy brewing on the ground here in Amravati, how there were social media sites that were being used to mobilize this kind of a conspiracy, especially using WhatsApp groups. So that is also a part of these kind of digital evidences that the NIA is going to be scrutinizing to understand who really had been at the epicenter of it. Right now, of course, they are looking at Irfan Sheikh, who was the Rehbar Helpline's head. This was the non-profit that was being used as a front for all the other activities that were being carried out here in Amravati, including the brutal killing of Unmesh Kole. So that is under the scrutiny of the NIA now, and we are in fact learning that one more NIA team has come to Amravati, and perhaps some more evidences that they will be collecting and scrutinizing. Shubhangi.
All right, Priyanka. Okay, thank you for getting us all those details. So the Amravati hate killing probe continues, viewers, and sources have been telling us, and like Priyanka has also been telling us, multiple raids are being conducted in multiple locations. Let's have a look at other news coming in right now. Smoking Kali, first provocation 2.0, then and now India insult, anger over shameful provocation for publicity. I will not apologize, but it justifies saying it's an artistic expression. But that is the director there who continues to not apologize, viewers, as she has been tweeting. We're talking about Leena Manimekalai, has been tweeting again and again and remains unapologetic. And now she has even gone on to say that there is threat to her life. So anger continues over the shameful provocation for publicity. But Leena there, the director, will not apologize. But she's calling it her right over artistic expression. Well, that is coming in right now. And of course, for the past 2-3 days, we have been reporting on the story. There was a massive uproar that erupted across the country over the poster of the documentary film Kali. The filmmaker Leena Manimekalai remaining unapologetic as she has posted another controversial picture earlier. The filmmaker's latest post comes a day after Twitter pulled down her tweet defending her documentary Kali in response to a legal demand. And earlier, once again, Leena Manimekalai had actually posted one more picture. Now, I'm being told I have been joined by the complainant at this point of time. They're joining us live at this point of time. Thank you for joining us here. Naveen Jindal is joining us, the complainant in the case. All right, Mr. Jindal, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Now we are seeing time and again that the director is remaining unapologetic. Take us through the complaint that you have filed, Mr. Jindal.
Yes, look, I have filed a complaint previously on a previous tweet in which Ma Kali has been shown having a cigarette in her hand and smoking the cigarette, also having a LGBT flag in her hand, on which the Cyber Cell Delhi Police, Special Cell Delhi Police has lodged an FIR in Delhi itself under a relevant section. But even after filing that FIR, and the consequences has been very well known to this lady. But again today she's tweeted a fresh controversial post in which two persons has been shown as Ma Parvati and Bhagwan Shiv having a cigarette in their hand and smoking, and the way she's trying to put all this in front of on a social media, that is really derogatory and outrageous. Intentionally she's doing the same. It could be, we can say it could be a step for publicity, but this is also a insightful post which has been violation of section IPC sections. The freedom which has been talking about by this lady, this freedom of speech and creativity with a certain limitation. Sensitivity should be there, but she is not taking care of anything. She is just trying to target Hindu community, Hindu god and goddess. So this is the way she's trying to put her forward. But this is not acceptable. This is a violation. This is an act of illegal act and offense again in the land of our nation. The section of IPC has been imposed. I have requested CP Delhi Police by filing a fresh complaint against her today for annex this tweet with my previous FIR or lodge a fresh FIR against this lady, and also to suspend her Twitter account permanently to stop making this kind of derogatory posts against Hindu community.
All right, thank you for joining us, Advocate Vineet Jindal here on Republic TV, who has filed a complaint against the director. Thank you, and we'll be, of course, coming back to you later on as we get more developments. All right, we're getting some more news right now. According to a report by news agency ANI, Zubair has been sent to 14-day custody once again. Now, this is coming in on Republic TV. Zubair there being sent to one more, to 14-day custody once more, 14-day custody once again. Remember, earlier he was also sent to a 14-day judicial custody for the FCRA violations, among 3 new charges. And now we're getting in news right now, viewers, that Zubair has been sent to 14-day custody once again. Big news coming in. Remember, earlier also his bail application was in fact opposed. And right now, this is, of course, in relation with the case of hurting religious sentiments following the complaint over a 2018 tweet. The prosecutor had earlier also opposed his bail application, and the investigation is now underway into donations he allegedly received from abroad, including Pakistan. So Zubair once more has been sent to a 14-day custody. Remember earlier that 3 new sections have been added to the FIR against him, which is IPC 201, causing disappearance of evidence of offence or giving false information to screen offender, IPC 120B, punishment or criminal conspiracy, and Section 35 of the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, or the FCRA. And the latest we're getting in from right now is Zubair once again being sent for a 14-day custody. So there's basically no relief for the Alt News co-founder yet. And after he was arrested for provocation, once more being sent to a 14-day custody. Remember, earlier he was arrested on charges of hurting religious sentiments following a complaint over a 2018 tweet. I want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, please take us through the details. Now, this is coming in once again because earlier he was sent on a 14-day judicial custody, and it looks like once more he has been sent to a 14-day custody again.
Shivangi, it's a procedural thing that the judicial custody gets extended by every 14 days whenever at the end of the period the accused is presented before the court. And this, it seems, is a repeat of 14-day judicial custody to Mohammed Zubair, the co-founder of Alt News. This is in connection with the Sitapur case. So if you look at it, Zubair has 4 cases against him. 2 of them are in Delhi, and then there are a couple of them in Uttar Pradesh as well. So one is in Sitapur, the other is in Loni, Ghaziabad. It seems that this time he has again been taken to Sitapur, and his judicial custody has been increased or extended by 14 days. Obviously, he will continue to be put in Tihar jail, so he will be brought back, put here. Delhi police is investigating the FIR number 194-20, which was about a tweet by Zubair hurting Hindu sentiments. Then there is another FIR which Delhi police is investigating, which was filed subsequent to the Nupur Sharma controversy and the fact that he played a role in tweeting, propagating, and making viral a video which was selective, which did not show the provocation under which Nupur was and only focused on Nupur Sharma. And then in this particular instance, in the Sitapur case, he is accused of hurting Hindu sentiments and in fact attacking some Hindu leaders. And that's where the case is in the Khairabad police station of Sitapur district under sections 295A and section 67 of the IT Act. That's where his judicial custody has been extended, Shivangi.
Right. Well, Abhishek, apart from hurting religious sentiment, that's one charge against him. There were multiple other charges. Abhishek, if you could take us through those charges, including the Foreign Contribution Regulations Act, where there is an angle of foreign funding.
Yes, Shivangi. So, in all the 4 cases, the charges are almost similar, essentially centered around the causing enmity between community and hurting center. In one particular case, the Delhi police, in the 194-20 case investigating Mohammed Zubair's bank accounts and those of the company, they have included FCRA sections as well, because certain contributions were found to be not above board or not accounted for. So that matter ultimately will go to the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, the process for which is on, we are told. And apart from that, all other FIRs, so the 2 FIRs with Delhi Police, which is 194 of 20 and 172 of 2022, they are both about sections 153A and 295A of the IPC, which is about hurting sentiments and causing enmity between communities. And the Loni border, which is in Ghaziabad, that FIR is under the IT Act, and this was about sharing a video when a Muslim man was beaten up by 12 men, but Zubair had presented it in a manner as if it was a case of hate targeting, and that the man was targeted by other community members. But the fact of the matter is that of the 12 men who were seen to be attacking the Muslim man, half of them were actually of his own community, were Muslims. So that case is going on, in which Zubair has already been questioned, and the 4th one, in which case the judicial custody has been extended, Shivangi, that is about, again, section 295A and 153 of the IPC, apart from, of course, the 67 of the Information Technology Act. And there also, Zubair was seen to be attacking some Hindu saints and leaders, and that's why he has been shown as arrested and his judicial custody extended again.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor. Also, I would like to go across to Niranjan, who's joining us. Niranjan, then again, the couple of charges against Zubair. Right now, he's been sent to 14-day custody. What can we expect next now?
Well, I think, what this means is essentially in the next few days and weeks, or already the focus has become the funding of this Mohammed Zubair. Now, there is increasing focus on where he's getting his funds from and which are the countries that are essentially funding him, or if there are funds coming from outside of India. Now, there were claims made inside the courtroom. Important to mention at this point that inside the court, the public prosecutor, while arguing for the Delhi police, said that they have proof of funding coming in from countries like Pakistan, Syria, the UAE, etc. Now, Alt News itself, which claims to be a fact-checking portal, most often has targeted, one side has been extremely liberal, while allowing Mohammed Zubair himself to insult Hindu gods on many such occasions. Now, getting into the funding aspect of it, there has been, this fight that they've been having with Razorpay as well. Razorpay is one of the forums that is used, the gateway, payment gateway rather, that is used to fund this so-called fact-checking site called Alt News. Now, on the face of it, they claim that they don't accept any foreign donations. But in the last few days and weeks, the police has gone on record, and their intense focus has been on why funding has been coming in, especially from Pakistan, from the UAE, from Saudi Arabia, etc. Now, Razorpay, according to Alt News, has also shared some of the details with the Delhi police as per the requirements of the law. They say that they were asked by the Delhi police for the details, and they've shared all the details, which means if the judicial custody is extended, and the focus has intensely become on where the money is coming from, where the funding is coming from. And I think that's the entire story. The story is, did they lie to Indian authorities, to the Indian law, on getting money from India? Because if they are getting in money from countries like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, which have spent all their times and energies in sort of targeting India and the Indian government, I think it adds up a lot. So in that sense, this is a big development, because the focus will now be completely on the funding angle, on the fact that the agencies, the ED included, had asked for some of the documents. They've got the documents, they've got the papers. Even though they officially didn't look at it and there's not a case registered, they are looking into the details. There is no official formal investigation, but they're certainly looking at the foreign funding angle. The foreign funding angle has now completely become the focus now, Shivangi. Back to you for now.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Niranjan. Big news we're tracking right now, viewers. Zubair's foreign funding top focus now, and of course, being investigated under FCRA. Also, he has been sent to 14-day custody yet again.
There are more pictures coming in of Zubair being sent to 14 days custody, judicial custody. And as we stay with these pictures, once again, those are pictures of the so-called fact checker. And I'm handing it back to you for now. We're keeping a close track. And as and when we get in more details, we'll share that with you. Back to you for now.
All right, thank you, Rajat, for joining us. So Zubair being sent to 14-day judicial custody yet again, viewers. And this is a story we have been tracking very closely on Republic TV. Multiple charges against him, not just for hurting religious sentiments that we have been tracking since the beginning over the 2018 tweet, but others as well. IPC 201, causing disappearance of evidence of offence, and IPC 120B, punishment of criminal conspiracy, in Section 35 of the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, FCRA. That right now, viewers, has also become the top focus in this breaking development. Multi-nation funds now top focus of this case. Well, let's see the other national updates we are tracking right now. BJP's national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla on Kali's filmmaker Leena Manimekalai latest tweets said that her tweets show this is not a creative expression but a deliberate provocation. Further, BJP spokesperson added that the filmmaker is backed by Congress and the TMC party. A development in Udaipur's brutal killing, National Investigation Agency will carry out a crime scene recreation in Udaipur. NIA will investigate the spot and is likely to interrogate more suspects today. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi in Bali, where the two focused on specific outstanding issues in the bilateral relationship pertaining to the border situation. This is on the sidelines of the G20 foreign ministers meeting. The discussion between the two lasted for 1 hour. Delhi High Court issues a notice to the CBI on the appeal move by Om Prakash Chautala against a conviction in the disproportionate assets case. He has challenged the order of the special CBI court and has also sought suspension of 4 years jail sentence. Amid non-stop and heavy rain, landslides occurred in a highway in Karnataka's Kodagu district. Soon after, officials were rushed to the spot to clear the landslide.
Incessant rainfall, floods and landslide. That is the current scenario of coastal Karnataka. Relentless rainfall across the state has triggered flood-like situation in several districts of the state. As the coastal Karnataka has been reeling under severe rainfall since July 4, life has been thrown out of gear in the region. In Karnataka's Udupi and Kodagu districts, lots of houses are reportedly damaged, roads washed away and trees are uprooted. Amidst heavy rains, multiple rivers of the region are flowing at the danger level. IMD has predicted heavy to very heavy rainfall across the state till July 10. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has alerted the district officials and instructed to survey the flood-prone coastal areas of the state. CM Bommai has also added that residents in low-lying areas are being shifted to safer places. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Updates in the Amravati hate killing probe, viewers. Exclusive visuals of Amravati accused being produced before the NIA court in Mumbai. So this is the freshest input we're getting at this point of time. First images of the accused being produced in court. Now this is the Amravati hate killing. We're talking about the brutal murder of Umesh Kole. Already the NIA has raided multiple places in Maharashtra's Amravati and seized pamphlets also spreading messages of hate I'm being joined by Priyanka, who's been tracking the story for the past couple of days from ground. Priyanka, these are the accused being produced at court, but we also know that some of the key accused are also absconding. Take us through what is happening right now on ground.
Well, that's right. This is the NIA team that had taken all of the accused from Amravati to Mumbai, and now they're presenting them before the special NIA court there in Mumbai, and they are going to seek for further remand of all of the accused as well. We are also learning from internal sources that the NIA had to move the accused from Amravati as soon as possible, since there could have been some kind of law and order situation here in Amravati as well. But there is a team of NIA that is already present here in Amravati, and they're carrying out their further investigation when it comes to the other accused who might be involved. As you rightly mentioned, the 8th accused, Shamim, had been absconding since the 22nd of June itself. He had filed for an anticipatory bail on 27th of June, and the hearing for that is on 8th of July, that is tomorrow. So the authorities are expecting that there might be some kind of movement. However, earlier as well, we were speaking about the Shivangi. The authorities have also said that they have traced the phone calls of Shamim and their family members, and they have reason to believe that Shamim and his family had fled Maharashtra, and that is why it's taking a little bit longer time. But as of now, we have seen that the course of the investigation that is taken with respect to the digital evidences that they have gotten in terms of the phones of the accused and the WhatsApp chats, the WhatsApp groups of all the accused as well that have come to light. So all of that is being scrutinized. And in the further remand, those reasons will also be...
All right.
Understand how...
Okay, Priyanka, thank you for joining us. Priyanka getting us the latest in the Amravati murder case. Well, braving the odds, the rescuers of the 2nd Battalion ITBP reaching out to wreckage of a car for 2 missing persons at a strong midstream in between a river. The car with 3 passengers fell into the river near Hanuman Mandir NH3 on Chandigarh Manali highway at around 1:30 a.m. on 6th of July. One person rescued earlier was admitted to the hospital in Kulu.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai, and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has
again posted a photo on Twitter where a man dressed in costume of Shiva is seen smoking. She has again incited rage and anger amongst Hindus. She is clearly unapologetic. BJP leaders have been clearly stating that now banning the movie will not happen. Now arresting Leena will only solve the situation.
Top headlines at 1:30 p.m. Smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0, then and now. India insult, anger over shameful provocation for publicity. But TMC's Mahua Moitra justifies insult to Hindu gods and country. BJP sacked Nupur Sharma for insult, but as Mahua Moitra justifies Kali abuse, will the TMC act on it? Stunning details of Amravati hate-killing probe emerge. International angle now gets under scanner. Hate monger Salman Chishti arrested over beheading threat, but flashes victory sign in police custody. As sensational foreign funding details tumble out, Zubair sent to 14-day custody. All right, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla and we continue getting you the fastest updates here. Now, Inspector Sunil Kumar Singh was travelling without a ticket in an AC coach. What we have come to know that the TT was beaten by the inspector when asked for the TT. Along with other Jawans, they thrashed the old TT, Dinesh Kumar, fiercely. Now, injured TT was treated by doctors in Mokama. Okay, that's a big news coming in right now, viewers. And the visuals of that story of a railway TT being beaten up is right there on your screen. This is the exclusive story right now on Republic TV. How a trained TT was thrashed by a police officer. And joining me on the phone lines, Prakash, who's getting us our latest updates. Prakash, this is a shocking visual and story of a TT being thrashed by the police officer. Take us through the details.
Well, that's what we get to know, that a GRP police station inspector, Sunil Kumar Singh, allegedly slapped a TT, Dinesh Kumar Singh, who had asked for a train ticket of a concerned inspector who was traveling along with his few constables in the Munger-Danapur Bhagalpur Intercity Express. And as and when the train reached Bakhtiyarpur, which is around 55 to 60 kilometers away from Patna, the TT, Dinesh Kumar Singh, asked for a train ticket, and in the meantime, we can see in the visuals how helpless the TT is expressing himself. As a matter of fact, he was assaulted and beaten up, the elderly TT. It appears from his personality, and thereafter a case was filed to this effect in the GRP police station.
Right. Also, Prakash, take us through what can we expect next now in this case. Is there some kind of a complaint which has been filed? Will the police really come into this and look at this case?
Well, we get to know that the TT has filed a complaint with the Bakhtiyarpur and the Mokama police station in the GRP, but apparently his application has not been taken by the GRP, because any incident that takes place in trains is taken care of, or the cognizance is taken care of by the GRP police station, which belongs to the railways, and they have not taken his application. So in the meantime, we got a tweet from Sanjay Jha, the Minister of Bihar, expressing that the concerned authorities have been asked to investigate into the matter and take proper action. So we expect that some kind of action will be taken against the inspector of the GRP who manhandled and assaulted the concerned TT while the train was en route to Munger.
Right, Prakash, also let's take us through, this visuals we're seeing on our screens right now, which are indeed shocking. Now, it also points to, Prakash, over some kind of entitlement which is being shown by the inspector there.
Well, yes, when the police wear uniform, and it has been time and again we've seen that they show high-headed attitude, whether it be the passengers or whether it be with the vehicle pliers on the road. So this is not one-off incident, but nowadays in the era of social media, you get all these kinds of videos and all these people are exposed time and again, and this is a glaring example of how high-headed attitude of an inspector of Bakhtiarpur police station is on display. And it's the brazen act.
Prakash, I would request you to hold on for a second because we are getting a couple of reactions coming in and I want our viewers to hear that and then we'll come back to you.
वो लोग कहाँ गया? पेट में लात में वो लोग उतर गया। हाँ, वो बख्तियारपुर स्टेशन पे उतर गया। आपका अधिकार नहीं है। मारा है, उतर गया। वहाँ पे आया 7-8 के बहुत गलत तरीके से। तो अभी सूचना मिला तो हम लोग भागे आ रहे हैं। हम लोग को वहीं से सूचना मिला ना। हम लोग यहाँ तुम लोग कहाँ उतरा? बख्तियारपुर में। बख्तियारपुर का है। ऐसा पर हम भागे। वो लोग कहाँ गया? पेट में लात में वो लोग उतर गया। हाँ, वो बख्तियारपुर स्टेशन पे उतर गया। आपका अधिकार नहीं है। मारा है, उतर गया। वहाँ पे आया 7-8 के बहुत गलत तरीके से। तो अभी सूचना मिला तो हम लोग भागे आ रहे हैं। हम लोग को वहीं से सूचना मिला ना। हम लोग यहाँ तुम लोग कहाँ उतरा? बख्तियारपुर में। बख्तियारपुर का है। ऐसा पर हम भागे।
All right, we just heard that TT crying out for justice, very heart-wrenching, statements that he's making there, Prakash. I would like to bring you back in. He seems very helpless, Prakash, at this point of time, what we are seeing on the streets. All right, we just will try to get back with Prakash, who's getting us this breaking update at this point of time. It's what you see on your screen is indeed shocking. It's an assault on board a Bihar train. An inspector was traveling without a ticket in AC coach and the TT was beaten up by the inspector. Prakash joins us back. Prakash, we just heard the TT speak there. He's pleading for justice and he is looking extremely helpless, Prakash. And it's a very heart-wrenching visual that we're seeing on our screens.
Well, yes, of course, it's a heart-wrenching visual and the high-headed attitude of the inspector and the brazen display of authority by the inspector, because the moment you wear uniform, and this particular inspector belongs to the GRP police station, which mans the security and any law-related issues in the police station. So they have not yet registered the FIR from the TT for alleged mishandling by the concerned inspector, because the police station belongs to the GRP, of which the inspector is posted there. Now we get to know that the Bihar government has also intervened into this and they are taking cognizance of the whole matter and proper action is being taken to nab the concerned inspector for manhandling the TT, Dinesh Singh, and his application will be accepted, for which an FIR will also be lodged very soon.
All right, thank you for joining us with all those details. So this is a big story we are tracking right now. An inspector was traveling without a ticket in AC coach and he beat up a TT who asked for a ticket. Well, let's shift our focus to some other news at this point of time. A clash broke out between BJP and Congress workers in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. The election office of the BJP was vandalized by Congress workers during the clash. Here is more on that.
A big scuffle broke out between BJP and Congress workers in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. Reportedly, BJP's election office in Indore was vandalized by Congress workers. Meanwhile, a CCTV footage of the incident is going viral. The incident came a day ahead of urban local body elections covering 11 municipal corporations in Madhya Pradesh. Meanwhile, the police has now registered a case and action is being taken against the workers.
ये कल की घटना है, खातीपुरा मेन रोड की घटना है ये, और इसमें बीजेपी का चुनाव कार्यालय था और वहाँ पर कुछ कांग्रेस के लोगों द्वारा जाकर वहाँ तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये वीडियो उसका है और वो रिपोर्ट करने आए तो उनकी रिपोर्ट लिखी गई है, तोड़फोड़ की कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
Okay, a hit and run case reported in Rajendra Nagar in Hyderabad, viewers. A speeding car rammed into her, the car that is, and later the accused fled away from the spot. A case has been registered in Rajendra Nagar police station and investigation is on. And that are the visuals that you're seeing on your screen, viewers, of that accident, a very shocking hit and run accident there in broad daylight. I repeat, in broad daylight, a shocking hit and run in broad daylight from Hyderabad. Aneri is joining us. Aneri, we are seeing this shocking incident coming in. The speeding car just ramming into a lady, and later the accused fled away from the spot. Highly irresponsible behavior we are seeing from there.
That's right, Rukmana. We have been seeing this incident coming in light from Rajendra Nagar area of Hyderabad, where two women were walking, and that time a car who was on a high speed had come and hit the car, hit the woman, and also what we are learning is that the woman had received injuries, but the car after hitting ran away from the spot. But however, now the police officials say that the girl has been shifted to the hospital, and also what we are learning is that now. Hello. And what we are learning is that now the girl.
Right, go ahead, Neri, we can hear you.
The girl has been shifted to the hospital. She's undergoing treatment at the local hospital there in that area. And also the police officials have registered a case and further investigation is taken up. But however, the accused is still at large.
Aneri, we understand that the police, of course, has booked a case like you just told us. They will be also trying to do the investigation, and they're using CCTV footage that we also have access to Republic TV to go ahead and investigate the case. Now, do we know anything about this woman who was hit by the car and the accused in this case?
Well, what we are being told is that the woman was returning back home, and that was the time when she was hit by the car. However, the accused is still at large. He's still absconding, and police officials say that they have registered a case. Further details are yet to come in, but yes, now a case has also been registered. We have access to CCTV footage also, where we see that the car was on a high speed, and he had hit the woman who was returning back home at that time.
Okay, thank you, Neri, for joining us with all those details. Top national updates now. At least 3 Trinamool Congress workers were hacked and shot dead. The incident took place on Thursday morning at Gopalpur in South 24 Parganas. MLA Paresh Ram allegedly blamed BJP and said that they have done this. Police have launched an investigation following the incident. The bodies were recovered and taken for autopsy. Following a red alert issued by the Indian Met Department amid heavy rains in Udupi, the district's Deputy Commissioner Kumara Rao M has declared a holiday for the Anganwadi schools and colleges. Tourists and fishermen are advised not to go to beaches and sea areas as the water levels are rising. Kali documentary movie filmmaker Leena tweets once again. This time she targets all who pass remarks against her and a movie poster calling them trolls. She said that the trolls will take all her creative freedom away. She further added if she gives away her freedom, fearing this right-wing mob mafia, she will give away everyone's freedom. Sahil Maharaj from Sant Samaj asserted that the kind of act will not be tolerated and said that the government should act on this or else Hindus will take things in hand and start its act.
लीना मनी मेघलाई जिसने 2 जुलाई को एक पोस्ट शेयर किया अपने ट्विटर पर, इसमें काली माता को धूम्रपान करते हुए दिखाया गया। अभी फिर से उसने पार्वती माता का एक पोस्ट शेयर किया है जिसमें पार्वती माता धूम्रपान कर रही है। ये कैसा खिलवाड़ हिंदू देवी देवताओं के साथ किया जा रहा है, सनातन को सीधा हिट किया जा रहा है। हम ये कहना चाहते हैं प्रशासन से कि यदि इन लोगों पर, चाहे वो टोरंटो में बैठे हों चाहे वो कहीं भी बैठे हों, यदि उनके साथ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तो फिर संत समाज को और हिंदुओं को इनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेना होगा। तो हमें मजबूर ना।
TMC leader Mahua Moitra is not ready to take a step back from the Kali route. This time she came up with a poem written in a way to take a jibe at the central government. Mahua Moitra mentions in her poem that the people of this country are not allowed to speak against hate and other problems. She also speaks about farmers' protest in her latest poem on Twitter. Well, much more coming up on the other side. Hate monger Salman Chishti arrested over beheading threat but flashes victory sign in police custody. Plus, as sensational foreign funding details tumble out, Zubair sent to 14-day custody. Stay tuned.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuanced critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force.
All right, we're getting some big news coming in. UK PM Boris Johnson is set to quit. Big news coming in. This is what we were expecting as well after a series of issues that his government was dealing with. More than 40 resignations have happened and the government was in real danger of imploding as his authority is ebbing away. And now what we have learned is that UK PM Boris Johnson is set to quit at any point now. Now, Boris Johnson will also be, in fact, standing down as Tory leader. That is also what we are learning so far. And we were expecting that he would also, in fact, continue as the PM until the new leaders elected. The Downing Street has said that. But what we are learning is that Boris Johnson could quit at any time now. Abhishek Kapoor is joining us for more. Abhishek, take us through the details.
Well, Shivangi, so we know what has happened over the last few days in the British government, in Boris Johnson's government. Almost 50 ministers have quit his government, and reports suggest that now Boris Johnson finally is under pressure and preparing to resign. So, for example, I can see a tweet by Piers Morgan, who's a famous British journalist, and he's saying that his sources tell him, it comes from good authority, that Boris Johnson is preparing to resign as Prime Minister. He has been under pressure for a couple of appointments. He made which even people within his cabinet thought were against propriety. He has been under pressure after his role in the party during the COVID lockdown, where he was found to be in breach of quarantine and COVID protocols himself as Prime Minister, and that was not appreciated by a great mass of citizens, and also his colleagues in the cabinet. In fact, he sought to brazen it out, and that added further to some discomfort. We have seen how the topmost ministers, led by number 2 effectively in the UK cabinet, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, who's of Indian origin, and Sajid Javid, the Health Minister, who's of Pakistani origin, both quit within 10 minutes of each other. That was day before yesterday. And since then, it has been a spate of resignations, touching 50 at last count, and that was earlier in the day. And so it's breaking news now on British networks. For example, Paul Brand, who's the UK editor of ITV News, he's saying just about 4 minutes back that Boris Johnson is all set to quit. And this is just a day after Boris Johnson took Prime Minister's question in the Parliament, and even then he sought to really stand his ground and put up a brave face. And despite all the resignations flying thick and fast, we saw how yesterday Boris Johnson sought to present a picture of control, and yet I think things have really slipped out of his hands, and now it clearly seems likely that Boris Johnson's days as Prime Minister are numbered, and that he might have to leave number 10. Of course, this is apart from the pressure that was building up on him from the opposition. We have seen how even his close confidants, close cabinet colleagues have found his conduct to be a little discomforting for them, leading to those resignations. And I think that's why these reports now that Boris Johnson is effectively all set to quit as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Right. So, Abhishek, like you were telling us, there were many calls made by the cabinet for him to step down in the wake of the ethics scandals. Take us through why exactly was his popularity on the downhill, Abhishek?
Well, Shivangi, first a statement is being prepared that would be announced from 10 Downing Street by, I believe, Boris Johnson himself, that he's quitting. This comes a day after he put a picture of defiance before the Parliament yesterday during the Prime Minister's questions. And this is essentially about, as I mentioned, a couple of scandals that hit his government. The latest one being, of course, one appointment of John Preston, if I'm getting it right, and that was because there were some charges of sexual misconduct against him, and despite that, Mr. Johnson went ahead and made that appointment in his government. Apart from that, his own involvement in the party at his residence, where those attending were seen to be in breach of COVID protocols at that time. This was about a year and a half back when London was in a lockdown. So the lockdown rules were flouted, and people generally don't appreciate that coming in from the top. And, remember when Rishi Sunak resigned the day before yesterday, Johnson was very quick to appoint Nadine Zahawi as the next Chancellor. And so it was that he was trying to present a picture of control. But it seems that there is going to be contest for conservative leadership. And there is a party conference, in fact, coming up in October, Shivangi. And it seems that Boris realized that things are not really getting in his direction. And that's why he decided to quit ahead of that party conference where, his leadership could have come under challenge. In fact, Nadine Zahawi, the man who was appointed as Chancellor of the Exchequer by Boris Johnson just yesterday, in fact, has tweeted, Shivangi, and that's really important because he says, Prime Minister, this is not sustainable and it will only get worse for you, for the Conservative Party, and most importantly of all, for the country. you must do the right thing and go now. So just imagine that the replacement of Rishi Sunak, whom Boris Johnson appointed and who accepted the appointment just 36 hours back, is now saying that Prime Minister, you should resign, and in fact he himself has put in his papers. So I think that really shows the kind of isolation that Boris Johnson has been facing, because of which I think the situation has emerged that he is resigning, Shivangi.
Right. Also, Abhishek, before you go, this is a big story you're tracking right now. It's one of the biggest international stories today. Now what we have learned is also that Boris Johnson could not also rely on some of his trusted allies because a lot of his allies wanted him to step down, and they have also said that he should step down and that he does not hold the power or the respect that he once did. So that definitely, Abhishek, would you agree, is coming as a blow to Boris Johnson?
Rohit, repeat it.
All right, we'll get back to Abhishek, who is getting us the details of this big story that after resignations, Boris Johnson is also now set to quit. His government has been imploding for a while now. More than 40 resignations in the past few days. His authority right now in big danger. Many of his allies asking him to step down. And this, in fact, is quite unprecedented in recent British political history. I believe that Abhishek Kapoor is back with us. Abhishek, would you agree that this is unprecedented at this point of time? Okay, I'm told that Abhishek will join us back after some time, but viewers, this is unprecedented in British political history for sure. Johnson's government was also in real danger of imploding, and right now we believe that that's exactly what has happened. He has had a meeting with his inner circle. He has also, in fact, gone on the attack. He's firing Michael Gove, one of this cabinet's remaining big hitters, in what one official has been describing as revenge for his attempt to remove the Premier and an act of betrayal. So we are seeing the politics in Britain there play out and not exactly in the favor of Boris Johnson. He will also be resigning as the Conservative leader today. He has also been clinging on to the job as the first leadership bid is mounting there. So what we are hearing is that he will resign as a Conservative leader today. But for now, he will continue as PM until a new one comes in place. Much more is coming up on the other side, viewers. This continues to be a top story. We'll get you more after the short break. On the other side, hate monger Salman Chishti arrested over beheading threat, but flashes victory sign in police custody. As sensational foreign funding details tumble out, Zubair sent to 14-day custody. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, We really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been
Smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0 then, and now India insult anger over shameful provocation for publicity. BJP sacked Nupur Sharma for insult, but as Mahua Moitra justifies Kali abuse, will the TMC act on it? Stunning details of Amravati hate-killing probe emerge. International angle now under scanner. Hate-monger Salman Chishti arrested over beheading threat but flashes victory sign in police custody a day after the cops were seen tutoring him. A sensational foreign funding details tumble out. Zubair sent to 14-day custody. Amidst slew of resignations, Boris Johnson set to stand down as Tory leader could resign as UK Prime Minister. Alright, the big story we're tracking at this hour here on Republic TV, Boris Johnson is set to quit as the UK Prime Minister. Boris Johnson has been faced with over 40 resignations in the last 48 to 72 hours, so he can't really stay in power. And more former cabinet colleagues, now party colleagues, are asking him to step down as the UK Prime Minister after he decided to back a leader who was accused of sexual misconduct. I'm going across to Abhishek, my colleague, joining me on the broadcast this afternoon on what Boris stepping down could mean, what Boris stepping down could mean for the UK, and at a time when the European Union and all of Europe is facing uncertain times after the war in Ukraine. This could have big repercussions. Abhishek, yes, Abhishek.
Yes, Niranjan, since you ask what it could mean for the United Kingdom, the stepping down of Boris Johnson, I'm just picking up from the wires. The pound was trading higher on the news of Boris Johnson's resignation, up 0.6% at 1.198 to the US dollar and 0.4% stronger at 1.174 euros. So I think that is in a way a commentary on how the news is being received. Generally, you know, we are nobody to comment on internal affairs or the internal dynamics of a government of a foreign nation. But what is important is, Niranjan, that generally going by the reactions that are coming in, it seems this was almost fait accompli for Boris Johnson. It's just that he took a little longer than ideally a leader of his stature and level should have, given the fact that the spate of resignations that you counted at 40 in the last 24 hours was clearly indicative enough of the fact that all trust had gone in his leadership within his own party as well. So remember, for example, it's not just Rishi Sunak resigning as Chancellor of the Exchequer. His replacement, Nadeem Zahawi, in fact, has also quit within 36 hours. And it's in fact his tweet that was about 40 minutes back, Niranjan. Nadeem Zahawi saying that the Prime Minister, this is not sustainable and it will only get worse for you, for the Conservative Party, and most importantly of all, for the country. So you must do the right thing and go now. I think that really sealed the fate, and that's why this statement coming in from Downing Street, Niranjan, which says that the Prime Minister will make a statement to the country today. Boris Johnson is expected to deliver that from number 10 before lunchtime. Now it's 2 p.m. here in India, which means it must be about 8:30 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time in London. And you can expect that around 12 noon, which is about 3.5 hours from now, Boris Johnson would be making that statement from outside 10 Downing Street and obviously resigning. And as I said, Nadeem Zahawi's tweet, the replacement of Rishi Sunak as the Chancellor of Exchequer, really precipitating it. Niranjan.
Well, absolutely. I'm staying with those live pictures. In fact, it's a live shot of 10 Downing Street. And we're staying with that live shot from outside Boris's official residence. That's 10 Downing Street. And expecting Boris to leave his residence anytime now and make that big announcement. Many people asking who could be the next Prime Minister of the UK. Rishi Sunak, by the way, is one of the 5 or 6 names, Abhishek. One of the 5 or 6 names doing the rounds of who could be the next UK Prime Minister. And while we look at the probables, over 40 resignations that have come in. And I'm just looking at the possible candidates here. Penny Mordaunt, who is a former UK Defence Secretary. Rishi Sunak, of course, the former UK Chancellor, who also stepped down. Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary. Ben Wallace, current UK Defence Secretary. Jeremy Hunt, former UK Health Secretary. Sajid Javid, former UK Chancellor, who also stepped down. Nadeem Zahawi, UK Education Secretary. Tom Tugendhat, considered a centrist leader. Now, these are some of the names doing the rounds, Abhishek. From the India perspective, of course, we're all watching out very closely on who could be the next UK Prime Minister. And we know historically the close ties that India enjoys with the UK, and whoever will be the UK Prime Minister, the next UK Prime Minister, it will have a direct impact on India and India relations. Abhishek.
Well, typically one would say, Niranjan, foreign policy remains a matter of continuity, except for if the government changes from, say, Conservatives to the Labour Party, which does not seem to be the case. There is still some time for elections. Essentially, what we are seeing, a change of leadership happening within the Conservative Party, with most of its leadership having lost trust in Boris Johnson leading them. Remember, there is a big convention of the Conservative Party in October, and it's likely that Johnson might announce his resignation today, but might continue as Prime Minister in his acting capacity till the time the Conservative Party really sorts itself out insofar as their leadership question is concerned. As you rightly mentioned, all the names that would be in the reckoning, including Rishi Sunak, by the way. And if that happens, then perhaps we might be looking at the possibility of the first Indian origin Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, essentially empire striking back, so to say. But as of now, Niranjan, all reports suggesting that the resignations of Boris Johnson cabinet continue. They have crossed 50 at last count. And of course, the precipitating reaction coming in from Nadeem Zahawi, who was the replacement Chancellor of the Exchequer, appointed by Boris Johnson after the resignation of Rishi Sunak. And he coming out and saying that continuation of Johnson has become untenable, unsustainable, and that the Prime Minister should go. I'm getting multiple sources, Niranjan, which clearly suggest that Boris Johnson is set to announce his resignation at around 12 noon outside 10 Downing Street, and that's been confirmed by multiple sources. This is obviously going to lead to a tussle for taking over leadership of the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom. The names you suggested, most of them are already there, and we are seeing that Boris Johnson, because of his certain nonchalance with which he was conducting himself over the last few months, beginning with the crisis that hit him personally when he was found to be not speaking truth about the party that took place at his residence during the London lockdown, and because of which, in fact, the Metropolitan Police of London, the Scotland Yard, in fact, had slapped a fine on the Prime Minister that was almost like a first in the history of United Kingdom, that the Prime Minister was fined by the Metropolitan Police, and subsequent to which couple of appointments, the last one which was under scrutiny, of course, of a man who's accused or was accused of sexual misconduct, and essentially all that coming together and leading to isolation of Boris Johnson in his own party. And it's been about 2.5 years that Johnson was the Prime Minister. Niranjan, coming back to the foreign policy question, how it impacts India. Of course, typically we have seen the Conservative Party maintains a better relationship with India when it comes to issues concerning India. The Conservative Party governments are typically more amenable to the Indian position. Of late, the Labour, in fact, takes a position which, because they are liberal politicians, gels little better with the liberal sentiment back here in India. So in that sense, perhaps obviously a conservative government, irrespective of who is the Prime Minister, is better. We have seen how Boris Johnson was in India only a couple of months back, and he was received very warmly, and that visit in fact had happened almost after 2 postponements. So there were a lot of things that had gotten together. India and the United Kingdom are negotiating a free trade area. So free trade agreement between the two nations. So there might be some delay in those talks. The earlier target was to finish it off by the end of the year. A lot of progress has happened on that front. So maybe there might be a bit of a hiatus when it comes to finalizing that free trade agreement between the two sides. But apart from that, generally I would say that the UK foreign policy might not change much. We have seen, for example, on the issue of extradition, irrespective of whether there is a Labour government or a Conservative government, generally the British are difficult to deal with. So I don't know whether that would change. We have those extradition proceedings pending in various UK courts for fugitives of law from India, including, for example, Nirav Modi and the former Kingfisher chief. What is important is, Niranjan, that Boris Johnson is all set to resign. He's going to announce that at around 12 noon London time, which should be about 5:30 p.m. India time, 3 hours from now. And yet he might continue as an active Prime Minister till the time that the Conservative Party sorts out its leadership issue on who takes over from Boris. And that's what we are hearing for now, Niranjan.
I'm staying with these pictures, in fact, staying with the pictures. There's a live shot coming in from 10 Downing Street, which is the residence of the UK Prime Minister. Boris Johnson is expected to make a statement as per the British media. And we're hearing now that in a short while from now, hearing 12 p.m. local time, Abhishek is also getting a confirmation of that. And if it is 12 p.m. local time, we should be able to get, let's show the live shot of the 10 Downing Street, because he's going to speak anytime now. And expecting that statement a little perhaps after 3 p.m. India time. A little after 3 p.m. India time. Let's also tell you that as far as Boris Johnson is concerned, it hasn't been easy being in the Prime Minister's seat for him. In November 2021, his government ordered Conservative lawmakers to support a change in ethics rules to delay the suspension of one of Johnson's supporters. Once again, in November 2021, the British media began reporting allegations that the government officials attended parties in what is now today called the Partygate scandal in the UK. And in December 2021, Boris Johnson authorized investigation into the scandal dubbed Partygate. Initially, that was the pressure that built for the leadership change and eventually fizzled out. And looking at some more in what has been a rather eventful tenure for Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In January 2022, earlier this year, his long-time aide Munira Mirza quit Downing Street. 3 top aides resigned soon after. In March 2022, the UK government, that is, announced a mid-year spending plan, criticized for doing too little to help people struggling with the soaring cost of living. These are some of, I'm just looking at all the different incidents. On April 9, 2022, he met Zelensky, pledged a new financial package, and he somehow managed to keep his government afloat back then. He was fined £50 for attending one of the lockdown parties, a small amount for Boris Johnson. In May 2022, findings of the Partygate investigation were published, and it appeared that that was the beginning of the downfall for him, and the latest embarrassment as he backed someone who faced very serious allegations of sexual misconduct in what is today called the Pincher scandal. I'm going back to Abhishek as we stay with the live pictures from 10 Downing Street. I think there's some movement there, the camera is moving, and while we stay there, we'll also get across our correspondents in London will be joining us live in just a few minutes. Abhishek, I think everyone's watching. The most interesting aspect for me, if you ask me, in all of this, is I think people would want to know who is the next Prime Minister. And specifically very excited about Rishi Sunak being in that list. Going by the UK media itself, Abhishek, Rishi Sunak being seen as the top 2 or the top 3 candidates in the running.
Well, absolutely. In fact, we have to also look at the circumstance in which Boris Johnson really took over the leadership of Conservative Party, Niranjan, and that was because Theresa May had some doubts about Brexit, whether UK should really come out of the European Union. Boris Johnson, of course, drove roughshod. He presented a picture of decisiveness, he presented a picture of control, and he sought to convince the Britishers and his citizens essentially that he was the man who could achieve it. He did achieve Brexit, of course, at some cost that the citizens of the United Kingdom realized only later. But what is important is that he had a mandate for Brexit and he achieved that. So in a way, that would be a legacy that would be counted in his favor, Niranjan. But subsequently, of course, the nonchalance which I was mentioning, with which he has really sought to conduct himself at 10 Downing Street, really got to him. It's likely that this is more like an internal coup where the Conservative leadership has really not liked Boris Johnson's in-your-face attitude, and that's why perhaps the internal party dynamics really playing out. I mean, I'm yet to really go into the detail of what more could have happened apart from the couple of instances we know which have been precipitating in nature so far as the situation today is concerned, where Boris Johnson is all set to announce his resignation, forced by his own leaders. Remember, Rishi Sunak might have seen this coming, Sajid Javid might have seen this coming, and that's why they resigned 2 days back. And the scale of the rebellion that is emerging now with 50 resignations, including Nadeem Zahawi, the replacement exchequer of the Chancellor, I beg your pardon, the replacement Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Finance Minister of United Kingdom, essentially. He also really holding a mirror to Boris Johnson, saying that this is time to go. In fact, I was going through the resignation letter of the new Education Minister, Niranjan, and that's Michelle Donlan. She took over only 24 hours back, and now she is resigning. And in the letter, she says that you have put us in an impossible situation. I'm deeply saddened that it has come to this. But as someone who values integrity above all else, I have no choice. And I'll continue to champion opportunity for our brilliantly talented and inspiring. What is important is, Niranjan, that she took over. She took over as Education Minister only 24 hours back, and is now says that you have put us in such a difficult situation. I think this crisis has precipitated over the last 24 hours only, and as it happens...
There's some movement there, Abhishek. Police officers, I think, also going in and coming out. Police officers going in and coming out of 10 Downing Street. We just had that visual of a police officer going in and coming out. So it's a developing story. We're expecting some movement there in London as Boris Johnson is all set to resign. He's cornered completely because ministers, cabinet colleagues, former colleagues in the cabinet, there is more movement. In fact, people going in and coming out. So maybe the media, the security officials and the protocol in UK, just getting ready for that statement perhaps that Boris Johnson could be making in a short while from now. So the action developing in London as well. We'll keep a close track on that story. I'm handing it back to you for now, Abhishek. Before I go across to Abhishek, let me also tell you that among the 6 or 7 names on who could be the next Prime Minister of the UK. All right, let me just stay with these pictures. Let me also tell you that among the names doing the rounds of who could be the next Prime Minister of UK, some of the names include Penny Mordaunt, who's the former UK Defence Secretary, Rishi Sunak, the former UK Chancellor. You have Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, Ben Wallace, current UK Defence Secretary, Jeremy Hunt, former UK Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, former UK Chancellor, Nadeem Zahawi, the UK Education Secretary, Tom Tugendhat, considered a centrist leader, a former military officer. Bharat Joshi is joining me live from London now. Bharat Joshi, tracking the developments in London. Bharat, seen this coming. He knew it was coming. It was inevitable. And he will have to go perhaps today. But what are you hearing about who could be the next Prime Minister of the UK and who could be the next Tory leader?
Well, a lot of the thoughts were about Nadine Zahawi, who was appointed Chancellor after Rishi Sunak resigned. And some people did say that seemed like a strange move for someone who has been positioning themselves as a possible replacement, doing interviews in newspapers, showing himself as a leader. And it seems a little strange that, he accepted the Chancellor role when he was also amongst the people to replace Boris Johnson. Now, if you'd spoken about this maybe 6 months ago, Rishi Sunak was the clear leader. I mean, he was effectively number 2 as the Chancellor. And he looked like a good shout. A lot of people were saying that they would have preferred him to take over, especially with the way he handled certain measures for businesses and individuals during the pandemic. But there was essentially a hit job on Rishi Sunak by raising his wife's domicile status and her tax affairs. And it became pretty clear that this was designed as a way of showing that, perhaps he's not the right choice. And it was, I think that kind of ended, or at least damaged, his hopes of becoming the Prime Minister. And beyond that, actually, I mean, it's pretty too early to say. But it seems that the one thing that's interesting is that there have been rumours about, or there have been calls, I suppose, for Boris Johnson to step down for a while. Why now? That's the interesting thing. And maybe it is to do with a power play behind the scenes where somebody has promised a lot of these ministers jobs and asked them to resign and maybe force that coup.
And we're waiting for Boris Johnson perhaps to make an official statement. It hasn't been an easy last few months, isn't it? Tell us, from an Indian perspective, for all our viewers of Republic who are watching this broadcast, how have the last few weeks been? And tell us a little bit about this latest scandal and how many of his colleagues have really dumped him at this point.
Yeah, even his closest allies, it seems. Priti Patel, who is, a prominent member of the cabinet. I mean, she's, an Indian female. And has been a staunch ally of his. He stood up for her. She stood up for him. It was just rumoured, it was reported last night by the Times newspaper here in the UK that even she was telling him, look, it's time to go. And he, as a politician, is, kursi nahi chodni. That's kind of generally his process at the moment, or his mantra at the moment. I think is upwards. I'm seeing various figures, but last night it was 38. Today I think it's 50. And yeah, it's interesting that it's happening now, especially from an Indian point of view. I guess, look, generally it's the same as everybody else, but there is a little difference in that actually this cabinet was the most diverse in a long, long time, especially when you talk about South Asian representation. You had Sajid Javid, who's Pakistani, and obviously Priti Patel and Rishi Sunak, who are Indian. And Rishi Sunak to be a chancellor is a massive deal, to be honest, for someone, for an NRI or a PIO. So visually, yes, it's an impact for us because it's like, oh, okay, there was one of us there. And he was actually doing a decent job. Priti Patel is actually not so well liked generally because of her policies, but Rishi was better liked. So that's, I suppose, the immediate impact. And maybe you could say there might be some allies or somebody perhaps, should we say, sensitive to the Indian cause, not to say that they would be fighting the Indian cause because, they are duty bound as British citizens and representatives of Her Majesty's government to do the right thing for the UK. But certainly, I think there would have been maybe it would have been a little bit easier perhaps. And I imagine, like, with all the criticism that India has received regarding Ukraine, for example, I can imagine it probably would have been a lot worse had maybe they not been there, to at least share some of the other side, or the Indian side.
Bharat, thank you for joining us. In fact, we're taking a short break, but we will be live on the story in the next few minutes once again as we get ready to broadcast the statement of Boris Johnson expected from 10 Downing Street in London, which is his official residence. And all of us here at Republic very keen to know who could be the next Tory leader who takes over from Boris Johnson. I'm taking a short break right now. When we come back, We will get to the other big stories we are tracking here on Republic. Boris Johnson, set to resign officially, will be making a statement in a short while from now. Stay tuned.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witnessed the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसके ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuanced critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
Smoking Kali first and now a second provocation with an India insult, but the filmmaker Leena Manimekalai rallies artistic freedom defense. BJP sacked Nupur Sharma for insult, but as Mahua Moitra justifies Kali abuse, will the TMC act on it? Stunning details of the Amravati hate killing probe emerge. International angle now under scan. Hitmonger Salman Chishti arrested over beheading threat but flashes victory sign in police custody. A sensational foreign funding detail tumbles out. Zubair is sent to 14 days of custody. Amidst of resignations, Boris Johnson is set to stand down as a Tory leader. A new UK Prime Minister could take over soon. In fact, the Kali controversy continues to rage on with the controversial filmmaker Leena Manimekalai putting out a series of tweets this morning. First, put out more offensive pictures showing more Hindu gods and trying to insult more Hindu gods. And then she tried to justify that. She attacked Hindutva. So these back-to-back tweets of the filmmaker showing that she's in a complete meltdown mode as she gets questioned. Her tweets and some of the videos that she put out, the controversial videos at least, being taken down by Twitter for harming and promoting religious enmity and harming the sensitivities of many Hindus who've complained across different parts of the country. Here are some of the responses coming into the story. And we're also watching out for whether the Trinamool Congress acts on Mahua Moitra, their parliamentarian. So far, there's no action coming.
लीना मणिमेकालाई, जिसने 2 जुलाई को एक पोस्ट शेयर किया अपने ट्विटर पर, इसमें काली माता को धूम्रपान करते हुए दिखाया गया। अभी फिर से उसने पार्वती माता का एक पोस्ट शेयर किया है जिसमें पार्वती माता धूम्रपान कर रही है। ये कैसा खिलवाड़ हिंदू देवी देवताओं के साथ किया जा रहा है। सनातन को सीधा हिट किया जा रहा है। हम ये कहना चाहते हैं प्रशासन से कि यदि इन लोगों पर चाहे वो टोरंटो में बैठे हों, चाहे वो कहीं भी बैठे हों, यदि उनके साथ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तो फिर संत समाज को और हिंदुओं को इनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेना होगा। तो हमें मजबूर ना करें कि हमें इनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई करनी पड़े। मेरा ये आग्रह है, क्योंकि ये सीधी सीधी सनातन धर्म के लोगों को, हिंदुओं को, उनके दिलों को ठेस पहुंचाने वाली बात है और ये बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है ये चीजें। और जहां भी ये लोग बैठे हुए हैं जो इस तरह की पोस्ट करते हैं, हमारे देवी देवताओं के लिए, हिंदुओं के देवी देवताओं को टारगेट किया जा रहा है और तो कुछ कर नहीं सकते। अब हमारे जो देवी देवता हैं, भगवान हैं, ईश्वर हैं, उनकी इस तरह की पोस्ट बना बना के शेयर की जा रही है। ये काफी निंदनीय बात है और ये संत समाज कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा।
अभी तत्काल में जिस प्रकार से लीना के द्वारा भगवान भोले, माता पार्वती के मुख में सिगरेट जला देना, पकड़ा देना, अभी तक तो मां काली के मुख में ऐसा करके उन्होंने एक पोस्टर रिलीज किया था। दोबारा उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, जो हमने किया गलत नहीं किया, तिवारा फिर ये ऐसी घटना की है। इसके नाते देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी से और देश के गृह मंत्री जी से मांग है कि देव निंदा कानून बनाकर और ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की मांग साधु संत कर रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए कि हमारी भी भावना है, हमारी भावना को ऐसे ठेस पहुंचाओगे, ऐसे आहत करोगे, तो जिस दिन हमारी अपने ऊपर से हटेगी उस दिन आपकी हम हटा देंगे और ऐसे हटाएंगे कि आप बोलने लायक नहीं रहोगे। इसके नाते मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से और गृह मंत्री जी से मांग करता हूं कि इस देव निंदा कानून बनाकर ऐसे लोग खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करो। क्योंकि साधु संतों में इसका रोष है, हिंदू जनमानस में इसका रोष है। हिंदू जनमानस जिस दिन आंदोलित हो जाएगा, रोड पे आ जाएगा, जिस दिन साधु संत अपने भक्तों को कहना शुरू कर देंगे कि सर्तन से जुदा, उस दिन इस ऐसे मानसिकता के लोगों को देश में रहना संभव नहीं हो पाएगा।
Getting in more reactions, in fact, across the country, several complaints have been filed in several states. It's not limited to just one or two states. In several states, including Madhya Pradesh, in Uttar Pradesh, in West Bengal, Assam, complaints have been filed. Here are some more responses coming in of ministers included.
इस पोस्टर को आप कैसे देखते हो और उस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, मेरा जो मानना है कि हम सबको एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के नाते ऐसी किसी भी चीज़ से बचना चाहिए, ऐसी किसी भी चीज़ को अवॉइड करना चाहिए जिससे समाज में कोई भ्रम की स्थिति या कोई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की स्थिति पैदा हो। हम सबको समाज की शांति व्यवस्था और कानून व्यवस्था बनाने के लिए जिम्मेदारी पूर्वक एक आदर्श नागरिक की तरह हम सबको अपनी भूमिका निभानी चाहिए और ख़ास तौर पे धार्मिक मसलों पे बहुत ही संजीदगी से कोई भी अपनी बात, कोई भी राय रखनी चाहिए। निश्चित तौर पे अगर हमारे किसी बात से समाज में कोई कन्फ्यूज़न या कॉन्फ्लिक्ट पैदा कर हो तो ये सही नहीं है। हम सबको समाज का प्यार, भाईचारा, एकता और अखंडता बनाए रखने में जिम्मेदारी पूर्वक कार्य करना चाहिए।
जी, एक पोस्टर एक हफ्ते पहले ट्वीट होता है, उसके बाद आज फिर एक ट्वीट उन्होंने ही किया, लीना ने ही, और उन्होंने ये कहा कि एक जो पोस्टर दोबारा ट्वीट किया गया उसमें दिखाया गया कि किस तरीके से भगवान शिव और मां पार्वती जा रही हैं और उसमें धुआं उड़ रहा है। फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने उसको रिट्वीट किया और लिखा कि भाजपा के लोग जो मुझे ट्रोल कर रहे हैं वो देख लें कि जो तमाम थिएटर आर्टिस्ट हैं वो इस तरीके की चीज़ें करते हैं। पर इसके बाद भी जो तमाम लोग हैं उनका ये कहना है कि आप हमारी धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत मत करें।
Anyway, she is in Canada. In Canada, the film festival themselves have agreed that they will not screen that movie. So is it meaning that Indian government has influenced the Canadian government's decision? Canadian government independently has taken a view. This movie portrays hatred and she should not be given a space and opportunity inside that place. That is the Canadian government's view. Now, there are some people in India who believe simply by abusing others' faith, they get famous overnight. Using which they believe they can sell their movie. Sadly, the media has read through that script. And sadly, the people of our country has also read through that script. And no more Leena Manimegalais, this kind of things will sell in our country. So better she should correct herself, talk about whatever she wants, she can talk because Constitution gives her the right. But talk about something without hurting anybody, and the process trying to portray herself as some big social virtue paragon. That is my only comment on this, sir.
हम मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की ओर से केंद्र को पत्र लिखने जा रहे हैं कि एक LOC जारी करें। वो लुकआउट सर्कुलर होता है ये लीना मणि मैकलई जी के खिलाफ, क्योंकि अब वो जो कर रही हैं वो जानबूझ के कर रही हैं, ऐसा प्रतीत होता है। तो इन दोष पर तत्काल कार्रवाई हो, इसके लिए हमने केस रजिस्टर तो कर ही दिया था, पर केंद्र को भी आज हम LOC के लिए लिख देंगे कि जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले इस तरह के ट्वीट जो होते हैं, कुछ विकृत मानसिकता के लोग इस तरह के जो ट्वीट लगातार करते हैं, जैसे काली फिल्म की डायरेक्टर लीना मणि मैकलई जी ने किया है, इस तरह के जो ट्वीट हैं, कभी बीड़ी पीते हुए काली का, कभी शंकर जी का जो जारी कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे विकृत मानसिकताओं के लिए जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले चित्र हैं और ट्विटर को टूल की तरह उपयोग जो कर रहे हैं, इसको वो रोकें अपने स्तर पर।
It is unfortunate that there is a segment of society that immediately invokes its right to freedom of expression and speech under Article 90, but they ignore reasonable restrictions and, more importantly, they forget the existence of Article 51A and particularly Article 51AE, which is the fundamental duty of every citizen, which includes promoting harmony and brotherhood. After all, by putting out something that would instigate a section of society, or put out a tweet and say that this is my fundamental right to say so, by ignoring the fundamental duty of ensuring that there is harmony and brotherhood is not the correct constitutional position or legal position. And they must remember that.
The fresh tweet by alleged filmmaker Leena shows that this is not creative expression, it is in fact deliberate provocation. Is abusing Hindu gods equals to secularism? Is insulting Hindu Astha equal to liberalism and progressivism? The likes of Leena, who has tweeted again in this particular manner, are emboldened because she knows she has the backing of an entire ecosystem. The ecosystem which includes Congress Party, Trinamool Congress, left, who always think that abusing Hindu Astha is necessary for getting vote bank support and is equal to pseudo-secularism. Therefore, no action has been taken by TMC even now on Mahua Mitra. They have only tweeted against her, but they haven't really taken any action against her. And this ecosystem is emboldening the likes of Leena and is encouraging her to continue to abuse, insult and mock Hindu Astha on a daily basis. This is not about creative expression, it is about deliberate provocation.
अभी माँ काली का जिस प्रकार से अपमान फिल्म के निर्देशक लीला ने किया था कनाडा में रह करके, अब इसके बाद माफ़ी तो मांगना दूर, अब भगवान शिव और माँ पार्वती जी का जिस प्रकार से पोस्ट किया है, ये जानबूझ करके जिस प्रकार से हिंदू सनातन धर्म की भावना को आहत कर रहे हैं, बार बार कर रही है, ये निश्चित रूप से ये पूतना और ताड़का के रूप में है, एक असुर के रूप में है, राक्षसी के रूप में है, जो विदेश में रह करके जानबूझ करके हिंदू भावनाओं को आहत करने का काम कर रही है। और हमें जो पता चला है कि ये जो आतंकी संगठन है हाफिज सईद और से ट्रेनिंग ली हुई है, ये पाकिस्तान के तमाम और आईसिस के संगठनों से भी ये जुड़ी हुई है, इसकी जाँच किया जाए केंद्र की सरकार से।
Some more breaking news updates now. The Trinamool Congress has indicated they've distanced once again from Mahua Moitra's comments, and that's the breaking news update now coming in. The TMC saying that they respect all religions. Shogata Roy, Trinamool Congress parliamentarian, has once again distanced his party from the comments made by Mahua Moitra. This is the third or fourth time that they're doing that, saying that they respect all religions and don't support Mahua. Will they take action? So far, no indication on whether there will be action taken against Mahua Moitra. Let's play out the response of Shakota Roy. And just about getting that in a few minutes from now, we should be able to get that response from the Trinamool Congress, which yesterday called it a personal opinion. They said it's her personal opinion, it's her personal capacity in which he made that comment, is what the Trinamool Congress said while holding an official news conference. So they've really gone all out to distance themselves. And I think that's the big breaking news update coming in right now. The Trinamool Congress, once again, as the Mahua Moitra controversy continues to rage on, is not dying down. Once again, the party has distanced itself publicly from Mahua Moitra. There's a response coming in. Let's play that out.
As far as the party is concerned, the party does not approve of the poster of the cinema Kali, which shows Ma Kali smoking a cigarette and waving LGBT flag. That is not acceptable to us. We do not approve of Mahua Moitra's statement in the matter. Our party is a secular one. It respects own religion, and our party does not want to go into any religious controversy. And as such, the party does not approve of Mahua Moitra's statement, whatever she says.
No, but she sticks to her stand to what she has said, and she also has tweeted today. What will you say?
Taking a break, we're coming back to the live coverage from London after that, but we also have lined up the story about Zubair, the so-called fact checker whose custody has been extended. Custody extended as the foreign funding angle becomes the focus now. And also getting you more details from London. We have live coverage from London. Boris Johnson is set to quit officially. He will step down. He's agreed to step down as per reports. We have live coverage coming up.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
The Agnipath recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how
Leena is too
tweeting again and again. She is saying that her artistic freedom is at stake. The artistic freedom she is quoting is subjective. It is not absolute in nature. When there are already FIRs in different states in India over her tweet of defaming Hindu god and goddesses, she is not apologetic.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage here on Republic TV. Counting down to Boris Johnson's address in a short while from now in London outside 10 Downing Street. He's expected to address the media in what could be his formal announcement of resignation. All right, let's go back to the live coverage from London. I have Bharat Joshi, who's still live with us from London. Joining us also on the broadcast this afternoon here in India from London is Ramesh Kallidai. Ramesh Kallidai is the former Commissioner of Integration and Cohesion, UK government, former advisor to the London Criminal Justice Board and the Met Police London. Let me get in a word from Ramesh Kallidai first up, and then Bharat Joshi will stay with us on the broadcast. Ramesh, it hasn't been a easy last few weeks for Boris Johnson. I think what's happening now is inevitable. But take us through the scandal, the different scandals that he's had to wade through, and why he's lost support completely now.
It started off with what was called the Partygate scandal, and a succession of other scandals almost was the last nail in his coffin, and it culminated basically in the Chris Pincher scandal, and it was alleged that in 2019 the Prime Minister had already heard of Chris Pincher's sexual proclivities, and in spite of knowing it, he willingly appointed him. It is alleged that he was willingly appointed as the Deputy Chief Whip. And as a result of all these allegations being made public, Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid, of course, resigned from their cabinet posts. And what followed after that was incredible. Almost 50 ministerial resignations forced Boris Johnson to a corner. And the funny part was he was actually quite defiant. He was saying even yesterday that he wasn't going to resign. And then, of course, 6 cabinet ministers turned up at Downing Street. And and it is believed, of course, that the tipping point was that Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, convinced him to resign, and that almost was like the tipping point. And it's expected that at noon today, he will resign, and he will also announce that he will continue till a successor is found.
Yes. Ramesh and Bharat just have to take a short break right now. Getting into more breaking news updates. Stay with us. Our coverage from London continues. We'll keep going back to the breaking news updates. In fact, before I take a short break, getting in some more breaking news now from Hyderabad. Let me get you the quick news update from Hyderabad. There's been a hit and run in Hyderabad where a youth driving a car is seen ramming into a woman wearing a veils, and you can't really make out. It appears now that this was a deliberate act of murder. It may not have been an accident. It appears it was an act of murder. We're getting in the first pictures of the accused. In fact, the accused also had put out a status message saying, "Nobody should come in my way." He had put up a status message saying, "Ab samne nakko aao koi bhi," which means nobody should come in front of me right now. That's the picture of the accused, and he'd very eerily put up a status message from his dashboard, from the car that he was driving, saying, "Don't come in front of my car," hinting that this could have been perhaps a deliberate act. It's not an accident. It could have been a deliberate act of murder. That's the first picture of the hit and run accused. His name is Kamran, is what we are hearing. Kamran, in the hit and run case, had posted stating, "Nobody should come in front of me right now." And if you see in this particular video, the car swerves, and it appears like it was aimed to kill. he goes straight for the victim, and then the car moves to the left and drives away. So it's a clear case of hit and run, and the post also indicating that it may have been a case of deliberate murder. Now that's the status. In fact, this is the pre-attack post, and the pre-attack post. In fact, if you look at this video here, he says, "Ab samne nako koi aao koi bhi." Ab samne nako aao koi bhi, which means don't come in front of me. Minutes before he mowed down a woman, this is the post put up by the accused. He said, "Don't come in front of my car." As eerie as that sounds, that's what happened. And let me show you the post. This is the post once again. This is the driving. This is the dashboard, the wheel, and he posted in fact saying, "Don't come in front of my car," saying, "Aap samne nako aao koi bhi." Don't come in front of me right now. That was a post, the pre-attack post, after which he went straight for the victim, ran his car over her, and she died instantly, is what we are hearing. That's the first picture of the accused. He's been identified as Kamran. And that's the first picture of Kamran. In fact, let me once again show you the post. It appears that in this particular case, Kamran, who's believed to be the killer behind the wheels, had put up a post as well. And this post is being looked into. This is Kamran, and this is the post, and this is the wheel. Steering wheel and the post that he put up before he mowed down. And Aneri is joining me. Aneri, was this a deliberate act of murder?
Well, Naranjan, what the police officials have been saying is that it's an hit and run case which happened on the Wednesday evening in Rajendra Nagar area of Hyderabad. Well, the family members also have been saying that there are a lot of complaints against this accused Kamran, who is now fled after hitting a woman there on the streets of Rajendra Nagar. But yes, there earlier also the colony members of that particular area, Rajendra Nagar, have raised a lot of complaints in regard with rash driving of Kamran, is what we are being told. And now what we are also being learning is that the girl is out of danger. She is undergoing treatment at the hospital, and also the family members have been saying that there are a lot of complaints against the accused. And also we also have been seeing that now the police officials have issued a lookout notice for this particular guy Kamran, who is now the accused, and he had hit a girl who was walking on the streets, as you can see clearly on that.
Some more breaking news now. Getting in some more breaking news now in the investigation of the Prime Minister's security breach that took place in Andhra Pradesh, where a few Congress leaders floated balloons close to the chopper. The breaking news update now is that the main accused, Congress leader Rajiv Ratan, has now surrendered before the Gannavaram police. He had released black balloons as the Prime Minister's chopper was leaving. And the police have said that this Congress leader, Rajiv Ratan, has now surrendered before the police investigation continues. So that's a breaking news update that came in. The Congress leader has now surrendered. Let me take a short break right now. We'll get you more details on the coverage from London as well when we come back. Standing by for Boris Johnson's address. Keeping a close watch on that. All right, the story across India that continues to be talked about. Mahua Moitra continues to be defiant. She's defiant, and her party says they will act. They don't agree with her, but no action yet.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what
is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
केंद्र रहा है। हमारे देश के युवाओं के भविष्य और उच्च शिक्षा पर विमर्श के लिए वाराणसी सबसे बेहतरीन स्थान है, क्योंकि यहाँ के कण कण में हमारी प्राचीन धरोहर, संस्कृति एवं ज्ञान राशि समाहित है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 एक दार्शनिक दस्तावेज, एक फिलोसॉफिकल डॉक्यूमेंट है। मेरा मानना है कि संविधान के बाद NEP 2020 एक ऐसा दस्तावेज है जिसे देश भर में कई स्तर पर
the way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street. Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP.
Let's start with the Superfast 50. TMC leader Mahua Motra is not ready to take a step back from the Kali route. This time she came up with a poem written in a way to take a jibe at the central government. Mahua Motra mentions in a poem that the people of this country are not allowed to speak against hate and other problems. She also speaks about farmers' protest in her latest poem on Twitter. Kali director Leena Manimekalai tweeted again, and this time she insulted India and tweeted that India has worsened from the largest democracy to the largest hate machine and she feels unsafe to live here. Amid the massive uproar that erupted across the country over the poster of the documentary film Kali, filmmaker Leena Manimekalai remained unapologetic as she posted another controversial picture. The filmmaker's latest post comes a day after Twitter pulled down her tweet defending her documentary Kali in response to a legal demand. Kali documentary movie filmmaker Leena tweets once again. This time she targets all who passed remarks against her and a movie poster, calling them trolls. She said that the trolls will take all her creative freedom away. She further added if she gives away her freedom, fearing this right-wing mob mafia, she will give away everyone's freedom. Sahil Maharaj from the San Samaj asserted that the kind of act will not be tolerated and said that the government should act on this or else Hindus will take things in hand and start its act.
धर्म के लोगों को, हिंदुओं को, उनके दिलों को ठेस पहुंचाने वाली बात है और ये बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है ये चीजें। और जहां भी ये लोग बैठे हुए हैं जो इस तरह की पोस्ट करते हैं, हमारे देवी देवताओं के लिए, हिंदुओं के देवी देवताओं को टारगेट किया जा रहा है और तो कुछ कर नहीं सकते। अब हमारे जो देवी देवता हैं, भगवान हैं, ईश्वर हैं, उनकी इस तरह की पोस्ट बना बना के शेयर की जा रही है। ये काफी निंदनीय बात है और ये संत समाज कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा।
BJP's national spokesperson Shahzad Poonawalla on Kali filmmaker Leena Manimekalai's latest tweet said that her tweet showed this is not a creative expression but a deliberate provocation. Further, BJP spokesperson added that the filmmaker is backed by Congress and TMC party. British PM Boris Johnson agreed to step down as a Conservative party leader, triggering a leadership election for a new Tory leader who will go on to become the new Premier. He is expected to formally announce his resignation later. Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair, who has been charged for hurting religious sentiments, was sent to 14 days judicial custody. Alt News co-founder was taken to Sitapur jail from Sitapur court. Officials said that the perpetrators of the killing of a pharmacist in Amravati might have been self-inspired by the violence carried out by the Middle East group ISIS. Meanwhile, investigators are trying to ascertain links with any terror outfit. At least 3 TMC workers were hacked and shot dead. The incident took place on Thursday morning at Gopalpur in South 24 Parganas. MLA Paresh Ram allegedly blamed BJP and said that they have done this. Police have launched an investigation following the incident. The bodies were recovered and taken for autopsy. In development in Udaipur's brutal killing, National Investigation Agency will carry out a crime scene recreation in Udaipur. NIA will investigate the spot and is likely to interrogate more suspects today. Delhi High Court issues notice to the CBI on the appeal moved by Om Prakash Chautala against conviction in the disproportionate assets case. He has challenged the order of the special CBI court, has also sought suspension of 4 years jail sentence. PM Modi will attend the first Arun Jaitley Memorial Lecture on July 8th at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi. PM to also interact with delegates participating in the 3-day Kautilya Economic Conclave event starting tomorrow. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi in Bali, where the two focused on specific outstanding issues in the bilateral relationship pertaining to the border situation. This is on the sidelines of the G20 foreign ministers meeting, and the discussion between the two lasted for 1 hour. A 10-year-old was beaten to death in Saidpur area of Kathua, according to the regional commissioner Kotwal. The child's body was recovered on the same night. Meanwhile, all 4 accused, including 3 minors and an adult, have been taken into custody. The cause of the crime is still yet to be ascertained. BJP spokesperson Krishna Sagar Rao urges the Union Ministry of Home Affairs to ban the radical organization PFI owing to the recent arrest and subsequent confessions made by the suspects. The PFI has been actively radicalizing Muslim youth for years. Congress in a huddle over the reports of appointment of Viqar Rasool as next Jammu and Kashmir PCC chief. Several leaders have conveyed displeasure to Sonia Gandhi over Viqar Rasool. Meanwhile, leaders from both Azad and the Mir camp have shown displeasure on the same. Delhi High Court dismissed a public interest litigation petition seeking removal of Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain from the cabinet. The police stated that the Jain under custody is still enjoying the privileges of a cabinet minister despite having been allegedly under serious charges. WHO Director General has said that a new sublineage of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus has been detected in countries like India. According to the Union Health Ministry, India has reported more than 18,000 cases with positivity rate standing at 4%, while the country's active cases stands at more than 1 lakh. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi allegedly assaulted 2 men, Guddu and his relative Mukesh Babu in Delhi's Ashok Vihar area. MLA hits Guddu with a brick when he complained about the sewage problem. He sustained injuries on left side of his head. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi was booked for allegedly assaulting 2 men in the Delhi's Ashok Vihar area after one of them complained about a sewage problem. Police reached the spot after a call was made at Ashok Vihar police station regarding the assault. Guddu Halwai, one of the man who was in fact being allegedly assaulted by Aam Aadmi Party MLA, pleads to Kejriwal to remove the MLA from his district. He also says that if the MLA is not removed, Aam Aadmi Party will not win the next election.
कैसे कह दिया कि मैंने ड्रिंक कर रखी है, यानी कि शिकायत करना गुनाह है, हमारे विधायक बनना गुनाह नहीं है। यानी कि जनता हमारी पागल है और हम पागल हैं, जो हम शिकायत करना भी गुनाह समझो। यानी कि वो हमारे लिए तो कुछ है ही नहीं, हमारे विधायक बन गए हैं लेकिन हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं है।
BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla criticized the behavior and action of Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi and said that this is a true face of the party.
This is the true face of the Aam Aadmi Party. It is not Aam Aadmi Party, but in fact, it is anarchist anti-people party AAP, whose ABCD is A for advertising, B for blaming others, C for corruption, and D for dadagiri.
BJP spokesperson Praveen Kapoor said the Aam Aadmi Party has a tendency to physically assault anyone who can complain, and Delhi police should take strict action against the situation. An FIR has been lodged against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Akhilesh Tripathi after he allegedly assaulted 2 men in the Ashok Vihar area of northwest Delhi. One of them, identified as Guddu Halwai, complained that the MLA has hit him and his relative Mukesh. The MLA in his defense said that the police registered a case against him based on a person who was in an inebriated condition and blamed BJP of playing politics. To garner support for his candidature, the presidential candidate for the opposition, Yashwant Sinha, will visit Jammu and Kashmir on Sunday. According to the sources, Sinha is likely to meet leaders of different political parties, including National Conference, to seek support for his candidature during the visit. A level 2 fire broke out in a shopping mall in the Hira Nandini Powai. As we speak, no reports of any injury or casualty yet. At least 12 fire tenders rushed to the spot to douse the flames. The cause for the fire is yet to be ascertained. A special ambush party of BSF Bhuj arrested 4 Pakistan fishermen and seized 10 Pakistan fishing boats when they were sneaking into Indian territory near the Indo-Pak border in the Kutch district of Gujarat. The BSF Bhuj special ambush group observed movements between and cornered off the area. The search for the area is underway, though nothing suspicious recovered from the fishing boats. Actor Srijit Ravi was arrested over the POCSO case here. The Thrissur West police recorded his arrest for allegedly exhibiting indecent conduct before 2 minor girls in public on July 4th. A case has been registered under the POCSO Act against him, and the police informed that a detailed investigation should be carried out over the case. All schools and colleges have been shut in the coastal areas of Karnataka after the Indian Met Department predicted extremely heavy rain for coastal districts in the state. Now, the CM Bommai, along with the state authorities, have taken all necessary precautions, and NDRF have been deployed as well. Indian Met Department has predicted moderate to heavy rain in Mumbai and its suburbs over the next 24 hours. Several areas such as Andheri, Navi Mumbai and many other places in Mumbai reported heavy waterlogging. Heavy overnight rains caused flooding at various places in Maharashtra's Thane district, also led to waterlogging around CM Eknath Shinde's residence in the city. Local firemen were called to inform about the inundation near the CM's residence of the city following heavy showers throughout this night. As monsoon picked up pace, the state received widespread rainfall since last 2 days. Also, the Indian Met Department has issued a yellow alert for heavy rainfall in most districts. The warnings will continue till July 9th. About 95% of Jharkhand's arable land meant for paddy and other kharif crops is lying fallow due to 43% monsoon rate shortfall. Farmers are worried as overall coverage of kharif crops is only 5.32%. Indian Met Department forecast light rainfall in Delhi today. The maximum temperature could be around 37 degrees Celsius. While the IMD initially had heavy rainfall on the forecast and even issued a orange alert, but later it has been updated to light rainfall. Most weather stations in the city remain dry on the day. 3 persons died and one faced several injuries in a landslide caused by non-stop rain that took place in the Panjikal village in Dakshina Kannada district. According to Deputy Commissioner, 3 people have been rescued, out of which one is in critical condition and has been admitted to the hospital. Heavy rainfall is expected in the east and west of Madhya Pradesh for a whole week, which started from July 6th. Apart from this, heavy rains with some flooding are also likely in some areas during this period. Although the rain may stop around July 11th, but then from July 12th, another widespread spell of rain is expected. The death toll from heavy rainfall in Balochistan rose to 39, including scores of people missing in different parts of the province. According to the higher state officials, there was a prediction that heavy rainfall will take place in different parts of Balochistan. Following the recent spell of rain in the city, large-scale losses of lives and assets were also caused in the provincial capital, Quetta. Somnath has been facing heavy rainfall since the past few days. Post-downpour, water has accumulated in the city, causing excessive flooding of villages and cities alike have been affected due to the flooding. The farmers' crop has drowned in the flood water and has caused large destruction. Residents of Australia's state of New South Wales have been hit by heavy rains and flooding. Floodwaters were receding in Sydney and its surrounding areas, but heavy rain threatened to inundate towns in the north side of Australia's largest city. British PM Boris Johnson sacked senior cabinet colleague Michael Gove as he battled to remain in office while brushing off calls for his resignation. The Gove's firing comes after he called for Johnson's resignation, and we're expecting that Boris Johnson will quit soon today. Thousands marched through Skopje for a fifth consecutive night, protesting a proposal aiming to break a deadlock in North Macedonia's efforts to join the European Union. Police said that they found bullet casings at the scene. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the Ukrainian forces were beginning to see the impact of Western-supplied artillery having an effect on the battlefield. Zelensky added that Ukrainian forces were advancing on several Russian defensive lines and occupied territories of the country. 2 children were reportedly killed, with 3 others injured in Donetsk in a shelling blamed on Ukraine. Eyewitnesses said that Soviet-era missiles struck a playground outside a residential home. However, no official sources have made any claim on this so far. Veteran opening batter Shikhar Dhawan will lead the Indian team, and all-rounder Ravindra Jadeja has been named the vice-captain against West Indies. Senior players like Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli have been vested for the 50-over format. Top-seeded player Rafael Nadal has expressed concerns regarding his fitness ahead of his clash against Nick Kyrgios in the Wimbledon finals. Nadal claimed that he had been suffering from stomach pain and is unable to play to his customary style of tennis. All eyes are now on to see if Nadal will successfully clinch his 3rd Wimbledon title. England beat Austria in their first clash in the Euro 2022 opener in London. England coach Sarina acknowledged that part of the crowd played as her side beat Austria. England plays Norway on Monday and then Northern Ireland next Friday. Now, the North Ireland is all set to face world number 2 Norway in their opening game at the Euro 2022. Skipper Marisa said that the Northern Ireland camp seems to be calm and the team will look forward for the clash against Norway. Borussia Dortmund signed Ajax striker Sebastian on a 4-year contract to try and fill the gap left by Haaland. Now, Haller scored 34 goals for Ajax last year, including 11 in the 8 Champions League games, to reignite his career following an underwhelming 2-year stay with West Ham in the English Premier League.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसके ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
सेंट्रलाइज किचन का काम था। लेकिन वहां मुझे मेरी काशी की सरकारी स्कूल के 10-12 साल की उम्र के बच्चों के साथ गप्पे गोष्ठी करने का अवसर मिला। और वहां से निकल करके यहां आया हूं। और मैं उनसे सुनकर के आया हूं और आपको सुनाने आया हूं। और मुझे कहना होगा, और मैं तो चाहूंगा जब मैं अगली बार आऊंगा तो जिस स्कूल के बच्चों से आज मुझे मिलना हुआ है, मैं उनके जो टीचर्स हैं उनको मिलना चाहूंगा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि ऐसा विचार मुझे क्यों आया होगा। मेरे मन पर इतना प्रभाव पैदा हुआ, 10-15 मिनट का ही वो अवसर था मेरे पास, लेकिन जो प्रतिभा उन बच्चों में थी, जो टैलेंट थी, जो कॉन्फिडेंस था और जो विविधता थी, और वो भी एक सरकारी स्कूल के हमारे सामान्य परिवार के बच्चों की। जो टैलेंट वो बच्चे वहां प्रस्तुत कर रहे थे, आपके परिवार में भी अगर आपका पोता नाती अगर ऐसी टैलेंट आपके सामने रखेगा तो जब भी मेहमान घर में आएंगे आप उसको खड़ा कर देंगे, जरा देखो मेहमान आए वो तुम सुनाओ। मेरा कहने का तात्पर्य है कि वर्तमान पीढ़ी का ये सामर्थ्य, उनकी क्षमता, जब वो आप जहां हैं वहां पहुंचेंगे, पद पे नहीं, उस इंस्टीट्यूट में आप तो नहीं होंगे, आप ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट बना के जाएंगे कि इस प्रतिभा के बच्चे आने वाले दिनों में आने वाले हैं, उनको वहां कमी नजर ना आए। ये काम सबसे बड़ा आपके जिम्मे है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि अगले 3 दिनों तक यहां जो चर्चा और विमर्श होगा उससे राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के क्रियान्वयन को प्रभावी दिशा मिलेगी। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का मूल आधार शिक्षा को संकुचित सोच के दायरे से बाहर निकालना और उसे 21वीं सदी के आधुनिक विचारों से जोड़ना है। हमारे देश में मेधा की कभी कोई कमी नहीं रही है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हमारे ऐसी व्यवस्था बना कर दी गई थी जिसमें पढ़ाई का मतलब केवल और केवल नौकरी ही माना जाने लगा था। शिक्षा में ये विकार गुलामी के कालखंड में अंग्रेजों ने अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए अपने लिए एक सेवक वर्ग तैयार करने के लिए किया था। आजादी के बाद इसमें थोड़ा बहुत बदलाव हुआ भी, लेकिन बहुत सारा बदलाव रह गया। अब अंग्रेजों की बनाई व्यवस्था कभी भी भारत के मूल स्वभाव का हिस्सा नहीं थी और न हो सकती है। अगर हम हमारे देश के पुराने कालखंड की तरफ नजर करें, हमारे यहां शिक्षा में अलग अलग कलाओं की धारणा थी, और बनारस तो, मेरी काशी तो इसका जीवंत उदाहरण है। बनारस ज्ञान का केंद्र केवल इसलिए नहीं था क्योंकि यहाँ अच्छे गुरुकुल और शिक्षण संस्थान थे। बनारस ज्ञान का केंद्र इसलिए था क्योंकि यहां ज्ञान और शिक्षा बहुआयामी, मल्टी सेक्टरल थी। शिक्षा में यही विविधता हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था का भी प्रेरणा स्रोत होनी चाहिए। हम केवल डिग्री धारक युवा तैयार न करें, बल्कि देश को आगे बढ़ने के लिए जितने भी मानव संसाधनों की जरूरत हो, हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था वो देश को उपलब्ध कराए, देश को दे। इस संकल्प का नेतृत्व हमारे शिक्षकों और शिक्षण संस्थानों को करना है। हमारे शिक्षक जितनी तेजी से इस भावना को आत्मसात करेंगे, छात्र छात्राओं को, देश के युवाओं को उतना ही ज्यादा, देश के आने वाले भविष्य को भी उतना ही ज्यादा लाभ होगा। साथियों, नए भारत के निर्माण के लिए नई व्यवस्थाओं का निर्माण, आधुनिक व्यवस्थाओं का समावेश उतना ही जरूरी है। जो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ, जिन लक्ष्यों को पाने की देश ने कल्पना भी नहीं करता था, वो आज के भारत में हकीकत हमारे सामने निर्माण हो रही है। अब आप देखिए, कोरोना की इतनी बड़ी महामारी से हम न केवल इतनी तेजी से उभरे, बल्कि आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ रही बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में एक है। आज हम दुनिया के तीसरे सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे क्षेत्रों में, जहां पहले केवल सरकार ही सब करती थी, वहां अब प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स के जरिए युवाओं के लिए एक नई दुनिया तैयार हो रही है। पूरा अंतरिक्ष उनके बाहुपास में आ रहा है। दोस्तों, देश की बेटियों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए भी जो क्षेत्र पहले बंद हुआ करते थे, आज वो सेक्टर बेटियों की प्रतिभा के उदाहरण प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। साथियों, जब देश का मिजाज ऐसा हो, जब देश की रफ्तार ऐसी हो, तो हमें अपने युवाओं को भी खुली उड़ान के लिए नई ऊर्जा से भरना होगा। अभी तक स्कूल, कॉलेज और किताबें ये तय करते आए थे कि बच्चों को किस दिशा में जाना है, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के बाद अब युवाओं पर दायित्व और बढ़ गया है, और इसके साथ ही हमारी भी ये जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है कि हम युवाओं के सपनों और उड़ान को निरंतर प्रोत्साहित करें, उसके मन को समझे, उसकी आकांक्षाओं को समझे।
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street. Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiplun district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuanced critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is
और मुझे बताइए 5 साल में आप अपने डिपार्टमेंट को कहां ले जाओगे, कैसे ले जाओगे, अचीव क्या करोगे, उससे गुजरात के सामान्य मानवी के जीवन को क्या लाभ होगा, उसका एक आपका विजन और पूरी डिटेल के साथ प्रेजेंटेशन कीजिए। ये मैंने सभी विभागों के सचिवों को कहा और हर दिन शाम को 5 बजे सभी मेरी मंत्रिपरिषद के मंत्री और सभी सचिव हम बैठते थे और एक सचिव आकर के अपने विभाग का पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन देते थे, फिर डिबेट होती थी। सभी सचिव, जो पहले भी कोई एग्रीकल्चर सचिव रहा होगा वो भी वहां बैठा हुआ है, सब लोग अपने अपने विचार रखते थे, डिबेट होती थी, हमारे मंत्री भी डिबेट करते थे। मैं सुनता रहता था, सीखने का प्रयास करता था। एक दिन, और ये कार्यक्रम मेरा करीब महीने भर चला था और शाम को 5 बजे शुरू होता था, रात 10 बजे तो बड़ी मुश्किल से घर जाने की इजाजत मिलती थी और बड़ा ही इंटेंस वो कार्यक्रम चला और शायद हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ होगा। तो मेरे यहां उद्योग के जगत के संबंधित प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ। आने वाले दिनों में वो औद्योगिक क्या क्या देखते हैं, आने वाले दिनों में औद्योगिक विकास कैसा होगा, सारा बता रहे थे। तो कार्यक्रम पूरा होते ही शिक्षा सचिव मेरे पास आए, क्योंकि दूसरे दिन शिक्षा सचिव का कार्यक्रम था। उसने कहा, साहब मैं कल नहीं कर पाऊंगा। 1 महीने पहले आपको तैयारी करने के लिए कहा और आप लास्ट मोमेंट कह रहे हैं मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा। उन्होंने कहा, तैयार तो है, मैं कर सकता हूं, लेकिन आज जो मैंने औद्योगिक विकास का जो प्रेजेंटेशन देखा उसको देख करके मुझे लगता है कि हमारा उनका कोई मेल ही नहीं है। हम बाएं जा रहे हैं, वो दाएं जा रहे हैं। तो मैं इसकी लाइट में मेरे जो प्रेजेंटेशन है उसको मॉडिफाई करने के लिए मुझे समय चाहिए, तब जाकर के हम एक इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ की दिशा में साथ मिलकर के शिक्षा हो इंडस्ट्री चल सकते हैं। हमें भी अब तो पूरी दुनिया का पता होना चाहिए, हर यूनिवर्सिटी में काम होना चाहिए कि दुनिया आगे किस तरफ जा रही है, कैसे जा रही है, उसमें हमारा देश कहां है, उसमें हमारे युवा कहां है। आने वाले 15-20 साल उन बच्चों के हाथ में भारत होने वाला है, उनको मैं कैसे तैयार कर रहा हूं, ये हमारा बहुत बड़ा दायित्व है दोस्तों। और इसी तर्ज पर हमारे सभी शिक्षण संस्थानों को भी खुद से पूछने की जरूरत है कि क्या हम फ्यूचर रेडी हैं। मैं आज दिन बिता रहा हूं, एग्जाम ले रहा हूं, कॉन्वोकेशन कर रहा हूं, क्या यही मैं जिस पद पर हूं वही काम है? क्या मेरा काम यह है कि मैं ऐसी संस्थान खड़ी करके जाऊंगा कि आज जो बच्चा मेरे स्कूल कॉलेज में आएगा, आजादी के जब 100 साल होंगे, जब वो बहुत बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता होगा, तब मेरा देश वहां पहुंचेगा। मैं वो व्यवस्था आज पैदा करके जाऊंगा। आप सबको वर्तमान को संभालना है, आपके पहले जो करके गए हैं उसको आगे बढ़ाना है, लेकिन आज जो काम कर रहे हैं उनको फ्यूचर के लिए ही सोचना होगा और व्यवस्थाएं फ्यूचर के लिए विकसित करनी होगी। और क्योंकि आज बच्चों की जिज्ञासा ऐसी होती है जिनके उत्तर, अभी मैंने कहा, मैं जिन बच्चों को मिलकर आया हूं, आपको भी घर में पता चलता होगा, छोटे छोटे आपके पोते पोती भी आपको सवाल पूछते होंगे, आपके नन्हे मन्ने बेटे अगर सवाल पूछते होंगे, आपको सोचना पड़ता होगा, अरे भाई ये कहां सर खा रहा है। वो सर नहीं खा रहा है, और का सर उसको जवाब नहीं दे पा रहा है दोस्तों, वो सामर्थ्य है। आपके हर किसी के घर में ये अनुभव आया होगा जी। आज की पीढ़ी जिन बातों को लेकर के आती है, वो तो गूगल पे 10 चीजें सवाल पूछते, बोले आप क्या कह रहे हो, गूगल तो ये कह रहा है, आपको काउंटर करता है बच्चा। अब ये बच्चे आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में 10 साल के बाद आएंगे, तब क्या हाल होगा आपका। हमें अभी से तैयार करना होगा अपने आप को। आप घर में भी उसके अपने बच्चों के साथ मिसमैच अनुभव कर रहे हैं। जब स्कूल कॉलेज के कैंपस के अंदर बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में युवा पीढ़ी होगी, इस प्रकार से नई सोच के साथ आई होगी, और हम वहां उसके योग्य नहीं होंगे, तो उनके साथ कितना बड़ा गहरा अन्याय हो जाएगा दोस्तों। और इसलिए आवश्यक है कि हम भविष्य को जाने समझे, व्यवस्थाओं को। मैं अभी कुछ दिन पहले डिजिटल इंडिया अभियान के तहत गांधीनगर में एक एग्जीबिशन देखने गया था। वहां सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चे थे, 12वीं 10वीं या 11th के बच्चे थे। वहां बच्चों ने जो प्रोजेक्ट तैयार किए थे, जो आइडियाज रखे थे, मैं बहुत उसको समझने की, देखने का प्रयास कर रहा था, और मैं प्रभावित हुआ था इन बच्चों के काम से। रिसर्च का ऐसा पोटेंशियल, कम उम्र में ऐसे ऐसे इनोवेशन वाली बातें सुनकर मैं दंग रह गया। वहां कई बच्चे बायोटेक और जेनेटिक्स में इंटरेस्टेड थे। उनकी क्लास में जब साइंस के फंडामेंटल्स पढ़ाए जा रहे, तब वो जीन मैपिंग, एफिनिटी क्रोमेटोग्राफी और जेनेटिक लाइब्रेरी बेस्ड टूल्स की बात कर रहे थे। अब कितना बड़ा अंतर है, आप कल्पना करिए। मैं उनके काम को देखकर सोच रहा था कि जब ये हायर एजुकेशन में पहुंचेंगे, तो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन इनकी आधुनिक सोच के मुताबिक तैयार होंगे क्या। अगर हम इन बच्चों के लिए उनके हायर एजुकेशन में पहुंचने का इंतजार करेंगे, तब तक दुनिया बहुत आगे निकल जाएगी दोस्तों। इसलिए हमें ये अभी से सोचना होगा कि जिस उम्र में भी बच्चों के मन में मोटिवेशन है, उसी उम्र में उन्हें गाइडेंस और रिसोर्स मिले, इसका प्रबंध हमने सोचना पड़ेगा। हमें अपने संस्थान में ऐसी व्यवस्था तैयार करने पर काम करना चाहिए। साथियों, इस महीने के आखिर में 29 जुलाई को राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को 2 साल पूरे होने वाले हैं। और अभी धर्मेंद्र जी बता रहे थे कि बड़े मंथन के बाद ये शिक्षा नीति बनाई। कस्तूररंगन जी ने बहुत अच्छा नेतृत्व दिया, उसके कारण ये संभव हुआ। और इतना विविधता भरा देश और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का इस प्रकार से स्वागत हो, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है जी, बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है। लेकिन इसकी विशेषता देखिए, इसको बनाने में तो मंथन हुआ। आमतौर पर सरकार का स्वभाव होता है, एक डॉक्यूमेंट बन जाता है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट समय के भरोसे छोड़ दिया जाता है, कुछ व्यक्तियों के भरोसे जोड़ जाता है। आपके भी टेबल पे तो कुछ दिन शोभा बढ़ाता है डॉक्यूमेंट, फिर वो भी टेबल पे से हट जाता है, कोई नया डॉक्यूमेंट आता है, वो जगह ले लेता है, बात वहीं समाप्त हो जाती है। अनुभव आपको भी है, यहां बैठे हुए लोगों को भी है। हमने ऐसा नहीं होने दिया। हमने हर पल इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को जिंदा रखा है। मैं स्वयं भी इतने कम समय में कम से कम 25 सेमिनार में गया हूं, शायद 25 से ज्यादा, और इसी विषय पे मैं बोलता रहा हूं। ये रिपोर्ट देने के बाद स्वयं कस्तूररंगन जी लगातार संवाद कर रहे हैं, हर क्षेत्र के लोगों से संवाद कर रहे हैं, उनके क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए समझा रहे हैं, उसके पीछे का विजन क्या है, बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन वो समझा रहे हैं। पूरी सरकार के सभी डिपार्टमेंट लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ये, क्योंकि 30 साल के बाद आया हुआ डॉक्यूमेंट सिर्फ कागज का ढर्रा हमारे पास पहुंच जाने से होगा नहीं जी। आप भी यहां जब 3 दिन मंथन करोगे, उसकी कई बारीकियां हैं जो शायद आपने पूरा पन्ना पढ़ लिया होगा, लेकिन अब नई तरीके से आपके सामने उजागर होगी। इसलिए अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर भी ऐसे ही निरंतर मंथन की योजना बना करके यहां से जाना। सिर्फ यहां से आप सुन करके मत चला जाना, आपके साथ जुड़े हुए जो बाकी साथी हैं वे भी ऐसा ही मंथन करें, उसमें से और अमृत निकालें जी। तब जाकर के इसका लाभ होगा। और इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की उसके लिए जो चुनौतियां हैं, उसकी हर बारीकी पर हमें गौर करते रहना चाहिए। साथियों, आज जब कोई काम अपने हाथों में लेता है तो समस्याएं का समाधान भी तेजी से निकलता है। समस्या समझ करके यार मैं कहां पढ़ूं इसमें, तो समाधान कभी नहीं निकलता है। साथियों, इन 2 सालों में देश राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को लागू करने की दिशा में कई ठोस कदम उठा चुका है। इस दौरान एक्सेस, क्वालिटी और फ्यूचर रेडीनेस जैसे जरूरी विषयों पर हुई वर्कशॉप ने भी बहुत बड़ी मदद की है। देश विदेश के एकेडमिशियंस, इनसे जो चर्चाएं हुई, मेरा भी देश के शिक्षा मंत्रियों के साथ, शिक्षाविदों के साथ जो संवाद हुआ, उसने भी इसी गति को आगे बढ़ाया है। और अभी कुछ दिन पहले हमारे धर्मेंद्र जी ने देश भर के शिक्षा मंत्रियों को भी बुलाया था, जैसे आपके साथ चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ भी की थी। लगातार कोशिश हो रही है कि इन चीजों को हम 100% साकार कैसे कर पाए। राज्य सरकारों ने भी अपने अपने स्तर पर इस दिशा में कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं और आज सभी के प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि देश और खासकर देश का युवा इस बड़े बदलाव में भागीदार बन रहा है। साथियों, नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के लिए देश के एजुकेशन सेक्टर में एक बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ओवरहॉल पर भी काम हुआ है। आज देश में बड़ी संख्या में नए कॉलेज खुल रहे हैं, नए विश्वविद्यालय खुल रहे हैं, नए आईआईटी और नए आईआईएम की स्थापना हो रही है। 2014 के बाद से देश में मेडिकल कॉलेजों की संख्या में 55% की वृद्धि हुई है। युवाओं को बेहतर अवसर देने के लिए यूनिवर्सिटीज में समान स्टैंडर्ड के लिए इस वर्ष कॉमन यूनिवर्सिटी एंट्रेंस टेस्ट भी लागू किया गया है। ऐसे ही कई और भी रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं। देश के इन प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी रैंकिंग में भारतीय संस्थानों की संख्या में धीरे धीरे प्रवेश हो रहा है, संख्या में वृद्धि हो रही है। ये बदलाव केवल शुरुआत है, अभी हमें इस दिशा में लंबी दूरी तय करना है। साथियों, मुझे ये भी संतोष है कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति अब मातृभाषा में पढ़ाई के रास्ते खोल रही है। इसी क्रम में संस्कृत जैसी प्राचीन भारतीय भाषाओं को भी आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। मैं यहां देख रहा हूं कि इस आयोजन में भी संस्कृत से जुड़े लोगों के लिए विशेष व्यवस्था है। काशी की धरती से हुई ये शुरुआत निश्चित ही भारतीय भाषाओं और भारतीय संकल्पों को नई ऊर्जा देने का काम करेगी। साथियों, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आने वाले समय में भारत दुनिया में वैश्विक शिक्षा का एक बड़ा केंद्र बनकर उभर सकता है। भारत न केवल दुनिया के युवाओं के लिए एजुकेशन डेस्टिनेशन बन सकता है, बल्कि दुनिया के देशों में भी हमारे युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बन सकते हैं। इसके लिए हमें अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स पर तैयार करना होगा। इस दिशा में देश लगातार प्रयास भी कर रहा है। हायर एजुकेशन को इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से तैयार करने के लिए नई दिशा निर्देश जारी किए गए हैं। करीब 180 उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मामलों के लिए विशेष कार्यालय की स्थापना भी की गई है। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप सभी इसी दिशा में न केवल जरूरी विमर्श करें, बल्कि भारत के बाहर की व्यवस्थाओं से भी परिचित होने का प्रयास करें। ये नई व्यवस्थाएं भारत की शिक्षा व्यवस्था को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनुभवों से भी जोड़ने में मदद करेगी। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में आप लोग अलग अलग सेशन में कई महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप इस चर्चा से देश के लिए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में नए रास्ते खुले, युवा पीढ़ी का मार्गदर्शन हो। दुनिया के कई देशों ने अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जो रफ्तार पकड़ी है, उसमें एक बड़ा योगदान वहां की यूनिवर्सिटीज का भी है। यूनिवर्सिटीज लगातार सामाजिक, आर्थिक और वैज्ञानिक विषयों पर रिसर्च करती है सरकार को सुझाव देती हैं। यही कल्चर, यही कार्य पद्धति हमें अपने यहां भी विकसित करने की जरूरत है। इससे यंग जनरेशन को देश और देश की नीतियों की समझ आती है और उसकी संभावनाओं से भी परिचित होते हैं। मेरा हमेशा से मानना रहा है कि देश के युवाओं की इनोवेटिव सोच और नए आइडिया से नई व्यवस्थाओं को भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा जुड़ना चाहिए। इससे फ्रेश टैलेंट आता है, फ्रेश आइडियाज आते हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि इसे लेकर भी आप सब चर्चा करें, कोई रोड मैप तैयार करें। यूनिवर्सिटी कैसे सरकार के साथ अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में पार्टनरशिप कर सकती है, इस बारे में भी सोचा जाना चाहिए। अपनी एक्सपर्टीज आपको ही तय करनी है। आप जिस क्षेत्र में हैं उसे लेकर सर्वे और स्टडी करें, सरकार को सुझाव दे। आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी का जो 50-100 किलोमीटर का जो दायरा होगा, वहां की जन सामान्य की समस्याएं क्या है, उसके उपाय क्या है, रिसोर्सेज क्या है, उस रिसोर्सेज के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है, वहां के सामान्य व्यक्तियों की वृत्ति प्रवृत्ति क्या है। आपके स्टूडेंट को एक प्रोजेक्ट मिल जाएगा, स्थानीय रूप से बढ़िया रिपोर्ट बनेगा। सरकार की कोई योजना चलती है तो उसकी अच्छाइयां क्या है, कमियां क्या है, सुधार की संभावनाएं क्या है, बढ़िया रिपोर्ट बन सकता है। ये सारी बातें सरकार के अंदर गंभीरता से कर लिया जाए, बहुत बड़ा परिणाम आता है। मुझे याद है, मैं गुजरात में था तो एक बार सरदार पटेल यूनिवर्सिटी में मेरा कार्यक्रम था। सरदार पटेल यूनिवर्सिटी के लोगों ने रूरल डेवलपमेंट पे काफी रिसर्च करके कुछ किताबें तैयार की थी। उस दिन उन्होंने मुझे गिफ्ट की। मैंने जरा बड़ी बारीकी से उसको देखा, मुझे बड़ा इंटरेस्ट लगा। मैंने डिपार्टमेंट को काम दिया। मैंने कहा, भाई ये जो स्टूडेंट्स ने काम किया है, आप जरा देखिए सरकार जहां जा रही है और ये बच्चे जो कह रहे हैं उसमें कितना अंतर है, और आप हैरान हो जाएंगे। उसमें से बहुत सी चीजें मुझे रूरल डेवलपमेंट के मेरे काम में इतनी मदद आई। विद्यार्थियों ने, टीचर्स ने किया हुआ काम था, जो सरकार में एयर कंडीशन कमरे में बैठ करके निर्णय करना मुश्किल होता है जी। जो फील्ड में हमारी ये पीढ़ी जाती है, बहुत ही अच्छा उसका अर्थ निकाल करके ले आती है, और कुछ चीजों का कल्पना भाव का लाभ हुआ हो, ये भी ध्यान में आता है जी। और मुझे विश्वास है हमें उससे, अब जैसे हमारे यहाँ एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी है, अब एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी लैब में जो करती है कितना ही अच्छा काम करे, लेकिन उसको सर्टिफिकेट भी मिल जाए, इंटरनेशनल मैगजीन में उसका आर्टिकल भी छप जाए, उसको डिग्री भी मिल जाए, लेकिन वो तो मामला लैब में ही रह जाएगा। हमारे पास लैब टू लैंड का भी तो रोड मैप होना चाहिए ना। जो लैब में है वो लैंड पर भी तो उतरना चाहिए ना। और जैसे लैब टू लैंड होना चाहिए, वैसे ही लैंड पर यूनिवर्सिटी में नहीं गए ऐसे लोगों का अनुभव भी बहुत ज्यादा होता है, और जो लैंड का अनुभव है उसको लैब में भी लाना चाहिए। और लैब में वो कैसे आए, रिसर्च को कैसे एनरिच करे, परंपरागत अनुभवों को कैसा करे, ये सोच करके हम कदम उठा नहीं सकते हैं। इसी तरह हमारे यहाँ ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, आयुर्वेद में हमारा ज्ञान, उसको कोई चुनौती तो आप भी नहीं करोगे, मैं भी नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन दुनिया के कई देश हैं जो ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन में हमसे आगे निकल रहे हैं जी। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि आज के समय में परिणाम और प्रमाण दोनों की जरूरत होती है। हम ये कहें कि भाई मैं ये जड़ी बूटी लेते हुए फायदा होता है, परिणाम मिलता है, लेकिन हम मान के चले और सभी यूनिवर्सिटी के तरफ मेरा कुछ न यहां से सुन करके जाए तो चलेगा, 2 शब्द मेरे सुन करके चल जाइएगा और उस पर मंथन कीजिएगा। हमें परिणाम तो मिल जाते हैं लेकिन प्रमाण नहीं होते हैं, और इसलिए हमारे पास परिणाम के साथ साथ प्रमाण होने चाहिए। हमारे पास डेटाबेस होना चाहिए, हमारे पास उसका पूरा डिटेल रिकॉर्ड होना चाहिए, कहां से कैसे बदला हुआ है। हम भावनाओं के आधार पर दुनिया नहीं बदल सकते जी, दुनिया के सामने उसे मॉडल के रूप में प्रस्तुत नहीं कर सकते, और इसलिए परिणाम होने के बावजूद भी प्रमाण की आवश्यकता आज के विश्व को बहुत जरूरी है। और इसलिए अब हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज को जो परिणाम से हम परिचित हैं, लेकिन जिसमें प्रमाण का अभाव है, उन प्रमाण की पूर्ति करने के लिए मैकेनिज्म बनाना, व्यवस्थाएं विकसित करना है, परंपराएं विकसित करना, ये आप सब साथियों की मदद के बिना होना नहीं हुई है। एविडेंस बेस्ड ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन पर रिसर्च का ये काम भी हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी बहुत अच्छी तरह कर सकती है। साथियों, हमारे देश में डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमारी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, चर्चा भी करते हैं, लेकिन क्या कोई यूनिवर्सिटी है जिसने इसका स्टडी किया है कि आखिर ये डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है क्या? क्या दुनिया में जब डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड का अवसर आया था, तब उस दुनिया के उस देश ने किस प्रकार के कदम उठाए थे, वहां की यूनिवर्सिटी कैसे व्यवहार करती थी और उसका बेनिफिट कैसे लिया? बहुत बार हमको कहते हैं, दोहराते हैं, लेकिन डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड की संभावनाओं पर हम क्यों न काम करें? उस सामर्थ्य का उपयोग हम आने वाले 20, 25, 30 साल के लिए देश को कैसे दे सके? ऐसे ही हम देखते हैं, अब दुनिया के देशों की स्थिति देखिए। समृद्ध से समृद्ध देश भी इस बात से परेशान है कि वहां लोगों की आयु बहुत बढ़ रही है, एजिंग प्रॉब्लम है, और युवा पीढ़ी न के बराबर हो रही है। बहुत बड़ा बल्क बुजुर्गों का है, उनको जो दुनिया चलानी है उसको चला नहीं पाते हैं। अब ये चक्र ऐसा है, हर एक को आना ही आना है। आज हमारा देश युवा है, कभी हमारा देश भी ऐसा ही होगा जिसमें युवा कम होंगे, वृद्ध ज्यादा होंगे। वो दिन आने वाले हैं। क्या दुनिया में अभी से कोई है जो इस प्रकार के वृद्धत्व के कारण उस देश की जो स्थितियां बनी है उसके सॉल्यूशन के लिए उन्होंने रास्ते क्या खोजे हैं? यूथ का अभाव में वो समस्याओं का समाधान कैसे कर रहे हैं? कौन सा ऐसा मैकेनिज्म बनाया है कि चीजें बड़ी स्मूथली आगे बढ़ रही है? ये सारे सोचने का काम मेरी यूनिवर्सिटीज का सहज स्वभाव होना चाहिए। यूनिवर्सिटीज में आपके लिए अभी से मैं मानता हूं रिसर्च और काम करने का अच्छा स्कोप होता है, और इसके कारण जिन बच्चों को ये प्रोजेक्ट देते हैं उनका एक विजन बनता है, उनको भी नई चीजें समझने का अवसर मिलता है। अब क्लाइमेट चेंज की इतनी बड़ी चर्चा हो रही है, क्लाइमेट के फील्ड में भी हमारे लोग अगर काम करें तो असीमित संभावना है हमारे पास। अब हमने देश में एक योजना बनाई है CDRI की। क्लाइमेट की स्थिति में हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जो उसका सामना कर सके, रेजिलिएंट होना चाहिए। अब उस पर हमारे रिसर्च किए बिना हम कैसे करेंगे जी? पहले के जमाने में जो चीजें बनाते थे तब न इतनी बाढ़ आती थी, न इतनी वर्षा होती थी, कुदरत हमारे साथ चलती थी, हम कुदरत के साथ चलते थे। अब वो हमसे उल्टा चल रही है, हम उससे उल्टा चल रहे हैं, और इसलिए हमें इस नए संकट के सामने जीना कैसे, उसको सीखने के लिए व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए। आज सारी दुनिया सोलर पावर की तरफ बढ़ रही है। भारत भाग्यवान है कि उसके पास तपता हुआ सूरज है। उस तपते हुआ सूरज की मालिकी हम कैसे उपयोग करें? उसके सामर्थ्य को हम हमारे जीवन व्यवस्था का हिस्सा कैसे बनाएं? सोलर पावर को हमारे यहां इतना महत्व दिया गया है, सरकार की नीतियों में दिया गया है, लेकिन हम रिसर्च के द्वारा, नए नए अनुसंधान के द्वारा, आज नए युग के हिसाब से नए वैज्ञानिक संसाधनों के साथ इस ऊर्जा को इस्तेमाल करने के लिए हमें काफी काम करने की जरूरत लगती है। उसी तरह साथियों, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, हर व्यक्ति के दिल में ये बात अब घर कर गई। हाँ भाई, स्वच्छ भारत के विषय में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन बात वहां से बनती नहीं है जब तक हम
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Recruitment scheme opens up opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military ethos amongst our youth. There can be nuance critique, but there can never be violence. It is those who support Agniveers versus the anarchists. It is pro-nation versus pro-vandalism. It is the Agnipath reality versus the misinformation. It is time to stop the anarchy on Agnipath and think long and think hard about who truly benefits from derailing a scheme which makes our army, our navy and our air force stronger.
The way she has derogated our goddess Ma Kali, we really feel pity for her. And how can she come down so much for appeasement politics?
We all are on the street, Sadhu Samaj also on the street. We want serious action should be taken.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
आपकी इंस्टीट्यूट को आने वाले 100 साल के लिए तैयार करना है, तब जाकर के इस काम को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। और उसी भाव को साथ आप लोग काशी की इस पवित्र धरती पे हैं, मां गंगा के तट पर विराजमान हैं। सांस्कृतिक पूरी परंपरा हमें नई चेतना और प्रेरणा देने वाली परंपरा है। उस परंपरा में से कुछ न कुछ अमृत बिंदु आपके भी नसीब आएंगे, जो अमृत बिंदु लेके जाएंगे। वहां जब आप उसको रखोगे, वो यूनिवर्सिटी भी आने वाले अमृत काल में भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य को गढ़ने के लिए काम आएगी। मैं फिर एक बार विभाग का इस कार्यक्रम की रचना के लिए धन्यवाद करता हूं। आप सब उत्साह और उमंग के साथ इससे शरीक हुए हैं। मुझे विश्वास है 3 दिन में आप थक नहीं जाएंगे। मैं बैठे बैठे कार्यक्रम देख रहा था, मुझे लग रहा है पता नहीं आपका क्या होगा 3 दिन के बाद, लेकिन आप एकेडमिक वर्ल्ड के हैं तो जरूर उसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मेरी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायी नीति अपने लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करेगी और युवा
Viewers, you just heard the Prime Minister there, and there's a lot of news coming up on Republic TV. BJP sacked Nupur Sharma for her insulting remarks, but as Mahua Moitra justifies her Kali abuse, will the Trinamool Congress act on it?
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
The situation in Mumbai and adjoining areas which clearly witness the waterlogging. The yellow alert has already been issued in Mumbai and the red alert has been issued in Raigad and Chiploon district. The NDRF team has already been deployed. They have been asked to stay on alert. The review situation will be taken by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
BJP is protesting. There are different protests being reported from different parts of Bengal, and they are daring the Trinamool Congress to take action against Mahua Moitra.
जो सनातन सेंटीमेंट है उसका ऊपर सीधा सीधा असर हुआ है। बंगाल का हर घर में देवी माँ काली को पूजन होता है। इसका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीके से कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
recruitment scheme opens some opportunities for the youth of India to serve in the military. Keep India's battle force completely ready with an instill a military.
They abuse, justify and escalate. Is there an attempt to fuel the Kali Rao further? It is time to expose the double standards. Ornab debates at 9 p.m.
Top headlines at this hour: smoking Kali first, provocation 2.0 then, and now India insult. But filmmakers' rallies artistic freedom defense. BJP sacked Nupur Sharma for insult, but as Mahua Moitra justifies Kali abuse, will the TMC act on it? Stunning details of Amravati hate killing probe emerge. International angle now gets under scanner. Hate monger Salman Chishti arrested over beheading threat, but flashes victory sign in police custody. As sensational foreign funding details tumble out, Zubair sent to 14-day custody. Amid slew of resignations, Boris Johnson set to step down as the Tory leader. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV this afternoon. Now, top TMC leader Madan Mitra says that Mahua's comments are fundamentally wrong. He says the people of Bengal do not agree with her. This comes as anger simmers over the controversial smoking Kali poster and Mahua Mitra's shocking justification of the same.
তো দেখছে সে একজন মেম্বার অফ পার্লামেন্ট আমার থেকে অনেক উপরে, মানে আমার থেকে 17টা ধাপ উপরে, মানে আমাকে বলতে গেলে এরকমভাবে বলতে হবে। তবে যেটা বলেছে সেটা পশ্চিমবঙ্গের মানুষ নেয় না। দেখছে সে একজন মেম্বার অফ পার্লামেন্ট আমার থেকে অনেক উপরে, মানে আমার থেকে 17টা ধাপ উপরে, মানে আমাকে বলতে গেলে এরকমভাবে বলতে হবে। তবে যেটা বলেছে সেটা পশ্চিমবঙ্গের মানুষ নেয় না।
All right, we've been joined by Shandev from Republic Bangla. Shandev, we are seeing that the TMC continues to distance itself from Mahua Moitra's comments. Now, Madan Mitra saying that Mahua's comments are fundamentally wrong. Take us through the details.
Exactly, Madan Mitra, we all heard that Madan Mitra, he is saying that Mahua Moitra's comment is not such a comment which the people of West Bengal can accept. And in Madan Mitra's comments about Mahua Moitra, you can understand there was a kind of sarcasm in his voice, because Madan Mitra is a very veteran politician. He is a very senior leader of TMC. Madan Mitra was the transport minister of West Bengal also. Nowadays he is no more a minister, but still he is TMC MLA from Kamarhati constituency, and he now says that Mahua Moitra is a much bigger leader. Mahua Moitra is an MP, I am only an MLA. I don't know whether I should make any comment on her remarks about Goddess Kali or not, but what she has said, I can say that what she has said, the people of West Bengal do not accept this. So there was a sarcasm in Madan Mitra's voice. At the same time, Madan Mitra was saying that Mahua Moitra's comments are not such a comment which are endorsed by TMC or the people of West Bengal. Earlier, TMC, under tremendous pressure, has already issued statement in which TMC has officially said that they do not endorse Mahua Moitra's comments. Then Shayani Ghosh, the youth leader of TMC, she has also distanced herself from these comments, and now Madan Mitra, he is also saying that Mahua Moitra's comments are not such comments which the people of West Bengal can accept. Back to the studio.
Right, so basically, Shandev, just stay on with us. We are seeing that TMC leaders continue to distance themselves from Mahua Moitra's comments. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in. And Shandev, then I'll come back to you.
हम मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की ओर से केंद्र को पत्र लिखने जा रहे हैं कि एक LOC जारी करें। वो लुकआउट सर्कुलर होता है ये लीना मणि मैकलई जी के खिलाफ, क्योंकि अब वो जो कर रही हैं वो जानबूझ के कर रही हैं, ऐसा प्रतीत होता है। तो इन दोष पर तत्काल कार्रवाई हो, इसके लिए हमने केस रजिस्टर तो कर ही दिया था, पर केंद्र को भी आज हम LOC के लिए लिख देंगे कि जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले इस तरह के ट्वीट जो होते हैं, कुछ विकृत मानसिकता के लोग इस तरह के जो ट्वीट लगातार करते हैं, जैसे काली फिल्म की डायरेक्टर लीना मणि मैकलई जी ने किया है, इस तरह के जो ट्वीट हैं, कभी बीड़ी पीते हुए काली का, कभी शंकर जी का जो जारी कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे विकृत मानसिकताओं के लिए जो धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत करने वाले चित्र हैं और ट्विटर को टूल की तरह उपयोग जो कर रहे हैं, इसको वो रोकें अपने स्तर पर।
It is unfortunate that there is a segment of society that immediately invokes its right to freedom of expression and speech under Article 90, but they ignore reasonable restrictions and, more importantly, they forget the existence of Article 51A and particularly Article 51AE, which is the fundamental duty of every citizen, which includes promoting harmony and brotherhood. After all, by putting out something that would instigate a section of society, or put out a tweet and say that this is my fundamental right to say so, by ignoring the fundamental duty of ensuring that there is harmony and brotherhood, is not the correct constitutional position or legal position. And they must remember that.
All right, I want to go back to Shandev. Shandev, we're seeing various reactions coming in across party lines. Now, even as the TMC is distancing itself away from Mahua Moitra's comments, she has come back in the spotlight again just a short while back, giving a poetic spin to the issue. She has posted a poem on that controversy. Take us through that.
Actually, the matter is such that Mahua Moitra's comment is not the first comment in this row. Actually, a few days ago, another TMC leader and MLA from Uluberia area, Mr. Nirmal Maji, he also made such a comment and he compared Mamta Banerjee with Ma Sarda, and that also triggered outrageous reactions from several sections of society in West Bengal. TMC at that time also very clearly distanced itself from the comments made by Nirmal Maji, and now after a few days after Nirmal Maji, the damage has been caused by Nirmal Maji, Mahua Moitra makes a comment which brings a bigger embarrassment for Trinamool Congress. So you can understand that Trinamool is under tremendous pressure regarding this, and that's why again and again the TMC leadership is distancing itself from Mahua Moitra's comment. At first, Trinamool officially has issued statement in which they have said that they do not endorse the comments made by Mahua Moitra, and those are only her personal views. And now Madan Mitra and their state youth Trinamool Congress president Shayani Ghosh, they all are distancing themselves from these comments, and they are saying that people should think before they make comments regarding these matters which are related to the religious sentiments of a large section of the people. So you can understand that Mahua Moitra is still in her social media posts and other reactions, she is trying to defend herself, and she is trying to say that she has got enough right to express herself. Whatever she thinks about her gods or goddesses, whatever she thinks about her religion, she can express it in her own ways. But TMC party is not supporting her at all. But Mamta Banerjee, the CM of West Bengal, she has today said that this was a mistake, but such negative things should not be dealt with, should not be cultured so much. There are many other things which should be debated in front of the society, but instead of that, people are finding out debates out of such comments or such things which are negative things, and people should refrain from that. So Mamata Banerjee is not supporting Mahua Moitra, but she is trying to give a message that whatever controversy is being triggered should not.
सबसे अच्छा आपका योगा है
विश्व विनोदिनी नंदुरुते गिरिवरुविंद शिरोदिनी वासिनी विष्णु विलासिनी विष्णुते भगवती हे श्रुति कंठ कुटुंबिनी भूरि कुटुंबिनी भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुर मर्दिनी रम्यक पर्दिनी शैलसुते
बाबा बाबा
गांधी जी ने बोला था भारत स्वच्छ बना उठो हाथ में झाड़ू लेके कचरा अभी हटाओ कुछ ने बात सुनी बापू की कुछ ने बात उड़ाई और समय की साफ सफाई
हम लोग सफाई करते हैं हाथ धोते हैं एक्सरसाइज करते हैं चलिए बहुत बहुत बधाई आप सबके पास अलग अलग टैलेंट है बड़ी प्रतिभा वाले लोग हैं आप बहुत बधाई हो आपको
All right, we just saw PM Modi there interacting with children. Remember that the Prime Minister is in Varanasi. It's his first visit to Varanasi constituency after the BJP won the UP Assembly elections, and he has in fact earlier inaugurated the Akshay Patra midday meal kitchen as well.
A big scuffle broke out between BJP and Congress workers in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. Reportedly, BJP's election office in Indore was vandalized by Congress workers. Meanwhile, a CCTV footage of the incident is going viral. The incident came a day ahead of urban local body elections covering 11 municipal corporations in Madhya Pradesh. Meanwhile, the police has now registered a case and action is being taken against the workers.
ये कल की घटना है, खातीपुरा मेन रोड की घटना है ये, और इसमें बीजेपी का चुनाव कार्यालय था और वहाँ पर कुछ कांग्रेस के लोगों द्वारा जाकर वहाँ तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये वीडियो उसका है और वो रिपोर्ट करने आए तो उनकी रिपोर्ट लिखी गई है, तोड़फोड़ की कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
Top national updates. TMC leader Mahua Moitra is not ready to take a step back from the Kali route. This comes after she came up with a poem written in a way to take a jibe at the central government. Mahua Moitra mentions in a poem that she and the people of this country are not allowed to speak against hate and other problems. She also speaks about farmers' protest in her latest poem on Twitter. Kali director Leena Manimekalai tweeted again, and this time she insults India and tweets that India has worsened from the largest democracy to the largest hate machine and she feels unsafe to live here. Amid the massive uproar that erupted across the country over the poster of the documentary film Kali, filmmaker Leena remains unapologetic as she posted another controversial picture. The filmmaker's latest post comes a day after Twitter pulled down her tweet defending her documentary Kali in response to a legal demand. Kali documentary movie filmmaker Leena tweets once again. This time she targets all who passed remarks against her and her movie poster, calling them trolls. She said that the trolls will take all her creative freedom away. She further adds, if she gives away her freedom of fearing this right-wing mob mafia, she will give away everyone's freedom. Sahil Maharaj from San Samaj asserted that the kind of act will not be tolerated and the government should act on this, or else Hindu will take things in hand and start its act. BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla on Kali's filmmaker Leena Manimekalai latest tweet said that her tweet shows this is not a creative expression but a deliberate provocation. Further, BJP spokesperson added that the filmmaker is backed by Congress and TMC party. British PM Boris Johnson agreed to step down as the Conservative Party leader, triggering a leadership election for a new Tory leader who will go on to become the new Premier. He is expected to formally announce his resignation later. Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair, who has been charged for hurting religious sentiments, was sent to 14-day judicial custody. Alt News co-founder was taken to Sitapur jail from Sitapur court. Officials said that the perpetrators of the killing of a pharmacist in Amravati might have been self-inspired by the violence carried out by the Middle East group ISIS. Meanwhile, investigators are trying to ascertain links with any terror outfit. At least 3 TMC workers were hacked and shot dead. The incident took place on Thursday morning at Gopalpur in South 24 Parganas. MLA Paresh Ram allegedly blamed BJP and said that they have done this. Police have launched an investigation following the incident. The bodies were recovered and taken for autopsy.
Malayalam actor Srijit Ravi was today picked up by the Kerala police after a case was registered against him under the POCSO Act. Srijit was picked up from his residence in Thrissur after a complaint was registered where it stated that Srijit had exhibited nudity before minor girls at SN Park in Thrissur. It was stated on July 4th that a person had flashed nudity before minor girls, and upon the police checking those CCTV visuals of the area, they zeroed in on a black car which belonged to Srijit. He was later picked up from his residence and will soon be taken for medical examination as well. Meanwhile, as per some police sources, it is reported that Srijit has stated that he is suffering from some behavioral issues and is also undergoing treatment for the same. Earlier also in 2016, Srijit was arrested for a similar case of flashing his nudity in front of minor children as well, but was let off, saying that the case is foisted upon him.
WHO director has said that a new subvariant has been detected in countries like India and other South Asian regions. Globally, there has been 30% increase of the COVID variant in the past 2 weeks. Here's more on that.
A new sublineage of the BA.2.75 variant has emerged, and now India has detected several cases of the same sublineage. But what is BA.2.75 sublineage and how deadly it is? WHO Chief Scientist Soumya Swaminathan said that the new variant has few mutations, with less mutations detecting on receptor binding domain of the spike protein. Further, the variant attaches itself to human receptor and it is early to detect its evasion towards immunity or being clinically severe. The Southeast Asia region has been reporting an increasing trend in the cases since early July, with over 1.5 lakh new cases reported, which is a 20% increase as compared to the previous week. Few countries which is affected by the variant are India, Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh and Thailand. Apart from the new subvariant, European countries and the US are facing the wrath of the BA.4 and BA.5 variant, which are driving most number of cases. As of last week, over 546 million COVID cases were detected and over 6.3 million deaths have been reported globally. Meanwhile, India reported 18,930 cases in the last 24 hours, with Kerala topping the chart with the highest number of daily cases with 4,113 cases. Few states which are dominating the number of COVID cases in India are Kerala, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. With the COVID cases rapidly surging and the emergence of new sublineage, India along with other nations should be careful with mask mandates and social distancing norms. Bureau Report, Republic TV. A shocking video showed a passenger train colliding with a truck in Karnataka's Bidar district. Reportedly, the truck encountered a mechanical failure and was unable to proceed ahead and therefore got stuck at the railway crossing. However, the guard at the crossing issued a signal and tried his level best to stop the train. Unfortunately, the train had only managed to slow down. Immediately after the dramatic collision, the train came to a halt. Meanwhile, visuals from the incident show complete damage to the rear end of the truck, but no injuries have been reported so far. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Top global updates. Protesters outside British PM Boris Johnson's residence called for him to resign. This comes after cabinet ministers and several officers said they could not no longer, in fact, serve under his leadership. British PM Boris Johnson sacked senior cabinet colleague Michael Gove as he battled to remain in office while brushing off calls for his resignation. Gove's firing comes after he called for Johnson's resignation. Thousands marched through Skopje for a fifth consecutive night yesterday, protesting a proposal aiming to break a deadlock in North Macedonia's efforts to join the European Union. Police said that they found bullet casings at the scene. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the Ukrainian forces were finally beginning to see the impact of Western-supplied artillery having an effect on the battlefield. Further, Zelensky said that the Ukrainian forces were advancing on several Russian defensive lines in occupied territories in the country. 2 children were reportedly killed with 3 others injured in Donetsk in a shelling blame on